Makati Avarace Productions presents an original Star Wars story. Star Wars, Agharta, written by Andrew Marsh. It is a time of uneasy peace. As the New Republic rebuilds from the ashes of Empire, a mysterious group of former pirates, the MAHRA, claims to renounce violence and seeks alliance. To investigate their true intentions, Jedi Knight MAHRA Jade SKYWALKER and her young apprentice JAINA Solo journey to the remote planet QIILURA, a world scarred by war, abandoned by the Republic and protected by the shape-shifting natives known as the GURLANINS. But beneath the surface of diplomacy and ritual, a forgotten power stirs. Whispers of Agharta, a goddess of myth, madness, and faith, begin to invade Jaina's mind. The Force feels strange, and sanity is the price of truth. Chapter 1. The Mission. This is what she needed. Calm concentration. Peace at no cost. There were no pesky brothers antagonizing her here. No spirits of Sith Lords interfering with the Force. She even managed to purge her excitement of flying her father's graduation present to her. It was an OZ-95 Headhunter heavily modified in the usual Solo style. It took her great willpower to not bring it along with her on this trip. At the moment, it was only her and the Force. It had been some time since she had experienced the calm of the Force as a Jedi. She cherished the tranquility of meditation as she used the Force to levitate a few objects inside her quarters. Not since she had been a student on Yavin 4 did she so completely immerse herself in the Force and could feel the objects around her. Within the far distance of that feeling was the presence of her twin. He would always be common ground whenever she concentrated this hard in the Force. It was inevitable. People have said how different they were from each other, and scientists proclaimed that fraternal twins did not always share the same traits. She wasn't so sure. Was their bond even more focused than other fraternal twins because of the Force? If heredity did play a part in their bond, then what about her uncle Luke and Aunt Mara's bond in the Force? They were not blood-related, yet their bond is as strong as her and her twins' bond. Her love for her brother was one thing. To have a life partner whom you could communicate with mentally from anywhere within the galaxy would be ideal for her. Jaina Solo groaned slightly while still concentrating in the Force. Her love life was another matter that she pushed to the back burner of her mind. Whenever she mentioned Zek or even the new candidate, Jade fell, people close to her would tell her that she was too young to think of such things now. Yet, with all that had happened to her in her short 15 years of her life, Jaina felt much more mature than most girls her age. When she really thought about it, she had been through more adventures and emotional tragedies than most normal people experience in their whole lifetimes. It was strange to think about, but Jaina's young maturity made her feel older. It was as if the spirit of Exar Kun, the Shadow Academy, and the recent battle on the way to Mon Calamari had somehow drew her away from a proper childhood. Just like MAHRA Jade. Jaina was excited when she heard that she was to be apprenticed to the MAHRA Jade SKYWALKER, despite the fact that she was her aunt. After she graduated to Jedi Apprentice, she and MAHRA stayed on Yavin for a few weeks so Jaina could get a feel for MAHRA's brand of training. Immediately, she could tell the difference between Luke and MAHRA as instructors. Whereas Luke would explain the reasoning and the purpose of each exercise before giving it, MAHRA Jade would keep silent. Her lessons seemed to blend in with everyday chores. Jaina would not realize a job was a hidden lesson until after MAHRA pointed out the Jedi skill involved. Not only that, but MAHRA's fighting style with a lightsaber was much more aggressive than Luke's. Though Jaina respected defense, she also felt there was a need for offense. She would learn from both teachers equally, though she wished that MAHRA had been a full-time instructor at the Jedi Academy from the beginning. Jaina seemed more at ease with her aunt. Not that she loved her uncle any less. She also loved her brothers and parents equally. There just was a time when she had to be away from them. This was that time. And MAHRA Jade SKYWALKER was the perfect person to spend that time with. Jaina had been in her mediation state for some time now. Before that, she had just awakened from a long sleep while the Jade Saber was in transit. Though MAHRA was vague as to their destination, Jaina didn't care as long as they were away from chaos. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by sounds of blaster fire. Amidst the firing were small explosions at random. Jaina opened her eyes at once, losing her concentration in the force. The datapad, the cup of water, and her boots that were once floating in midair all came crashing down to the floor. She found her lightsaber in the force and cursed herself for leaving it on her cot. She called it into her hand and ignited the purple-white blade. She sprung up into a defensive position and eased her way towards the door with blade held out. The sounds of battle increased in volume as she neared. Had they been attacked? She didn't feel the engines lurching. Maybe they had been boarded somehow. She decided she needed answers, so JAINA slid open the door and stepped out into the hallway. The sounds of battle were now almost deafening as blasts of fire and explosions filled her ears. Yet, there were no signs of any physical damage. At least, there was no damage in the hallway. It could be a different story in the main section of the ship. She walked along the corridor with caution. She approached the open space that led into the Jade Saber's main lounge area. She turned the corner swiftly with her sword ahead of her. Sitting in one of the luxury chairs in the lounge was MAHRA Jade. She was calm, too calm with the sounds surrounding them. "It's about time," MAHRA yelled over the noise. "If this had been a real battle, I might be dead by now." She raised her right arm to reveal a small remote in her hand. She depressed a button, and all at once the sounds of battle ceased. JAINA's ears relished at the sounds of silence once again. She snapped, "What was all that noise?" MAHRA shrugged and replied, "An audio recording of an Imperial ambush on Ord Mantell years ago." MAHRA sighed. "Looks like I'm going to have to work on your concentration in the force during the extreme noise of battle. Your reaction time was a little sluggish." "No kidding. I was in a meditation trance." Apparently, it was a very deep one. Upon noting JAINA's blade still on, MAHRA said, "You can put that away now." "I might use it on a sneaky end of mine," JAINA quipped as she shut it off. MAHRA gave back a wry smile and said, "Then don't leave it on your cot anymore. Keep it with you at all times. A few seconds can mean the difference between life and death." "Having fun with your student. Fun time is over." "Yeah, I get that. But I really thought something happened to you. Did you find me suffering within the force?" "No." "Did you bother to feel my presence at all?" The sudden thought made her wince. She closed her eyes on the realization. "Come on, JAINA. What did you learn?" She sighed and admitted, "By only hearing the battle sounds I assumed the worst. And we all know what happens when you assume. Don't remind me." "I won't. I will remind you that what you hear is not always the same as what is happening. Uncle Luke always focused on what we see, which is only one of the 5 senses. All of the senses rely on your mind to interpret them. That's why sometimes your senses can lie. It's your brain interpreting them incorrectly. When you use your mind first in the force, you can filter out what is real and what isn't." JAINA nodded. "Maybe I need to meditate on that some more." "You don't have to meditate so often with me. But Uncle Luke says that it helps keep our focus sharp. Your instincts are what keeps your focus sharp. And your instincts work better when you are alert, not when you're sleeping on it." "But Uncle Luke is not teaching you now, is he? You're with me now. A different school of thought. More action, less thinking." JAINA smiled in admiration and mocked an honorary nod. "Yes, Master Jade." "Stop it, JAINA. MAHRA will do. Why don't you freshen up and have a bite to eat before I go over our mission?" "You mean we're actually going somewhere? Where to?" "I'll tell you when you return." MAHRA watched as her new young apprentice nodded in slight frustration and returned to her quarters. MAHRA kicked the word around in her head a few times. Apprentice. How long ago had she been a student? With a teacher who was half mad and could wield force lightning, no less. Now she was the teacher. She didn't feel any guilt in the way she gave her lessons to JAINA. The direct approach was how she was taught. Luke taught his students the basics. They knew what abilities they had under the protection of a Jedi Master. Now it was time to apply those abilities to reality. As she migrated to the small kitchen, MAHRA imagined that if she had accepted to teach at Luke's Jedi Academy on Yavin 4 all those years ago, she would probably have been the least popular among the students. The teacher who you love to hate. Oh my stars, you've got MAHRA Jade for that class. Good luck. Perhaps that was part of the reason why she refused. A small part. MAHRA no longer regretted those years spent staying away from SKYWALKER. When they discovered each other and how, it was perfectly timed. It was too insane to figure out the why. First, she wanted to kill Luke. Then she couldn't be near him. And now, she couldn't live without him. He would always be with her. Literally. Their force bond allowed them to touch each other's minds wherever they were in the galaxy. That was special to her. Oh, if Palpatine could see me now. MAHRA proceeded to pull out something to eat for the both of them. She rummaged through the frozen ribbons that she kept in the icer for Luke's meals and found 2 Ronto patties. She popped them both in the nanowave, and in a few minutes, she placed them on their own plates and set them on the short counter. JAINA's timing was impeccable this time, as she appeared in a fresh beige tunic and her hair was brushed back. All right, I gotta say, Aunt MAHRA, you have the best food on your ship. That's because your father still keeps scraps in his icer on the Falcon. Luke told me he used to keep a tray of frozen rations in there just in case. I remember. Though, I haven't seen it in there lately. MAHRA shrugged. Luke hasn't been on the Falcon lately. Been too busy, I suppose. JAINA showed the famous Solo half-grin. I guess he's too busy to spend time on the Jade Saber too. MAHRA stared at her niece without expression and demanded, "Eat your food." JAINA laughed as she took her plate and flopped on the cushioned bench set against the far wall of the lounge. She curled her legs under her as she set the plate down on the cushion. MAHRA took her plate and sat in the same chair she sat in when JAINA came out during the faux battle. JAINA asked between bites, "So, where are we going?" MAHRA waited until she chewed a bite and answered, "We're going to a system where the Republic hasn't been back to since before the Clone Wars. Ever hear of QIILURA?" JAINA stopped eating to think. Sort of. Not much to tell. Wasn't the Old Republic banned from returning? That's right. They made an agreement with the natives not to interfere. Natives. GURLANINS. Right? They are shapeshifters, right? You're just a walking library today, aren't you? JAINA shrugged after she wolfed down a chunk of meat. She mentioned after chewing, "I liked looking through the history datapads during the boring times at the academy." MAHRA warned, "There won't be any of those times with me. Promise." "Oh, yes. Anyway, you're right. The GURLANINS are shapeshifters. Similar to Claudites, but canine-based, not reptilian. From what I hear, they are pretty good ones. The very old ones can mimic anything from a rock to a human, and they don't fall back to their original forms during high emotions like Claudites either. They are more hostile, I've read. They can be. Any species would be hostile if their home was almost taken over by another species. And that's why they ban all humans off of their planet," JAINA said before popping the last bite of Ronto into her mouth. "Not exactly. They only prohibited the Old Republic from setting foot back on QIILURA. Seems there was a violent disagreement between the Separatists and the Old Republic during the Clone Wars. The GURLANINS were caught up in the middle of it and they had the Old Republic outpost on QIILURA evacuated. There's not much detail about it anymore, thanks to the Empire. What I do know is that the GURLANINS do allow humans on their home system, along with several other species across the galaxy. The condition is that they have to affirm their loyalty to a certain faction set up in a compound on QIILURA." Faction. Who are they? Ever heard of the MAHRA pirates? I don't think so. I'm not surprised you haven't. There isn't much we know about them. They made themselves known on raids and attacks of anything involving the Empire. I had my own run-ins with them when I was Emperor's Hand. They destroyed outposts and industries that the Empire took over. Even though it wasn't the original owner's fault that the Empire took over their business. MAHRA scoffed. That didn't matter to the MAHRA pirates. Once you were branded Empire property, you were fair game to be destroyed by the MAHRA. Why didn't the rebellion recruit them? They weren't sympathetic to the rebel cause. The MAHRA didn't want a better galaxy. They just wanted the Empire eliminated. They wanted the violence all to themselves. Obviously, they didn't destroy anything major, or else it would have been made public. They did attempt an assault on Yaga Minor. They failed. Proof that history is always written by the winners. There were several MAHRA pirates captured. That couldn't have been pleasant. All right, so why are we involved? MAHRA stated, apparently, the MAHRA have turned over a new leaf. They claim they are no longer violent and want to discuss a peace agreement with the New Republic. And we believe this. Why? MAHRA gave a small chuckle. You and I come from the same school of skeptics, JAINA. I inherited mine from my parents. Unfortunately, I can't say the same. Oh, stop it with your motherless shtick, MAHRA. You had to be a daughter to someone. I'm sure I was. I'm just saying that my travels through the reality of the galaxy gave me my cynicism. JAINA sighed. Uncle Luke was right. You are a hopeless case. What? When did he say that? I'm not hopeless. Next time I see him, I'll show him hopeless. And why are you smiling at this? Anakin was right too. The best way to get you mad is to mention something Uncle Luke said about you. Keep it up and you will find another way to make me mad. And here I thought I was unpredictable. Don't worry. Given your surprise lesson earlier, you still are. Changing the subject quickly, JAINA questioned, are we signing a peace agreement without a member of the New Republic Council present? No. These are the primary talks that the MAHRA have initiated. Trust me, the New Republic won't sign a thing until they have proof that the MAHRA are truly peaceful. Which is why I was summoned for this mission because of my past involvement with the MAHRA. And the whole council approved of you judging their word. Most of them. JAINA sniffed. Let me guess. The new chief of state, QIILURA, wasn't one of them? MAHRA nodded. He thinks we're wasting time and money. Leia and the others on the council believe it will be a grand gesture to the other pirate groups out there to join the New Republic. QIILURA was outvoted. I guess that shows how Mom will be influencing the new administration. Do you think the MAHRA are really willing to work with us? In my experience, pirates don't change their stripes. Nor do people for that matter. You did? I evolved. I didn't change, MAHRA corrected. JAINA rolled her eyes at her aunt and reiterated, so, we're going into the foreign territory of one hostile species to talk to another formerly hostile gang of pirates in hopes of peace. Pretty much sums it. Where do I sign up? We already did. You can keep the pitch down a little, JAINA, MAHRA pointed out to her from the pilot's chair. But the atmosphere on QIILURA looks like the same makeup as Yavin 4. Won't a higher pitch affect the hull on entry? MAHRA smiled proudly at her niece. Not many other teenage females would know the difference. You'd be right if you were flying your X-Wing or the Falcon. But Luke installed the Jade Saber with the high-grade shield generator. It can take the abuse of a lower-angle entry. As JAINA leveled the pitch down, she claimed, I think Dad would argue with you about the shields on the Falcon. Modified as they might be, they'll never be military grade. Now, ease up on the throttle. That's it. Don't want to come in too fast. I know. What kind of welcome are we expecting? I'm actually not sure. The only comm we got was for the coordinates of where to land. We are essentially the first representatives of the Republic, old or new, to set foot here since before Palpatine took control. Don't we feel honored? Speaking of where to land, where are the coordinates? They're up on the screen to your right. Oh, I see them. Will I be looking for some type of beacon? Not sure. Just follow the coordinates. Coordinates only, and no beacon. Oh, this is starting out well. Looks like we're several clicks away. Perfect. Just enough time for a short nap. MAHRA sat back in her chair. JAINA glanced to her left at her aunt and said with concern, you don't do much napping when you're flying. Only when you're at the controls. MAHRA could feel her niece fill with elation from her words. The truth was that JAINA was an excellent pilot. It was so fitting that Han had given his daughter an OZ-95 headhunter for a graduation present. That was also MAHRA's first ship when she started flying starfighters at JAINA's age. Given that similarity, and all of the adventures that JAINA had experienced at such a young age, MAHRA thought there may be a strange parallel between she and her niece. Neither had lived through normal childhoods. She wondered if that was a flaw with both JAINA's and her own personalities. Was a proper childhood required to become a well-adjusted adult? And just what makes a childhood proper, anyway? Was there a wrong way to raise a child? Luke Skywalker was raised all right on Tatooine, yet he still had issues to work out as an adult. The old MAHRA would say that childhood was not practical. Then again, The old MAHRA would say that children and family were impractical as well. MAHRA slightly cringed at the subject of children. Her mind always seemed to find its way back to the subject lately. The discussion of having offspring had been brought up more than once during their first years of marriage. It was during those discussions when she was glad that she married one of the most patient men in the galaxy. How could she raise a child with all of their duties? Training an apprentice as a Jedi was one thing. Raising the child the right way was another shock ballgame altogether. A sudden beeping launched MAHRA out of her nap. What is it? What's going on? JAINA looked back at her aunt guiltily. We're almost approaching the coordinates. I forgot to turn off the proximity alert. Sorry I woke you. MAHRA smiled at her. It's all right, JAINA. MAHRA sat up closer to see outside of the viewport. The sky was full of ash-colored clouds above a horizon of large treetops. The overcast sky gave the clouds a look of fog. Down below she could see the greenery of fields and trees speckled with occasional marshes. She tried to look ahead beyond the clouds, but visibility was dense. Do you detect any spaceports anywhere? Nothing but fields of green. Looks like the coordinates will put us in the middle of a forest. There's a wide clearing of a field there. MAHRA glanced at a nearby screen that showed QIILURA's topography map. That can't be the pirate compound. Doesn't look like it. But if you notice, there's a huge lake northeast of the field. That's a good ways away. It's where I'd put a pirate compound. Nearby a body of water. Makes sense. But why land us so far away? Maybe it's the only place to land a starship. The GURLANINS may be on the primitive side. That's good thinking, JAINA, but the MAHRA pirates used to fly all kinds of fighters and star cruisers. Anything they could get their hands on, like most bands of pirates. They would have to land them all somewhere. Unless they're truly peaceful now and stop flying them. MAHRA shook her head in wonderment. You really do have a child's logic, JAINA. Laugh it up. There's something to be said about a child's perspective on things. Besides, these days I don't feel too much like a child. She paused while glancing at the screen. We're at the coordinates now. Shall we press on? Might as well. I still have a bad feeling about this. Now, you're talking like a SKYWALKER. You all right to land? JAINA scoffed. Of course. You say that now, but one scratch on my wedding present. Hey, I've been threatened by Han Solo himself to not scratch his prize falcon. A threat from Han Solo has nothing on a threat from MAHRA Jade, my dear. MAHRA allowed JAINA to land the Jade saber inside of the clearing. JAINA did let go of the landing clutch a little too late for MAHRA's liking, thus making the ship bump upon impact with the ground. As JAINA finished up the landing cycle, MAHRA looked out of the viewport again. And still there was nothing. Or more to the point, no one. The clearing was a flattened field of scorched grass, which told MAHRA that this area was used to land ships. Usually on visiting the new system in the name of the New Republic, there would be some kind of welcoming party. Or at least one representative of the planet. There was no living soul in sight except for vegetation and animals. Remarking how well we've been received, JAINA asked, I don't like this. I can sense several beings out there. There's plenty of curiosity about us. But no expectation. I feel it too. Or rather, I don't. Well, should we wait here for someone to retrieve us, or go out there in the strange forest and draw attention to ourselves? I know what my husband would say, and I usually do the opposite. As she climbed out of the co-pilot's chair, JAINA cheered. That's what makes you two so perfect together. MAHRA sighed. There are no perfect couples, JAINA. Luke and I have our disagreements and problems as well as our romantic sides. The quicker you learn that, the better your relationships will be. Let's not go there. All right, so you're not perfect. Would you settle for compatible? Actually, I would. Come on, let's go see what's out there. I'll be with you in a moment. After JAINA left the cockpit to lower the exit ramp, MAHRA started to configure in her security ignition sequence as she always did when she left any of her ships for long periods of time. When she was done, MAHRA fetched her duffel bag for travel and then joined JAINA at the bottom of the ramp. She set her bag down next to JAINA's. The young Jedi was looking up at the ash-gray sky, and then to the empty field that was lined with a wall of gigantic trees. Jaina expressed. Kind of a dreary day. There's a coolness in the air. A lot of moisture in the mix. QIILURA is similar to Yavin 4 except there's more bodies of water. You actually studied the environment report on QIILURA. Yeah. So, that means you were bored. Ah, you know me too well, Aunt MAHRA. What else is there to do here? We can't venture out because we don't know where we'd be going. There's no one here to guide us. Not even predators. Those will greet us when it gets darker. Thanks for being your optimistic self, Jaina sneered. They stopped speaking to pay attention to the sounds of QIILURA's natural habitat. There were calls of birds and insects. Nothing near them? After a few moments, Jaina commented, they wanted a peace agreement. There's nothing out here but peace. MAHRA had to chuckle and remark with no hint of sarcasm, thanks for being your optimistic self, Jaina. As if on cue, MAHRA detected a new sound. It was not part of nature. The sound was mechanical. Do you hear that? Jaina listened carefully. It's certainly not a predator. Not a living one anyway. It's getting closer. Jaina reached in her pack to fetch a pair of macro binoculars. She brought it up to her eyes and started panning the field. At some point she stopped and called out there. From the northeast. She pointed in that direction. About 50 meters. MAHRA faced that direction and soon she could hear and see branches being knocked down by something man-made. She started hearing the sounds of a repulsor engine revving. She crinkled her brow as she searched her memory. Those engines sound familiar. Jaina was still looking through the macros when she noted. Looks like some sort of transport. An old one at that. It has treads instead of repulsor lifts. The vehicle was indeed coming towards them at a slow pace. It was dark gray in color with paint peeling in places and rust covered in others. The transport moved along by giant treads on each side, with one major tread in front. The cockpit looked only big enough for two, a pilot and a gunner. Perched atop the cockpit was double-gauge laser cannon that looked to be dormant. The rear hatch was an open section that looked to be covered by a canopy. It looked like it could hold about 6 troops. When the transport was a few meters away, MAHRA exclaimed, "That's an old Imperial PX-7 troop transport." Where do you think they got their hands on one of those? Probably from one of their raids back in the days of the Empire. You'll probably find several old pieces of equipment like that here. QIILURA isn't exactly an industrial system. That could be why the GURLANINS wanted the New Republic out. They didn't want their home to be another Coruscant. You may have something there, Jaina. The transport stopped, but did a 360 to head back in its original direction. They could see now that the canopy was a simple tarp that was weather-worn in several places. The door to the passenger side of the cockpit folded open. Out came a figure of a human male who was fairly tall and wore a dusty gray tunic with a flapping tail in the back that made it look like a cape from the waist down. His black boots were worn high over his loosely worn black pants. The man climbed out of the transport and headed towards the new visitors. As he got closer, his features were more defined. His jaw was square with at least a 5 o'clock shadow covering most of it. Hidden underneath the stubble were a series of small scars and cuts. His dark eyes were set and deep but not too far apart. He was what some women would consider ruggedly handsome. The proof was evident in Jaina's first reaction to the sight of the man. "Hello," she exclaimed softly. "Hose it down there, girlie. You've got enough problems in your love life as it is." Jaina smiled wryly. "A girl can look, can't she? If you must. But he's at least 3 times your age. You married an older man. By a few months, not decades." MAHRA shook her head and sighed. "Yes, you are Leia Organa's daughter. Always going after the scruffy types." "Shush, here he comes." The man walked up to them and gave his own wry smile and spoke in a low sandpaper voice. "You must be the famous MAHRA Jade." "More like infamous. How am I famous by your standards?" "Oh, I've heard of you." "Where from?" He shrugged. "Here and there. Too bad I don't know you as well as you do me." "Name's Trogan Eklane." "Trogan Eklane," MAHRA repeated. "Have we met before, Eklane?" "Trogan, please." "And no, we haven't. I certainly remember that meeting." He looked at them and then beyond them and asked, "Is this it? Just you two?" You were expecting more? MAHRA asked. Nah, just thought there'd be some Jedi coming along. JAINA emphasized, we are Jedi. What, you too? I was expecting men with long brown robes and hoods. We're more fashionable now, answered MAHRA. And less sexist, added JAINA quickly. Trogan took note of JAINA. And you're just a kid. Aren't you a little young to be a Jedi? JAINA shot back, aren't you a little old to be a space ape? JAINA warned MAHRA with a smile. She addressed Trogan. I'm sorry if we don't meet your assumptions. I can assure you that this kid can take on the most capable warrior. Yeah, whatever. MAHRA asked straightforward, why do we need a transport? The MAHRA compound is about 20 clicks northeast of here. JAINA cut in by the lake, right? I see you don't miss much. He shifted his view to their packs. That all you have? All we need, MAHRA replied. Need help with them. As she lifted her own pack and put it in the back of the transport, JAINA sneered. We've got it. Earworm. Trogan grinned as MAHRA put her pack inside the transport. They were about to climb in the back when Trogan stopped them. Wait. We've dispensed with the pleasantries, as they say. Now, I have to go over the ground rules. What kind of ground rules? MAHRA snapped. Trogan stated, for one, no guests are to roam freely on GURLANIN territory without a guide. JAINA asked incredulously, and you are our guide? No. Trogan turned toward the front of the transport and called out, Rut. They could hear the front door opening and closing, and then the sound of footsteps coming closer. Trogan explained further, by QIILURA law, a guide outside of the MAHRA compound must be GURLANIN. Appearing around the corner was a short, stout figure of what looked to be another human male. His skin was dark with an abundance of hair along his arms. His mane of dark black hair was uncombed and straggled just past his low shoulders. The shape of his face was such that his nose protruded outward, almost like that of a canine. His limp was noticeable, but it didn't seem to be from an injury. He walked awkwardly as if the act of walking was unnatural for him. He appeared before them with his posture arched forward. He didn't say a word. Trogan announced, this is Rut. He is the official liaison between QIILURA and the MAHRA compound. Listen, Rut repeated in a low guttural voice that closely resembled a growl. MAHRA noted, the GURLANINS must really not trust any outsiders. Trogan nodded. They do only after they proclaim to be a MAHRA follower. He motioned to Rut and said, go ahead and drive back. I'll be back here to watch them. I'm sure they'll have several questions. As Rut turned to go back to the driver's seat, he uttered, Rut, go back to drive. Ride to rough and back. He disappeared around the corner of the transport. Standing in awe was JAINA as she asked, that was a GURLANIN. Trogan laughed. First time seeing one. I had the same reaction on my first time. And Rut is young compared to some other Lanins around here. He's only 300 standard, or so. 300 is young. JAINA repeated as she climbed into the back of the transport. As MAHRA did the same, she quipped to JAINA, don't feel so old now, do you? Trogan looked up at the sky and checked his chrono. We'd better get going before it gets dark. As Trogan climbed in, MAHRA asked, if Rut there is the MAHRA liaison, what is your official position, Trogan? Me? Trogan replied, I'm the MAHRA security officer. Chapter 2. A delay before entry. QIILURA. En route to the MAHRA compound. The old Imperial transport crawled on its treads back into the wooded area at its fastest speed. MAHRA knew she was getting along in age, and her agility wasn't the same as it had been when she was the Emperor's hand. She still figured she could run faster than this ancient PX-7 transport. It did have its advantages. Whereas a repulsor lift would have a hard time running over fallen tree limbs and thick grasses, the PX-7 would simply climb over them with its huge treads. With the terrain made up this way, it made the trip very bumpy. MAHRA and JAINA sat on the port side bench. They each had one hand on one of the support beams that held up the tarp. With each bump, MAHRA and JAINA would struggle to hold on. Trogan Eklane merely sat on the opposite bench with his arms folded against his chest. His body moved with the bumps as they happened. It was used to it. For what seemed like the longest several minutes, they were all silent. JAINA started fiddling with the end of her lightsaber hilt. At a point when there were no bumps to shake them, JAINA finally broke the silence and said to Trogan, "You're really talkative." Trogan gave a small shrug. "I thought you two would have more questions. Didn't think you'd be afraid to ask them." "We're not afraid," JAINA snapped. MAHRA placed a hand on JAINA's shoulder and followed by saying to Trogan, "What my apprentice meant to say was that fear has nothing to do with our silence. When you're guests of a new territory, it's best to let the host speak first." Trogan scoffed and flashed a crooked smirk. "Whatever." Seeing how he needed a push, MAHRA started to let him open up. "How long have you been the head of security for the MAHRA pirates?" Seems like forever. I guess I joined up with him when I was barely 18. Pretty young," MAHRA commented. Trogan nodded in a way that MAHRA couldn't tell if it was in agreement with her or if he was reacting to the latest bump. "Regardless," he muttered, "young and stupid." JAINA expressed, "Those two don't always go together." "Maybe not for Jedi like you," he shot back with sarcasm. JAINA looked down at the floor. "I'm not a Jedi yet, but I will be soon." Trogan reflected, "Wish I had your confidence when I was your age. Before I came here, I was lost." "But the MAHRA pirates saved you," sneered MAHRA with the same amount of sarcasm as he displayed before. He seemed to ignore her patronizing and warned, "I'd be careful about calling them pirates." "That's what they were back then," said MAHRA. "No, that's the label the Empire gave them back then. Whatever the Empire said then was magically true for the galaxy." MAHRA noted, "I sense you have the same distaste for the Empire as the MAHRA pirates. More than you know. The difference now is that the MAHRA have let go of their hate of the Empire. I haven't." "How altruistic of them," MAHRA said with skepticism. Trogan ignored her again to state, "For all of their violent acts in the past, the MAHRA have been relatively peaceful for more than 1,000 years." MAHRA furrowed her brow when she questioned 1,000. "I figured the MAHRA were primarily formed during the Empire. And that's how little the galaxy knows about them, which is how the MAHRA wants it anyway. The handfuls of followers only find out through the word of mouth, or from a selective network on the HoloNet. That's how I found out about them years ago. Once they arrive, they have to proclaim themselves a part of the MAHRA." JAINA interjected with, "Which is how the GURLANINS allow them here." MAHRA followed to remark, "I always thought that the ones who came here simply signed up to fight the Empire, or whatever else pirates go after these days." Trogan asked MAHRA, "Did you ever ask yourself about who the ones who signed up were?" MAHRA shrugged. "I figured they consisted of mercenaries, ex-bounty hunters, and fugitives." Trogan laughed. "I figured you of all people could see through the Empire's propaganda. That's exactly what Palpatine wanted you to think. The MAHRA compound consists of repressed citizens and their families. They're the kind of people and aliens who wanted to escape the galaxy's politics over who has control over them. They formed their own government out of their own religion. They weren't forced into a society ruled by one man or by a group of squabbling politicians. When they were called on to fight the Empire, they volunteered to fight. The ones who died in the process were considered patriots." JAINA growled, "I think the dead members of the rebellion deserve that title." Trogan countered, "The rebellion went against the Empire so they could have the old Republic back. The MAHRA did it because it was the right thing to do. In the end, the new Republic won its old traditions back." JAINA spat, "You put down the new Republic, yet you want to join them in an act of peace." Trogan shot back, "It's not me who wants to join them. It's the MAHRA. You'll get to talk to their leaders on the details. They'll want you to stay for a while and take tours of their compound. They want you to see how they live in peace." "They, not we," JAINA noted, pretending not to see MAHRA's proud smile with her detection of his choice of pronoun. Trogan grunted. "The MAHRA have their own religion. I respect that. It's just not mine. And they respect that. They gave me a place in the galaxy when I lost my place. For that, I'm grateful to them. As far as their beliefs go, well, I just don't get into it. I just protect them when I can and make supply runs when needed." He started to stretch himself across the length of the bench and put his hands behind his head. "And that is what I do here. It may not be great pay, but at least I'm in control of me. He closed his eyes as an indication that he was done speaking. After a few minutes of silence, JAINA peeled back a portion of tarp to see outside. She mentioned, "It got dark here quick." Trogan mumbled from the bench, "QIILURA's got an oblong elliptical orbit, so the nights are shorter. It'll be light again in a few hours." JAINA motioned outside. "Anything out there looking to make a meal out of us?" "You mean besides other GURLANINS?" "GURLANINS attack people. The wild ones do. Usually the very young ones. They can't shape-shift worth a damn, so they have to defend themselves in other ways. I've seen a wild Lanin take on 2 Vonskers and tore them both apart." MAHRA uttered, "Vonskers. Those things again." "Don't worry," Trogan assured. "Rudd up there can sense his wild relatives way before we can." JAINA asked, "He can sense them? Like in the Force?" "Don't know about that. I just know they have some weird telepathy with each other." MAHRA teased JAINA, "Maybe you can talk to them like your brother talks to other animals." JAINA bemoaned, "Oh, your sense of humor is so much more defined on this planet." Trogan injected, "Hey, if you gals are done with your questions, which I'm sure you are, how's about you let me take my one nap of the day?" JAINA pestered, "How much further is the compound?" "Well, let's see, we've traveled a whole 2 kilos so far. That means we have 18 more to go. And that better be the last question, or I'll have Rudd take the long scenic route to the compound." He lowered his head down. JAINA turned to MAHRA and muttered, "He's a real people person." MAHRA offered, "Must be all of the MAHRA followers. Can't wait to meet the leaders." JAINA looked like she was considering something before she asked her mentor, "MAHRA, can you sense anything out there?" "Nothing except the things surviving the night." "Anything else?" "No." "Why? Do you sense anything else?" "I'm not sure." "Well, it better not be another Sith Lord. I've had my fill of them for 2 lifetimes. "No. It's nothing like that. Believe me, I already know the difference." MAHRA sighed. "Sometimes I wish you didn't." "Me too. This other feeling I'm sensing. It's faint, but it's there in the distance. It feels like a sense of helplessness. Maybe it's from someone in the compound. Maybe. I'm tired of thinking about it. I think I'm going to take Trogan's cue and nap while I can." "Knock yourself out. I'll keep a watch on your helpless mystery." As JAINA sat back sitting up on the bench, MAHRA kept alert on her surroundings. She felt deep within the Force to find any semblance of what JAINA had felt. She could not. Luke had told her once that different people feel different things in the Force. It didn't mean that it wasn't there. Her thoughts of her husband brought forth his soothing touch in the Force. She sat there still awake, but also in a state of calmness echoing her husband's across the galaxy. The sound of the engines drowned out any natural calls of the wild from outside. Minutes faded into hours. They traveled through the unknown forest. MAHRA began to feel the minds of several beings in the distance that had to be from the compound. She still could not single out one that felt helpless. MAHRA took a peek outside under the tarp. It was still pitch black. When she replaced the tarp back, she planned to feel within the Force more closely. And then, the sound of the engines and their forward motion suddenly stopped. Even before MAHRA could react, Trogan sat straight up from his slumber and grunted the question, "What the hell happened?" MAHRA answered, "Looks like we've stopped. Don't think we've arrived yet." "We haven't. Something must have happened to the PX." MAHRA wondered, broken tread. Or worse. Just then, JAINA sat up groggy and yawned. "Are we there yet?" "No," MAHRA replied. "There might be something wrong with the transport." "Wonderful." Before MAHRA could speak to Trogan again, he had already climbed out of the transport. MAHRA began to follow him and prodded JAINA to come along as well. Trogan walked up to the driver's side to hear the frustrated growls of a GURLANIN. "Calm down, Rudd. I hear ya. What happened?" The GURLANIN answered in a rumble of a reply. "Power go down. Turn off engine." "The power, huh? Damn. I knew it. I thought that distributor valve would last longer." MAHRA said from behind him, "Distributor valve isn't hard to replace. Don't you carry spares?" Trogan laughed. "Oh, sure. Let's go to the corner junk shop and pick one up. We don't exactly have those here on QIILURA. We have our own junkyard in the compound. Whatever we need that isn't there, we improvise with what we do. I had to retrofit a valve from an older transport. Older than this one? JAINA exclaimed. He ignored her remark and said, we'll have to bypass it somehow. Rut, grab me that glow rod. Can't see a thing out here. Rut reached for the cylindrical-shaped lamp and handed it to Trogan. He flipped the switch and nothing happened. Very funny, Rut. I told you to keep this on the charger. Give me the smaller one with the full charge. The Gurlanin looked dumbfounded and expressed as he nodded at the lamp, fully charged, yes. Trogan turned it over where the power indicator was and saw what it showed. It has a full charge. He flipped the switch on and off. No light came on. What is going on? Do either of you have a glow rod? MAHRA stated, it's in my pack. I'll get it. Wait, MAHRA, cried JAINA. I've got a better idea. She detached her lightsaber from her belt and held out the hilt. Watch out for the blade, she warned Trogan. She switched it on. Nothing happened. The hilt stayed silent. No purple-white blade emitting from it. Trogan laughed. Looks like your laser sword needs a charge too. MAHRA explained as she reached for her own saber. It doesn't need a charge. Lightsabers have an internal power source. She held out the hilt and used the force to switch it on. Just like JAINA's, MAHRA's did not come on either. What is going on? It seems we have a power drain in the area, cried Trogan. MAHRA exclaimed, that can't be right. A power drain that affects the internal power of a lightsaber. Trogan scoffed, look, I'm sure your power sticks are the ultimate weapons, but they're not working now. He reached into his vest pocket to grab his comlink. I have to call this in. Maybe the compound has power. He depressed the comlink and spoke into it. Amura 1 to base. Do you copy? There was no response. There was not even static. He tried again. Base, this is Amura 1. Can you read me? Again, only silence. Damn it, what's going on here? His words were cut off by a loud crackling of static that went on for a few seconds. It ended as abruptly as it began. They were plunged into an awkward silence. Trogan looked at the comlink as if it were a foreign object. What in Tarkin's ghost was that? JAINA then muttered, magnetic disturbance. What? Trogan asked. JAINA explained, we passed through a dead zone. Magnetic isotopes are interfering with the gravitational pull. It can cause a power failure in places. Trogan looked at MAHRA and pleaded, can you get her to speak basic, please? MAHRA uttered, no, she's right. It could be a dead zone. I didn't think the system's gravity was heavy enough to combine with the small amount of magna rock. Trogan erupted, that's nonsense. I've been on this planet for decades and never experienced a dead zone before. MAHRA considered, could be extenuating circumstances to cause one. You did say the elliptical orbit was oblong. JAINA said, we're too far away from either pole of the planet for that to be the cause. JAINA thought a moment and asked Trogan, what about volcanoes? Any nearby here? Trogan let out a frustrating sigh and said, no, this is, wait, there's a fault line that goes through here. JAINA replied, that might do it. Trogan objected. But I've been around here countless times and never had the power go out. MAHRA stated, there must be something different that's creating the dead zone. JAINA asked, what? Suddenly the roar of a reply sounded in the form of Rut shouting you. It is you too. You use the force. You come to destroy MAHRA. You use force to take away power. The Gurlanins started to edge towards the new guest. Trogan stepped in and calmly stated, now, Rut, buddy, we don't know that. Rut growled, yes. Power not work. Never happened before they come. They use their magic. MAHRA came forward right up in front of Rut and said, using the same calm tone as Trogan, I assure you, Rut, that we are not the cause of this. No, Jedi bad. MAHRA strained in saying, Jedi are not bad. Yes, you use power to destroy. Like the Dark Man of the Empire. The Dark Man? MAHRA curiously asked. JAINA answered in a casual sigh, my grandfather. Oh, MAHRA expressed. You've heard of him, Hilla? Well, there went my point. JAINA approached Rut this time but kept her distance. She said with caution, we are not like the Dark Man. We are good. We come in peace. She stopped and asked herself, did I just say that? You did, MAHRA replied. Great, now I sound like a mythic tale. Despite their efforts, Rut still growled. I not believe you. The dark man very angry, and use power. You use force to come after MAHRA. Agarda knows. Trogan tried to use logic with the creature. Rut, think about it. If they wanted to destroy the MAHRA, why would they shut the power down in the middle of the forest several kilos away from the compound? Rut apparently wasn't listening to logic. He finally said no. They mean to destroy MAHRA. Agarda say so. Must be stopped. He lunged at JAINA with the intention of knocking her down. Despite yells to stop from Trogan, Rut kept his attack on. Seeing the husky creature coming at her, JAINA fumbled to find a defense without her lightsaber. To her left side was a large rock that sat between her and Rut. As he came forward, she focused on the rock in the force and lifted it in the air to position it in front of him just at the right time. The rock met with his abdomen as he charged, and his momentum knocked him down to the ground. It didn't seem to injure him any, except maybe his pride. The rock was still in the air until JAINA set it down in its original place. She then looked over Rut still on the ground and said, you see, we don't need power to use the force. Rut sputtered to say, You attacked Rut. No, I only lifted the rock and you ran into it. She held out her hand for him to take so he could get up. Not all users of the force are out to destroy. Rut looked at her hand with a careful eye. He hesitantly reached for it and she helped him up with a pull. As soon as Rut stood up, all the power came back on in an instant. The engine of the transport kicked on. The glow lamp suddenly shone bright, and MAHRA's blue-white blade extended with a snap hiss. The only problem was that Trogan had been standing in the blade's path. As soon as he heard it, he yelped and jumped out of its way. He was a little too late because a piece of his pants leg was singed. What the criff? He cried. MAHRA shut off the blade but shrugged to offer. She did warn you about the blade. Trogan gave her a warning look and addressed Rut. You all right? The GURLANIN nodded in defeat and muttered, Rut learned lesson. No mess with JEDI. Trogan smiled and ordered him, all right, go ahead and drive. We still have a ways to go. As Rut returned to the driver's seat, Trogan turned to MAHRA and JAINA to say, you two knew this would happen, didn't you? Excuse me? MAHRA snapped. I've heard stories of JEDI telling the future and reading minds. Barely on both counts, MAHRA reacted. He scoffed. Sure, I've never seen anything like a dead zone here, and you come up with the explanation just like that. He snapped his fingers. MAHRA barked. JAINA gave a theory as to why it happened. I'm still not sure it was correct, but it's the only one that makes sense now. I've just never heard of a dead zone affecting internal power sources like our lightsabers. Trogan moaned, oh, here it comes. The famous JEDI ego. He tried to alter his voice to mock MAHRA's. Nothing can ever touch our super laser swords. MAHRA stepped up to him and got in his face. She nearly gritted her teeth when she warned him, don't even dare tell me about ego. Before I was a JEDI, I defined the term. Remember Root's lesson? That goes double with me. If you know my name, then you know who I used to work for. Believe me, you don't want to see me angry. As far as the dead zone is concerned, I only meant it was too strange to be a dead zone. Trogan took her veiled threat in stride. Fine. Can we get back on the PX without any further delays? Instead of answering, MAHRA walked back to the rear of the transport in silence. JAINA stood still to ask Trogan, how did Rut know about my grandfather? Trogan looked confused. Who's your grandfather? JAINA raised one brow. Boy, you really weren't paying attention, were you? What? Of course I was. Rut was talking about Lord Vader. JAINA gave the famous Solo crooked smile and said plainly, yes, he was. It took Trogan several seconds to piece it together, and he erupted with, don't even tell me you're related to that monster machine. JAINA stayed calm when she replied, his name was Anakin Skywalker, if you don't mind. Trogan looked surprised. Oh my stars, that was his name. I'm surprised there was a human heart under all that machinery. JAINA surmised, you told Rut about Vader. You told him the horror stories. He admitted, some of them. He also saw them on the hollow net. We're not totally primitive here. Come on, let's go. He turned to go, and JAINA followed him. She raised up her head and looked into the distant forest. Then she stopped in her tracks. Whoa. Trogan looked behind him at her and asked, what now? JAINA looked like she was struggling to find something in the forest. I don't know. I thought I saw. Saw what? Asked the impatient Trogan. Guess it was nothing. Trogan shook his head as he helped her in the back. Now I know why we never invited Jedi here. You people are just too weird to deal with. He climbed inside the transport himself and gave Rut the signal to head out, and they were moving again. Time seemed to pass quicker as the first signs of light started to show. MAHRA broke the silence after a distance and asked Trogan. Rut mentioned a name back there. Agarda. Who is that? Trogan stated, that's a name that you'll be hearing a lot of when you're in the compound. Is he one of their leaders? Asked MAHRA. She is the leader, to be exact. Will we meet her? JAINA asked. No. Nobody can meet Agarda. Nobody besides the High Holy Man can even speak to Agarda. Anyone else who tries pays the price. JAINA questioned, why is that? Trogan replied, because Agarda is the MAHRA's goddess. Chapter 3. The MAHRA Compound. The transport suddenly stopped again hours later, and JAINA's head jerked up. She was about to say not again when Trogan beat her to it. Don't worry. This stop is on purpose, he assured her. Wait here. He exited the transport. It was completely daylight now. It seemed brighter than when they landed. JAINA pulled back a part of the tarp, and a bright white sun peeked through. The gray clouds that dominated the sky when they landed on QIILURA were now gone. JAINA looked over at her Jedi mentor next to her and saw her fully awake already. MAHRA had a tray of ration bars that she was eating out of. MAHRA asked her, breakfast. JAINA glanced at the tray and winced. She uttered with sarcasm, dehydrated nerf sticks. MAHRA nodded and exclaimed, food of the gods, or at least with a certain Jedi master. After JAINA grabbed a dried meat stick, she mentioned, I was hoping you could improve my uncle's diet once you two got married. A Jedi cannot work miracles. After a few bites she chewed off, JAINA spoke hesitantly. I know you haven't mentioned my actions last night. I got the impression that you didn't approve. MAHRA countered with, nonsense. You subtly displayed a combination of your mother's diplomacy and your father's tenacity. Best of both worlds. She took another chew and said, it's just hard to tell how you felt about it last night. MAHRA admitted, I was in a huff over Trogan's assumptions. MAHRA, you are always in a huff about something. It's been brought to my attention. MAHRA nodded at the exit and asked, where did he go? Don't know. He just left. MAHRA closed the ration tray and put it back in her pack. Let's go. Both exited the transport and saw a small metal hut a few meters away. To his right side was a locked gate that led to an obscured area. This can't be the compound, said JAINA. It's not, cried the voice of Trogan from behind them. Get your things. We walk from here. Something else wrong with the transport, sneered MAHRA. No. The compound is around that Yurchwood tree there a few meters away. This is my utility shed. JAINA uttered, you're not just their security officer but their maintenance man too. Yep. Rut is my assistant. He's a pretty good mechanic too. JAINA questioned, Root's not coming with us. No. Fact is, he can't. Trogan disappeared before they could ask what he meant. JAINA remarked, that was ominous. Trogan doesn't strike me as a man who gives information easily. He's very selective on facts about the MAHRA. MAHRA looked back at her and said, come on, get your pack. They each grabbed their packs and headed toward Trogan, who was listing chores for Rut. I want a full diagnostic on the PX. Tell the computer to focus on that Tabana fuel line. After that, I want you to organize those condensers I brought in last week. Don't worry if most of them don't work. We only need one for the south generator. I'll come back when I can to help. Got it, Rut. The GURLANIN nodded and mumbled, Rut understand. He went inside the hut. Trogan turned to the women. Got your packs, girls? Good. Let's go. He started walking ahead at a steady pace. MAHRA and JAINA followed him. When they walked around the gate to the hut, MAHRA saw what was behind it. Stretching out beyond where the eye could see was a vast wasteland of junk. Several ships and parts in various stages of decay were strewn across the area with no sense of pattern. By watching the uncontrolled chaos of the junkyard, MAHRA lagged behind Trogan. She called out to him to say, "You have a mini Raxus Prime back there." Without looking back to her or stopping, Trogan yelled the reply, "Pretty much anything you want or need is in there somewhere." JAINA quipped, "Guess the trick is trying to find it." They continued to follow Trogan into the wooded area and closed the gap between them and him. MAHRA could feel a sense of regret coming from somewhere. MAHRA looked over at JAINA and confirmed that she felt it too. They glanced back behind them and saw Rut standing by the transport, simply watching them walking away. His yearn to join them was strong. It triggered MAHRA to ask Trogan, "Why is it that can't Rut join us?" He recited back, "GURLANINS are forbidden inside the MAHRA compound." JAINA asked, "Isn't that rather biased?" Trogan answered plainly, "It's a MAHRA rule, not mine. Been in force for 1,000 years. It's tradition." He seemed to be familiar with MAHRA beliefs, JAINA noted. Trogan replied, "Oh, he knows them backwards and forwards. He just can't worship with them." MAHRA shook her head. "If that's the case, how could he even know about their beliefs if he can't interact with them?" "You know, I've never figured that out. I just chalk it up to the sixth sense that Lannis seemed to have." "And you never questioned the MAHRA about it," MAHRA stated. "Hey, how they choose to conduct their own religion is their business." Spoken like a true security officer, MAHRA muttered. "Whatever." They reached the tree that Trogan mentioned. It was one of the largest trees either of them had ever seen. The trees on QIILURA were majestically tall. The Birchwood trees on QIILURA were short but stocky. The base of the trunk was at least the width as the length of an X-wing fighter. The branches were at least a half-meter thick. As they came around the enormous tree, they saw the entrance to the MAHRA compound. MAHRA and JAINA stopped to behold the sight before them. Just ahead a few meters was an enormous two-door gate. MAHRA figured an Imperial at ST unit would fit through comfortably. The structure was made of a darkened wood, most likely from one of the Birchwood trees. Long limbs of a tree were fastened together somehow to make up each door. MAHRA could not imagine the work involved in tying those gigantic limbs together and lifting them up on end. From the distance they were at, there seemed to be no metal parts. No flexitape could hold those limbs together. Trogan walked ahead but glanced back at the women gaping at the sight. He chuckled. It never fails. People always stop to look at the gate first. With good reason, said JAINA. It's rather impressive. Trogan beckoned. Wait till you get closer. MAHRA and JAINA complied without taking their eyes off the gate. As they neared closer, they could see what he meant. Along the sides of the limbs were several woodcut designs carved into the wood. Some looked like basic Orabesh wording, while others depicted scenes of various types. Some of the designs were meticulous in detail. At the top of the gate there was a separate design centered at the apex that looked simply like smaller limbs aligned in a semicircle. Some of the limbs protruded outward to give a three-dimensional effect. JAINA kept her eyes on the gate as MAHRA noticed Trogan reach into his own pack. Out of it he revealed a strange-looking object. It was the color of polished bone and was compact. One end was wide and shaped like a horn. A handmade mouthpiece was at the other end. What is that? Asked MAHRA casually. A scaffa horn. It's sort of our doorbell to tell them we're here. MAHRA asked, why can't you use a comlink? Trogan shrugged. It's a MAHRA tradition. Terrific. Traditionalists are usually skeptic about the future and optimistic about the past, MAHRA bemused. Without acknowledging her remark, Trogan put the mouthpiece into his lips and blew through it. A loud, low-pitched sound bellowed out of it that he sustained for several seconds. After he finished, the sound of wood creaking was heard and the doors of the gate began to open outward. Once there was enough space in between the doors, Trogan motioned for them to enter first. After you, ladies. MAHRA and JAINA began to walk through. On the other side of the gate doors were about 20 male beings of various species who pushed open the gates. All eyes were on them. When MAHRA walked through, something caught her eye from above. The semicircular design above the gate looked to be simple limbs lined up with no sense of reason. That was the view from afar. Now that she was directly below the structure, she could clearly see there was a particular design on purpose. It was the type of design that was an optical illusion. The farther away one looked at it, the more it looked like nothing. Look at it from a certain angle, in this case upward, there was more substance. The limbs were set at an angle pointing to one spot in perspective. That spot held an additional design that could not be seen from far away. It was a crude representation of a female face. She uttered to Trogan as she nodded up at the design, "Let me guess. Agarda." He scoffed. "With instincts like that, you should do well here." They came through to the other side and into the compound itself, and they retreated to another spectacle. A large group of about 100 beings stood on the edge of a courtyard. All were staring at their new guests. MAHRA scanned the crowd to notice mostly humans with a fair mix of Rhodians, Twi'leks, Neimoidians, and even the fierce Weakways. There were not just males. There were whole families with their children of various ages standing by their respective parents. It made MAHRA on edge to have such a large crowd stare back at she and JAINA. She could feel the excitement in her apprentice at being in the center of attention. She was used to it. MAHRA Jade, on the other hand, never felt comfortable in the limelight. Seeing the group there before them made MAHRA consider something. She whispered back to Trogan, "There's no way that they all could have gathered that quickly after your call. It's almost like they were waiting for us." Trogan replied, "They've been anticipating this moment for a while now." JAINA noted they must really want a peace agreement. Trogan added, "It's not just for that. You two are the first Jedi to ever set foot in the MAHRA compound." "What an honor," cried MAHRA, the skeptic. "Let's go meet our fans," JAINA suggested. When they moved towards the crowd, the people and aliens all scattered to form a path for their new guests. As the two Jedi passed through the crowd, the sense of wonder and adoration was almost overwhelming. Every being in turn greeted them either with a quick nod and a smile or a spoken welcome in basic or Huttese. Several of the children were in awe. They could hear one of them exclaim, "Mommy, I see their laser swords." Another cried out proudly, "They're both female Jedi." MAHRA couldn't help sharing their elation as seeing their first Jedi. She couldn't describe the feeling she had while wading through the crowd. They had never met them, yet they were treated like royalty. It spoke volumes about how trusting these people were. That also meant that she and JAINA would have to keep their trust. Their clothing consisted of simple drab-colored tunics speckled with dust and dirt. Another thing MAHRA noticed was not one of them were armed. Only Trogan had a blaster at his side. There was not one piece of evidence that they were pirates. She cursed her former boss as starting that galaxy-wide rumor. These people may have been involved with violent raids once. They would have had to live under the pirate title ever since. MAHRA could see how they would want to shed that assumed image with the peace agreement. Though they were wading aimlessly through the crowd, it seemed that they were being directed to a specific area. The courtyard had a structure in its center that consisted of two columns supporting an arch. Within the facade of the arch was a design carved into the white stone that was similar to the one atop the gate. Standing under the base of the arch were two dark-skinned human men. Both wore bright white tunics with elaborate designs sewn into them. Necklaces of gold and colored jewels hung loosely around their necks. The taller of the two men wore a small head cap that also bore the same design as the arch and gate. The logo of Agarda, MAHRA thought. The taller man had an angular face, with a wide nose and thick muscular build. The second man was shorter and thinner, with a softer rounded face. The tall man came forward to the edge of the altar. He looked in turn at MAHRA and JAINA and boomed in a deep, rough voice, "Representatives of the New Republic, I welcome you to the MAHRA compound. I am Kron Lee, spirit leader of the MAHRA." His accent was one that MAHRA could not place. In some ways, it was a mix of both Neimoidian and Chiss. Yet his basic was clear and concise. MAHRA followed his greeting with her own. "Thank you, Kron Lee. I am Jedi Knight, MAHRA J. SKYWALKER, and this is my apprentice, JAINA Solo." JAINA gave a small nod. Kron Lee looked confused when he mentioned, "I was under the impression that the Jedi worked only in conjunction with the New Republic and not as direct negotiators. MAHRA could only answer, "That was then. This is now." Crumley nodded. "I see. Then the New Republic Council knows of our violent past and sends to JEDI in case we feel the peace agreement is not going our way." MAHRA began, pretty mute. "Sir," JAINA interrupted, Spirit Leader Crumley. "I am the daughter of Leia Organa Solo, who is on the New Republic Council. I assure you that we were not here because of potential violence. We are here to discuss your terms for a peace agreement that will allow you to join the New Republic." Crumley eyed JAINA with an approving grin. As I understood, the Jedi were only protectors of the Republic. JAINA shot back with no hesitation, and if you remember your history, the Jedi also acted as mediators in the name of the Republic. We are here to represent the New Republic and make sure that you receive the peace agreement that you deserve. For a long moment, Crumley stared back at JAINA with no expression. Suddenly, he emitted a low laugh and said, "Well done, child. You have effectively established trust needed for the peace proceedings." JAINA nodded her gratitude, but had to add, "That was my intent. But I'm not a child." Crumley smiled full to show his white teeth that almost glowed against his dark flesh. He then said, "My apologies. And I must also apologize for my assumption regarding the Jedi's role in our request. I must admit, my knowledge of Jedi lore is limited to recounts of MAHRA members who had dealings with the Jedi. I also only have seen Jedi in holographic images on the HoloNet. It was my understanding that Jedi wore honorary robes over their tunics." JAINA sneered in jest. "That's because you're used to seeing male Jedi. Us female Jedi are much more fashionable." Crumley laughed again. It was the kind of laugh that made you want to join in with his laughter. MAHRA nor JAINA could sense any ill will underneath his amusement. His misunderstanding of their purpose seemed genuine. The MAHRA spirit leader shifted his position so he could introduce the second man standing behind him. "This is the MAHRA Prime Leader, Kroag Behaz." The man leaned forward and uttered, "It is a pleasure greeting you both. I give you my warmest welcome into the MAHRA compound." "The pleasure is all ours," greeted MAHRA. Kroag's voice was much smoother and higher pitched than Crumley's. It had almost a velvet texture, and it was less audible. Yet, the strange accent of Crumley's was also present in Kroag's dialect. It made MAHRA wonder where the two men originally hailed from. Crumley then announced, "Excellent. Now that we have the introductions out of the way, we want to invite you to share our morning feast with us. We have much to discuss, and I always believed it is better to do so with food on the table." MAHRA started to say, "Thank you, but we already had our break." "We would be honored, Spirit Leader," cried JAINA. Reacting to her mentor's warning look back at her, JAINA explained, "Dehydrated nerf sticks can hardly be called breakfast, Aunt MAHRA." Crumley laughed again and said to MAHRA, "Your apprentice must be a full-time project." "She's a handful, all right," replied MAHRA. "Guess she's decided for us. Let's eat." "Very well." Crumley beamed. "The feast has been prepared in the main hall. This way, please. Kroag will lead you." After MAHRA and JAINA started following the Prime Leader with Trogan in tow, they could hear Crumley address the crowd. "Those of you with assigned duties, carry on. Those who do not, please return to your own interests, but be prepared to greet our illustrious guests with honor." "Thank you." The crowd started to disperse, and now MAHRA could see the layout of the compound better. The courtyard with the altar seemed to be in the center, with various paths led to what she could see as buildings. She focused in on one of the dwellings nearby and saw that it had been part of an Imperial bunker at one time. It seemed to have been refitted for personal use. She checked all the other structures, and they, too, had once been parts of old ships or bunkers. The source was probably Trogan's junkyard. In that sense, they were very much like pirates rummaging through second-hand junk and making it their own. They walked closer to the structure that Crumley called the main hall. What MAHRA could make of it looked familiar. Transparent steel plating had been placed over the top of a rectangular-shaped structure. Once they entered inside the building, the sides of the walls gave away its source. MAHRA exclaimed, "This used to be a mess hall from a Star Destroyer." Kroag turned and replied, "That is correct. It took us great effort to reform it and place it here. I'll bet it did, said MAHRA. You seem to have a knack for rebuilding old junk here. Krog smiled. Whatever works, we will use it. Please, seat yourself. Crunley will be with us shortly. MAHRA saw laid out before them several elongated tables with chairs accompanying them. She looked down at the opposite end of the hall to see a spot in the wall that was closed up. That would have been the entrance to the kitchen on a destroyer. That end of the hall was clear of tables or anything else, so it was probably used as a staging area for official meetings or even as entertainment theater. MAHRA and JAINA took their seats on one side of a nearby table, and Krog took one on the opposite side. Trogan sat next to him. Crunley entered the building along with two members of the MAHRA. A human male and a blue-skinned Twi'lek female walked behind them. The two separated from their leader as he took the seat at the head of the table. Vester and Nemyar will be serving the food soon, said Crunley. While I'm thinking of it, Trogan said you had a power outage last night. Yes, MAHRA replied. Very strange. It even took out the power in our lightsabers, and they have a separate power source. Crunley uttered, interesting. I imagine that the fault line in that area has something to do with that. That's what we thought, MAHRA said. Some kind of magnetic disturbance. But it doesn't explain how our lightsabers didn't work. Perhaps the answer will soon present itself. I also understand there was an incident with our liaison, Rut. Nothing we couldn't handle, MAHRA said with pride. Crunley suggested, yes, it was good that your apprentice acted when she did. The GURLANINS can be dangerous when they perceive they are being challenged. Before anyone could reply, the servants entered the hall with trays of steaming hot food. Ah, breakfast is served, Crunley announced. Please, help yourselves. The servants started placing plates of extravagant fresh food on the table, and JAINA gaped at what was offered. JAINA whined with hungry joy, Gardo eggs with Kista cheese. I haven't had that since I was 7. And Trandashani flatcakes, Nilix strips, and braised nerf patties. Crunley smiled at JAINA's mouth watering and noted, you will find that since we have such a mix of cultures here there is a variety of foods from different regions. Though it sounds as though your apprentice has not had a full meal in any region for a long time. JAINA was already spooning out a healthy portion of Gardo eggs when she answered for MAHRA. Trust me, I haven't. MAHRA smiled at her but warned, hey, Han Jr., save some for the rest of us. Crunley saw MAHRA's empty plate and mentioned, you are not famished, Miss Jade. It's Mrs. Skywalker Jade. MAHRA, if you please. And I do admit, the smoked terrapin loin looks good. Freshly shipped from Rylith just last week, beamed Crunley. Our Twi'lek members, including Nemyar here, can't be away from their home tastes for very long. MAHRA dished up a few slices of the loin with a few Dracelian prunes. She then absently said, I haven't had terrapin loin since my days in the Imperial Court. She then winced at her casual hint of her past. Crunley set off her look of embarrassment. Do not worry, MAHRA. Trogan had already informed us that you have Imperial ties. Had, MAHRA corrected. That's in my past, and I'd like to keep it there. I was very young and impressionable. Krog remarked, then you and Trogan have something in common. He was also young and impressionable, Trogan said quickly as he stabbed his fork into his flatcakes. Crunley then commented, if you had Imperial connections, then you must be fully aware of our raids during the Empire's reign. MAHRA lifted her head while she chewed the tender meat and her emerald eyes met Crunley's siennas. He continued in saying, that also seems to imply why you, in particular, were chosen to greet us. MAHRA inwardly admitted that Crunley was intelligent, maybe too intelligent for his own good. Like the other members of the MAHRA, she could sense none of the violent tendencies that they were accused of. What would push these peaceful beings to resort to violence? As Crunley suggested earlier, perhaps the answer would present itself. MAHRA Riley replied, my former Imperial ties did play a factor in the choice to send me. After all, I may be among the last living witnesses to your actions then. Crunley nodded in disappointment. How very true. But allow me to say this before our discussion of peace. The violent acts that the MAHRA were involved in were required. We have not the time to go into details right now. Nevertheless, it was part of our past. Much like your ties to the Imperial Army was yours. He then spoke as if to himself, like he was in a dream. Those who perished in that mission gave their lives in duty to honor her. Without missing a beat, MAHRA filled in the mysterious pronoun, Agarda. It was as if time had frozen for everyone but she and JAINA. The look of horror on Krog's face was immense. The servants had completely stopped what they were doing to gape at MAHRA. Trogan just shook his head. Only Cronley sat motionless. For a fraction of a second, MAHRA thought she could see blind rage behind the spirit leader's dark eyes. Cronley calmly replied, I see you are familiar with the MAHRA goddess. He glanced ever so slightly. I must warn those whose job it is to greet new guests to disclose information carefully next time. Trogan countered with, it wasn't me. Ra was the one who mentioned her. MAHRA only asked who she was. What was I supposed to do? Lie? Cronley smiled. Of course not. It is not a sin to have a thirst for knowledge. Is it not, MAHRA J. SKYWALKER? MAHRA shot back, could be dangerous for some. After chewing a strip of bacon, JAINA piped in to ask, when you say goddess, do you mean like a mythological being? Cronley explained, Agarda is our light, our life. All reason, all purpose leads to Agarda. Much like the Force is yours, I believe. JAINA said, but we don't have a god or goddess. Krog curiously asked, then to whom do you pray? JAINA looked confused, so MAHRA jumped in. Jedi don't pray at all. The Force is made up of all living things. It's the glue that holds life together. It is all around us. The Jedi, or anyone with Force potential, can use it to accomplish anything, or use it for guidance. To break a galaxy-wide assumption, the Force is not a religion. Cronley remarked, yet Jedi do meditate. Is that not a form of prayer? The difference is that the MAHRA pray to Agarda, and the Jedi meditate to a faceless entity. JAINA replied, that faceless entity is all around us. Even here. My dear child, as I appreciate your beliefs, I can assure you that your Force is not present in this compound. Agarda is the only one present here in spirit. Cronley motioned to one of the servers and commanded, Vester, if you could please pass the cool milk for my frag grains. Thank you. When Vester reached for the container of milk, JAINA thought and acted quicker. She used the Force to lift the container in the air and move it towards Cronley. Vester shrieked in surprise. The Prime Leader, Krog, nearly fell out of his seat from the sudden show of magic. Trogan once again shook his head and went back to finish his flat cakes. MAHRA gritted her teeth at her apprentice. Cronley did not bother to hide his rage this time. He merely stared at JAINA as if he could kill her with his eyes. The container of milk landed near his bowl. JAINA sneered, I can assure you that your Agarda did not do that. I did it by using the Force. For a moment, nobody moved or spoke. The servants eventually went back to their duties, albeit hesitantly. Krog returned to sitting properly in his seat. Cronley cleared his throat and began with JAINA, let me make this perfectly clear, my child. Whether or not you understand the MAHRA beliefs is not pertinent to our peace agreement. I do, however, expect you to respect them. As long as we get the same respect for our beliefs, JAINA demanded. Cronley went back to smiling, but it was more of a smirk this time. I admit that I may have disrespected you. For that, I do apologize. JAINA was silent until MAHRA elbowed her in the abdomen. JAINA took her mentor's cue and said, and I apologize as well. Cronley addressed MAHRA to say, you have taught your apprentice well in the ways of diplomacy. MAHRA replied, actually, that could be genetics. I may have my mother's diplomatic sense, but I also have Han Solo's foot-and-mouth disease. Casually, Cronley asked, who? Han Solo. My father. Ex-smuggler. Co-hero of the rebellion. All-around scoundrel. When the spirit leader still looked confused, JAINA asked incredulously, you've never heard of Han Solo? Should I have? Never mind. Krog spoke to break the tension even more. That was fascinating, young woman. I had heard the Jedi have godlike powers. I've just never witnessed them in person. Quite impressive. Perhaps you could later indulge us in a demonstration of your full powers. Before her excited apprentice could answer, MAHRA cut in. "Jedi do not like to show off." She eyed JAINA and added, "Usually." Crunley smiled in full again, showing his white teeth. "I hope this incident does not deter us from our purpose." MAHRA said confidently, "It will not happen again, Spirit Leader." "Excellent. Then allow me to offer you a proposal. We would like for you to be our guest for the next few days before we begin the peace proceedings. You were sent here to find out about us and to see if we truly seek peace or if we are using this for an ulterior motive. You can easily find that out by observing us for the next few days as we carry out our normal daily routine. Accommodations have already been set up for you both. I suggest you can take some time to freshen up before we take you on a tour of our facilities. You are welcome to ask anything you like and greet with anyone you want. What say you?" MAHRA looked over at Crunley and decided that there was more information needed to form an opinion about the MAHRA. MAHRA nodded to the Spirit Leader and answered, "Your proposal is acceptable. We will stay." Chapter 5. A Myth and Trade. QIILURA, Necro Beach, evening. MAHRA Jade had encountered her share of the male population who were stubborn beyond measure. Han Solo made an art out of being stubborn. Her former boss, Talon Card, made a profit from it. Even her own husband had shown shades of stubbornness over the years that she knew him. The Spirit Leader of the MAHRA, Crunley, was no exception. After MAHRA offered her service as a Jedi to help the woman named Syria Rain out of the insanity that plagued her, Crunley was very noncommittal for an answer. From her first meeting with him, she could sense the sincerity of his words about the MAHRA beliefs. He had shown courtesy to JAINA and herself as a host on their visit to the MAHRA compound. His wide, white smile could radiate joy within the range of his presence. Yet, there was something else there. Behind his well-intended nature was something that made MAHRA not trust him. It was distant, locked away beneath his conscious thoughts. She wasn't strong enough in the Force to glean any details from his mind like her husband could. She felt as if the deeper she tried to reach, the stronger his mental walls barricaded whatever it was that he was protecting. The wall seemed to feel stronger after Syria's name was mentioned. It made her frustrated that she couldn't go further into his mind. It also made MAHRA wonder regretfully if this was the same frustration that Luke had felt for several years after meeting her. Was that what he had to endure during his conversations with her? Had her own mental walls prevented an earlier courtship? If that's what Luke had to go through first, then it was a credit to him that he even persisted all those years when she rejected him. She shook away those thoughts for the time being and concentrated on Crunley's reply to her offer for helping Syria Rain. "We shall see," was his only response. It was really all she could ask for at the moment. Instead of dwelling on it, MAHRA joined in the MAHRA member celebration dinner on the beach in their honor. Much like the breakfast they had that morning, the food supply for dinner was just as grand. The main course was a huge gaunt that was being roasted on a spit over an open fire. Barrels of Andalian brand ale were carried to the beach. MAHRA felt compelled to partake in a glass or two, but stopped her apprentice cold when JAINA tried to sneak in a glass. "I'm not having you start drinking like a solo this early in life," MAHRA explained. "Guess I'll just have to wait till I'm the proper age," JAINA replied sweetly. Though she gave a small pout, JAINA went back to the party with Ristina and her friends. The skies soon darkened as the celebration dinner went on. Everyone was full of food and drink, though their joy still bled through. Some members brought out acoustic instruments and started playing music. The adolescent boys attempted to entice JAINA to dance with them. Then the smaller children, including Ristina, joined in. If it wasn't for the children dancing, JAINA wouldn't have bothered with dancing with the boys of her own age. With all the adventures that JAINA had in the past year, adding more boy issues was far down on her list. The band played on through the night and more adult members began to dance, especially after one barrel of wine had been consumed. Even MAHRA herself joined in on the dance blanket. After the band took a much-deserved break, all the dancers collapsed on the blanket near the fire. The spit with the Gorn carcass had been taken away so that the children could affix sweet melmars to the end of sticks to roast in the fire for dessert. As they rested, Krogaby has asked MAHRA and JAINA about the powers of the Force. He added, We've already seen an example of telekinesis with the milk this morning. We read that some Jedi are omniscient. Is this true? One of Ristina's friends burst out, "Yeah, can you read our minds?" Since they all decided that MAHRA was the only official Jedi present, all eyes were on her, anticipating her answer. She glanced over at her apprentice, who gave her a knowing smile and a shrug. Mara Jade had always considered herself as someone who could learn fast at nearly anything. It wasn't until after she became an official Jedi when she felt confident enough to call herself a teacher. She still had doubts about handing down knowledge of the Force. As the Emperor's hand, she was always alone. There were no trainees to teach and take her place. The reason why she agreed to take JAINA as an apprentice in the first place was to gain the confidence in herself to teach the Force to others. At least with JAINA, MAHRA didn't have to teach her the basics but could enhance her abilities that were already there. Now MAHRA was dealing with people with little to no knowledge of the Force or Jedi. It was more than a little intimidating for her. She tried anyway. MAHRA addressed her new students. "It is different with each Jedi, but for the most part we can feel your emotions more than your thoughts. I can read your joy, your weariness from dancing, and the pains from your full stomachs." There was a collective chuckle from the crowd for a few seconds before they went back to hanging on her every word. She continued, "Jedi have different abilities and strengths just like yourselves. One Jedi we know can actually project images into your mind that aren't really there." Kroga asked, "What about premonition? Can you tell the future?" MAHRA breathed in and treaded carefully. She recalled all of her conversations with Luke on the subject. "We can see images from the future through the Force. It doesn't tell us the future. It only supplies us with pieces of a possible future. It's up to the interpretation of those images that determine what that future may or may not be." "I see," said the satisfied Krogue. Ristina then asked a peculiar question. "What are each of your midichlorian counts?" Her question drew a blank stare from JAINA, who asked, "Are what?" Sensing that JAINA would have a hard time answering, MAHRA cut in to explain, "We don't use that terminology anymore in this age, Ristina. Comparing our midichlorian counts would only promote competition between our new and younger Jedi." After Ristina was satisfied with MAHRA's answer, JAINA gave her aunt a look of disbelief. MAHRA gave her a mental promise that she would explain later. The questions from the members continued as another boy asked, "Are you able to make people do things against their will?" MAHRA automatically responded without thinking, "Only if you're dumb enough to fall for it." JAINA almost chocked on a piece of Gornt when she immediately cut in to say, "What my Aunt MAHRA means is that Jedi mind tricks only work with weak-minded people. I'm positive that none of the MAHRA members would qualify." MAHRA smiled proudly and admitted openly, "Forgive me. My apprentice has more tact and diplomatic manners than I'll ever have." Another boy asked a question more for JAINA, "Do you guys fight a lot?" JAINA chuckled and said, "Not very often, though we do disagree with some things. That doesn't mean we fight over it." The boy persisted by saying, "But you fight with your laser swords." Before JAINA could reply, Ristina cited her correction. "Lightsabers." Everyone chuckled before JAINA explained, "We do have duels together for training, but we make sure we don't hurt each other. A Jedi uses knowledge of lightsabers only for defense, never for attacking." Kroga suggested, "I'm sure the children and adults would like to see a demonstration of a lightsaber duel." After his words followed a wave of pleas and cheers from the children, JAINA glanced at MAHRA with a sly grin and dared to ask, "How about it, Aunt MAHRA? You up for a sparring match?" MAHRA stated her reply in monotone. "Jedi also do not show off, JAINA." Cries of disappointment came over the children, and JAINA eyed her aunt as she stood up from the blanket and said, "I'm going to get some more Yuri juice. Could you come with me, please, Aunt MAHRA?" MAHRA's red gold eyebrows were raised above her bright green eyes at her apprentice. MAHRA lifted herself off the blanket and shook off the excess sand before she started to follow her niece. MAHRA addressed the crowd to say, "We'll be right back." Once they were out of earshot from the crowd, JAINA abruptly turned to her aunt to quietly exclaim, "What do you think you're doing? Wondering why you're indulging in their entertainment? We're not actors performing on stage, JAINA." It wouldn't be like that. Don't you see? These people have never seen the Jedi. They only know about them through what they could get from the HoloNet, which isn't much. Thanks to Palpatine. Exactly. It's outdated information, and don't think I'll forget to ask what the hell is a midichlorian. MAHRA shrugged. Just an old theory about how the Force works. Palpatine told me about them when I was very young. We'll get back to that later. I think the Council forgets that the average citizen in this galaxy has never seen a Jedi in action. Sometimes people need to see how they will be protected in order to build trust. That's what these people need from us now more than anything else. All right, your point about a Jedi not showing off is true. But I didn't use the Force to lift that milk pitcher this morning to boost my ego. I did it so that the leaders can see what the Force can allow us to do. It was knowledge passed down. And that's what Jedi should do best. A Jedi used to be a symbol of peace and security. I don't need the lecture, Jaina. I know all of this. You should, because I learned it straight from your own husband. Jaina turned to the decanter of Yuri juice and poured herself another cup. She turned to go back to the crowd and said in passing, "Just think about it, Aunt MAHRA." She walked away, but MAHRA called out to her. "Jaina," she said, not knowing how to get her question out. She asked meekly, "Do you really believe the Jedi can return to what it once was?" Without hesitation, Jaina smiled and replied, "Yes, I do." Jaina continued on to rejoin the members of MAHRA, leaving MAHRA alone with her thoughts. Eventually, she did follow her niece back to the members. Instead of sitting down on the blanket, she unfastened her lightsaber from her belt and walked past Jaina saying, "Let's go." Wearing the famous Solo grin, Jaina put down her drink and followed MAHRA with her own lightsaber taken from her belt. They walked out several meters away from the crowd for safety reasons. Shouts of joyous anticipation were coming from the crowd. There were people calling others over to join in the spectacle. With better timing than a rogue squadron, all MAHRA members formed a semicircle surrounding where MAHRA and Jaina were to duel. When MAHRA faced her apprentice, she quipped, "If we're a hit, we can take this show on the road." "You are too much, Aunt MAHRA. But because of my underage lack of drinking, I'll have the advantage. How many glasses of wine did you have?" "I'll have you know that unlike your father, I can hold my liquor." They each ignited their swords, which resulted in a collective ooh from the crowd. MAHRA and Jaina angled their weapons in defensive positions at first. They each could sense the anticipation from the crowd. Finally, MAHRA swung a strike from above that Jaina parried easily. Purple and blue clashed loudly in the night, followed by the cheers of the crowd. "I feel like I'm on stage," uttered MAHRA. "Maybe life is a stage," responded Jaina. "Oh, hush, Luke Jr." MAHRA quickened her pace with a series of tight thrusts coming from various angles. Jaina had to concentrate harder, but she did manage to block them all. After MAHRA's attack, Jaina took the offensive in a low upward swing. MAHRA swerved to avoid it in a move that was more relative on a dance floor. Jaina backed off, and they circled to go back into defensive mode. Seemingly stuck in a standstill, the two waltzed around each other with swords at the ready. They were surprised that even with the crowd looking on, they each were still focused on the duel. They were mentor and apprentice challenging each other. The crowd almost didn't exit. Suddenly, MAHRA started a white arc sweep from above on Jaina's left. Jaina was set to block it when MAHRA feinted to the right that changed direction in mid-swing. Knowing she couldn't block MAHRA's strike in time, Jaina called on the Force to jump up and over MAHRA's head. She performed a somersault and landed in the sand facing MAHRA's back. Just before Jaina's strike down from behind, MAHRA reached her blade across her back to parry it. The two blades clashed with such force that sparks flew from their contact point. Their focus on the duel was lost for a few seconds with the roar of the crowd cheering and applauding. Jaina cracked, "We can see who they're rooting for. If you think I'm playing the villain again, you don't know me well. I know you well enough. Care to wager on that?" "Come on, Aunt MAHRA. You know to never ask a Solo to bet on the shorter odds." "Good thing you're shorter than me," she replied just before she went into a quick succession of swings. Jaina blocked each one, but MAHRA's pace was growing faster. It was soon getting harder for Jaina to keep up. MAHRA then started spinning as if she were on the dance floor. Her movements were fluid yet dangerous. Jaina kept her mind on watching where MAHRA's white-blue blade was going to end up. She did manage to block all of MAHRA's attacks, but barely. Abruptly, MAHRA made a sudden thrust after a downward arc. By the time Jaina made to block it, her purple-white blade was ejected out of her hand from too much force behind MAHRA's sudden attack. Jaina's extinguished blade landed softly nearby in the sand. MAHRA raised the blade to Jaina's chest, and Jaina could taste the ill flavor of defeat. The crowd cheered as they stood to give their Jedi guests a standing ovation. "Now who are they cheering for?" sniffed MAHRA. "To be honest, I think they're cheering for both of us." MAHRA shut down her blade with a hiss, and she and Jaina turned and faced the crowd. Their cheering became louder. Here and there, they could hear exclamations such as, "That was incredible," and "I can't believe how fast they were." MAHRA awkwardly asked, "Do we bow?" "Why not?" cried Jaina, and they each bowed to the crowd. MAHRA straightened and uttered, "That has to be my first standing ovation after a duel." "You deserve it," admitted Jaina. "You are way better than me. Those last spins were incredible. And that last thrust came out of nowhere. I didn't see that coming." "Because you were focusing only on the blade." "Yeah. Isn't that usual in a duel? For someone without the Force. If you focus more on my actions instead of the blade through the Force, you could have anticipated that last thrust." Jaina looked dumbfounded and muttered a blank, "Oh. Don't worry. We'll work on it more sometime. I'm guessing it was a little more advanced than what you're used to." "I'd say. Uncle Luke can't move like you. Thank the Maker for that." They rejoined the group while still receiving praise for displaying such skill at lightsaber duel. Twilight was ending and the younger children were starting to yawn. MAHRA sat down on the blanket first, but something caught her eye. She watched with a mix of admiration and regret as Jaina sat down on the blanket beside her. Jaina could catch the emotion rising in her mentor and grinned. Jaina gave MAHRA a small nudge and asked, "Credit for your thoughts." MAHRA looked as thought she'd been caught in some nefarious act. Her mental walls came down and she stated back coldly, "My thoughts are worth more than one credit." Jaina was about to say something in response but was interrupted by Krun Lee's booming voice. "Members of MAHRA, it has been a fulfilling evening of food and entertainment, some of which was just provided by our Jedi guests. But it is that time of the night for the younger ones to be put to rest." The response came in the form of disappointing whines coming from the children. Krun Lee smiled wide. Now, I don't want your parents to blame me if all of you are too tired to spend more time with our guests tomorrow. But before we begin our rest for the night, I wanted to give a special treat for our Jedi guests. They have supplied us with a demonstration of their skills, so I have decided to indulge them with one of ours. Storytelling. If you would all gather around what is left of the fire here, I shall recite the story of our beloved Agarda. Gasps of joy sounded as the group moved to form a semicircle closer to the fire. The elder children sat with legs folded in the first row. MAHRA and Jaina were already at a spot close enough. Despite the outside scenery of the dim fire, Jaina still was reminded of all the times on Coruscant when she and Jacen were very young. C-3PO would tell them stories and lullabies. She felt a reminiscent joy at the innocence of her youth at that time. She was a girl then who had no knowledge of the horrors of the real galaxy. She and Jacen looked forward to hearing the protocol droid's attempt at singing as well as his inclusion of sound effects in his stories. Even though she didn't expect Krun Lee to recite the little lost bantha cub, she knew he would tell a good story. As soon as everyone was settled by the fire, Krun Lee began. Many thousands of moons ago, on the world we know as QIILURA, there was a group of settlers from all kinds of mixed human and alien races. They had been forced to land here for their spacecraft had been damaged beyond repair, and they had no communication. They already experienced loss of life in the crash land. They were then forced to live among the beasts and animals of QIILURA. They endured with bravery and a resourceful spirit as they made QIILURA their home, safe from harm. Or so they thought. The creatures of QIILURA, known as the GURLANINS, did not like a mix of human and alien species on their world. The GURLANINS then terrorized the settlers into scaring them off their sacred land. The GURLANINS would mimic the shape of any one of the settlers to lure them away from the main group. Then they would torture and murder them. The GURLANINS set fire to their gardens and killed all of the animals in the vicinity so that the settlers would have no further food. The settlers did not know how to fight the GURLANINS. Their hope was soon diminished. Yet, there was one young girl among them. A little golden-haired human girl spoke out against their oppressors. Not one of the settlers could remember the girl on board. No one even knew her name. A small boy in the front cried out, "But we know her name." Crunley smiled and replied, "Yes, Tarney, we do." But the settlers didn't at first. As our story continues, the young girl did not offer violence back at the GURLANINS. Instead, she promised that the settlers would soon benefit forever with a pact with the GURLANINS. She promised that the gardens would soon replenish and the animals would return to populate the area, providing food to hunt and grow. She said after the pact was agreed on, the settlers would thereafter. When asked her name, she only replied, "I will be your MAHRA." The GURLANINS soon heard about the girl's prophecies. They could not have the settlers keep their hope. One night, the GURLANINS captured the girl, and the settlers tried to find her the next morning. Deep into the woods, they found her. Her corpse was hanging from a high pole. The white light of QIILURA's sun shone down through her golden locks. The settlers gave the brave young girl a proper funeral. When they cut her down, they noticed something written on her gown in her own blood. Agarda. That was her true name that the GURLANINS forced out of her through their telepathy. Finally, the girl had a name. Crunley's voice raised from the sorrow he added before. But that is not the end of the story, is it? The crowd chanted their answer with a no. Crunley continued saying no. Soon after her funeral, the ground shook uncontrollably. Hard rains came down from the sky. New animals started to populate the area. As a result, the soil became richer for growing crops. Animals roamed the area for the hunters for food. Everything Agarda had promised was coming to pass. Not only did the settlers realize this, but also the GURLANINS. Even the violent creatures could not dismiss the idea that the girl was magical. Because of their epiphany, the GURLANINS decided to leave the settlers alone as long as they stayed in their area. And so shall it was, the settlers decided to call themselves the MAHRA. They lived in peace while living separately with the GURLANINS. Over the centuries, the MAHRA would add to its numbers, and our beloved Agarda became the light of our future. After he stopped speaking, a wave of applause erupted from the crowd. After they quieted down and started to scatter towards their respective homes, Crunley thanked them for their help with the preparations of the evening and wished them a good night. He then approached MAHRA and JAINA, who were stretching and getting ready to go back to their hut too. MAHRA spoke to him before he could. Interesting story. Your skill with a lightsaber is likewise. He hesitated briefly before he said with rare reluctance, I will consider your offer to help Syria overnight. I can't give you an answer in the morning. Fair enough. I'll be waiting. And I'll still be sleeping, yawned JAINA. With a chuckle, Crunley wished them a good night, but added, we thank you for sharing your abilities with us. MAHRA only nodded as the spirit leader walked away. Along the way back in Trogan's speeder, MAHRA and JAINA were too tired to speak. Trogan dropped them off with his obligatory good night. They each entered their hut and prepared for bed. After they both were lying under the covers in the dark, JAINA uttered, well, that was fun. Admit it, Aunt MAHRA, you had fun. I admit nothing. Come on, the team prodded. It was fulfilling. Guess that's the best answer I'll get from you tonight. JAINA rolled over to face her aunt in the opposite bed. Then again, you could still be thinking about that woman who was breastfeeding her baby just before Crunley started his story. MAHRA tried to sound innocent. Why would I be interested in her? Because as soon as I noticed you watching her, I felt an immense feeling of doubt coming from you. MAHRA again tried to sound nonchalant but failed. Why would I feel doubt? MAHRA, you are talking to both a Solo and a Skywalker here. You can't stop the drama. Haven't you and Luke thought about a baby? MAHRA snickered. A child? With our schedules. Can't see it happening. JAINA gave a knowing smile. That's not why you have doubt. She sat up to state emphatically, you will be a great mother, MAHRA Jade. MAHRA strained to ask, how would you know? I can't just tell. JAINA sighed and added, you know, I love my Uncle Luke. I enjoy his lessons and how he trains us. but I think he relies on the Force too much. Tell me about it. He doesn't listen to people or watch their actions to understand them. He just uses the Force to read people. The Force can tell you things about someone, but not everything. That's why I think it took so long for you two to get together. When did you get so introspective? Again, that recipe is 1 part Solo, 1 part Skywalker. Stirred and simmered for 15 years. And other ingredients that made you grow up fast. MAHRA hesitated before saying, as far as bringing another being into the galaxy, Luke and we have talked about it. We're just not ready yet. Let's leave it at that for now. JAINA silently obliged and sank back deep into her pillow. She was almost asleep when she blurted, "What did you think of the myth of Agharta?" Typical backstory for creating a goddess, MAHRA mumbled. There were too many details missing for me. Most myths don't have details. Over several thousand years, details get diluted. Maybe. Still, how did the GURLANINS know her true name? I know they're telepathic, but I thought it was only with their own kind. And why did she tell the settlers to call her MAHRA? And why? Why is it that you're not asleep by now? We'll talk about it in the morning. After a moment of silence, JAINA muttered, "See, you already have motherly instincts. If you don't want a motherly whipping, I suggest you go to sleep now." Yes, mother? Chapter 6. Memories and Dreams. QIILURA, MAHRA Compound, Day 2. It sounded strange, but it was silence that actually awoke her. JAINA sat up slowly in her bed and into the darkness. She figured she hadn't been asleep long given QIILURA's short night cycle. She glanced over at the lump of covers in the cot opposite her own. MAHRA was sleeping soundly. Sound. That was what awoke her. Or rather, the lack of sound. At the beach earlier that night, there were numerous underlying sounds of nature surrounding her. At that moment, sitting awake in her bed, there was no sound. There was no indication of any other living being outside of their hut. The air inside the hut also felt contrived. Her mouth was dry. She lifted her legs from under the covers and swung them over to the side of the cot and onto the permacrete floor. The sudden chill from contact to the cold floor sent waves through her nerves that shot up all the way to her shoulders. It was a coldness on her feet that felt like water. JAINA slowly lifted herself up from the cot to head towards the refresher. She looked into the reflector and ignored the untangled chaos of dark hair courtesy of tossing and turning on her pillow. She reached down to turn on the water. She cupped her hand into the stream and felt the sting of cool as the water cascaded over her fingers. She bent down to sip from her natural cup. She took a few gulps to quench her thirst. She stopped and shut the water off before she reached for a nearby towel to dry her hands. She stretched up again and looked back into the reflector. There were too many images to flood her mind, coming at her at breakneck speed. Symbols, crowds of beasts hungrily surrounding her, covering her with fire, earth swallowing her whole. Nowhere to go, trapped, destined for death. The beasts were grunting in unison. The sacrifice was almost over. The blood was already spilled. "Help me." Her eyes sunk beneath her skull. The sheer whiteness of her gown clashed with the cracking gray of her rotting flesh. Her stare bored deep into her soul. Her lips parted just enough to let air through dead space. She stood there, waiting. There was a sharp feeling of... JAINA jerked up and screamed. She found herself back in her bed. There was now bright light coming from the small window atop the entrance of the hut. She could hear the sounds of the morning from members of the MAHRA and birds singing. She glanced over at the opposite cot to find it empty. The covers were folded back unceremoniously. She turned toward the refresher and cried out, "MAHRA." No answer. JAINA turned around to pull her feet to the floor. A sense of familiarity washed over her. She had done this same action at some point during the night. Or had she? She remembered intense images. One was recently familiar. There was a girl in the reflector. Was she crying for help? The details were fading fast. Was the Force sending her a vision? It didn't feel like the Force. JAINA still strained to remember when. Morning, sunshine. JAINA jumped at the voice to her right. Whoa, that must have been a deep sleep. JAINA saw her aunt at the entrance fully dressed. MAHRA. Sounds like you really missed me. What have you done with the real JAINA Solo? Anything wrong? No. You just startled me. I'll say. Where did you go? Krun-Lee came at me early this morning to summon me into his office. Trogan came and escorted me there. Krun-Lee has agreed for me to try and help Syria reign. Only on his terms, however. What's that mean? He has to supervise as well as Kroga and Trogan. There goes their trust of us. You get the feeling that they're afraid of what Syria will say to us. Or more afraid of what she doesn't say. MAHRA stopped to watch JAINA slowly get up and hesitate toward the refresher. So, what's with you sleeping in so late? Can I enjoy something I haven't been able to do since I was a toddler? JAINA tried to mask the bewilderment of heading to the refresher again. As she had discovered over the years, it was hard to hide much from MAHRA Jade. It just seems so out of character for you. You're sure there's nothing wrong? Instead of giving her aunt a pat answer to end the conversation, JAINA admitted, I woke up from a dream, I think. Oh, must have been a bad one. I'm not sure. The details are going away fast. But the images I saw, they were creepy. MAHRA sat on the edge of her cot as JAINA stood at the doorway to the refresher. Could you elaborate on creepy? That's all I can say about them now. I can't even describe them anymore. I tried recalling the details through the Force, but I can't. I do know it has something to do with that sense of helplessness I felt when we first got here. A feeling I haven't sensed yet. MAHRA considered first before asking, do you think it was a Force vision? I don't think so. I've had visions before, and this wasn't like that. It was more like a nightmare. But it felt so real. She paused and asked, do you remember our first night when the power went out? MAHRA nodded. I thought I saw something in the woods right before I got back into the transport. What? That's just it. I can't remember. Something very white, almost blinding white. Was it the same thing in your dream? I think so. Maybe they're connected. JAINA, don't confuse a dream with reality. You saw that vision, dream, or whatever it was when you were fast asleep. You were very much awake the other night on the transport. I can't explain it. I don't know what I saw, Aunt MAHRA. I can't remember any of it now. It's gone. But do you remember how you felt, even if it wasn't a Force vision? For a long time, MAHRA thought JAINA wouldn't answer. Her niece finally replied reluctantly, I felt cold. Having no words to react to, MAHRA simply nodded and suggested, just be mindful if it comes again. Now, let's get going, sleepyhead. We have to meet Krun-Lee soon. JAINA got herself ready in double time. She then followed MAHRA to the converted Star Destroyer's mess hall, where Krun-Lee's office was. Some members of the MAHRA laid out a small breakfast table of fruits and muffins. As she passed it by, JAINA grabbed a Sunberry muffin and ate quickly while still following MAHRA down the hallway. Once they reached to a point on their left about a third of the way down the hall, they saw Trogan at an entrance door waiting. Upon seeing them approach, he started to key a lock code into the door console and simply said, Krun-Lee and Kroga are waiting inside. The double doors slid open and they entered. It was a room that was rectangular in shape with the entrance at the longer side. MAHRA immediately recognized it as a former storage facility on an existing Star Destroyer. There was a window that was cut out homemade, and it allowed the sunlight through. The room had been converted into a quaint office. There were no decorations or holographs of loved ones scattered about. Krun-Lee sat behind a long desk that was situated in line with the entrance door on the opposite wall. MAHRA looked to her right to see at the long end sat two figures facing each other. Kroga and a grown woman in her late 20s were sitting opposite one another. The woman's dark chestnut brown hair hung down straight with no sense of fashion. Her face and dress were very clean. Too clean. The woman had been spruced up for her visit with the JEDI. MAHRA only hoped that whatever secrets she could get from this woman were not as cleansed. Krun-Lee saw them enter and acknowledged them as he got up from his desk chair. MAHRA Jade and JAINA. We've been waiting. You are rather late. He tried not to add any indignation in his voice, but MAHRA detected it anyway. The best way to counteract it was with humor. Blame the oversleeping teenager. Jaina did give her a sour look, but Crumley chuckled, releasing the tension. Say no more. Now, first thing, Trogan, lock the door, please. Thank you. He reached outside of his desk to stand toe-to-toe in front of MAHRA. Now, Syria has been prepared for your treatment. As much as we can tell anyway. Like I said last night, you may not be able to tell what she says. We've had professional doctors examine her with no results. MAHRA said, no offense, Crumley, but I was a former employee of the galaxy's craziest madman. I'll just need for you to stand by. Crumley hastily added, before we begin, I wish to discuss our condition to this interview. MAHRA raised a red gold eyebrow, but she was expecting this. Which is, whatever information that Syria reveals must go no further than this room. Nothing that she says should be repeated to any other MAHRA member. Jaina noted, you're afraid of her. That's why you had her separated from everyone else. Crumley grunted, Syria was secluded for her own safety and for the MAHRA protection. She is too unpredictable for her to be around others. And we are not afraid, child. There are nights when the beasts are silent and only the moon howls. He turned to MAHRA. Now, I assume you do not have any problems with my condition. You assume all right, but I have a condition of my own. Before I use the Force to dig into someone's thoughts, I usually like to know all I can about them first. I only know through Jaina that Syria's parents died in one of your raids on the Empire. I see, said Crumley. I trust you did your research on us. Naturally, MAHRA replied. Crumley gave a small chuckle. You wouldn't be MAHRA Jade if you hadn't. Do you remember details on the MAHRA raid on Bastion? MAHRA scoffed. I was part of the garrison who captured a few of them. Then you must remember the names Narita and Jody Rain. It took MAHRA only seconds to access her rather large memory banks and remember those names. She gasped under her breath, Sith Spawn. I knew that name sounded familiar. Crumley said sadly, if you remember their names, then you remember their fates. They were captured and killed by the Empire. MAHRA breathed in slowly, and then let it out even more slowly. A part of her past came out with her breath. They weren't just killed. They were tortured first. By the Emperor himself. Crumley looked puzzled. But we received word directly from the survivors. MAHRA nodded. Let me guess. You never heard from the rest of the survivors either. Well, yes. We lost contact with them. We assumed they went underground. There were no survivors, Crumley. The Emperor sent that message himself both to twist the pain further and to hope that you would come to rescue the survivors. It was one of the Emperor's favorite tactics against his enemies. Trogan stepped in and spat, and you knew this before you came here. I knew who was involved. I didn't know the details. Truthfully, I didn't want to. Trogan kept on. You sent her parents to their deaths, and now you're questioning our peaceful ways. Quite a double standard. MAHRA shot back. The Empire is a part of my past. It's not who I am now, if it ever was. Crumley said with ease, but she is here now, Trogan, to help Syria. I'd say that's quite an atonement. Now, Trogan, the MAHRA are not ones to speak about the past. I assure you, MAHRA, we do understand. As to the Bastion raid, we were ill-equipped to take on such a force. We are not proud of our actions of that time. It was months after the raid when we received a cryptic message that Syria's parents and others had died. We didn't question the validity of the message. We assumed the senders were survivors themselves and escaped. MAHRA tried to get back on the subject at hand. How did Syria take the news? She asked, almost knowing the answer. Crumley breathed in and said, not well, obviously. She was only 7 years of age then. She could not accept it. We tried to console her, as we did others in the MAHRA. She was the only child whose parents had perished. The other victims had no family. The Rains were very headstrong. What did Syria do after that? Interrupted MAHRA, sensing Crumley's evasive answers. She ran away. She was missing for quite some time. She went deep into the woods outside the compound. We assumed the worst. A GURLANIN or some other beast had attacked her. The spirit leader at the time had declared her lost. Then, one day over a month later, she was found. She was conscious, but she only spoke in gibberish. How and where was she found? MAHRA questioned. One of our members then was an excellent fisherman. He found her in a small boat lying unconscious. She had been on Necro Island. Which is forbidden, MAHRA verified. Yes? What made her go there? I don't know. MAHRA smiled confidently. Why don't we find out? Before Crunley could stall any further, MAHRA made a beeline towards Kroga and the young woman with JAINA trailing behind. Seeing her approach, Kroga sat up from his chair after he leaned into Syria Rain and said in a tone more suitable for 7-year-old, "Now MAHRA, Jade is going to speak to you now. You remember I told you that she is going to ask you some questions." The woman stared blankly into an unspecified area. MAHRA noticed her eyes were not focused on any one thing. As Kroga moved away, MAHRA took his seat. She was about to introduce herself, but Syria spoke first. "The red gem glows. Shiny new coin." MAHRA actually looked surprised enough for JAINA to ask, "Aunt MAHRA." MAHRA explained as if she were in a dream state, "Palpatine used to call me his red gem when I was very young." How would Syria know that? I'm not sure she does. What do you sense from Syria, JAINA? JAINA took a small amount of time to concentrate in the Force and finally said, "I can't. At least, I can't narrow it down. There's too many emotions going on at once." Exactly. It's like tuning in on an overused channel on a comlink. She can't filter them all out. MAHRA paused and said, "Luke told me that he once visited the mental ward at Republic General, and this was how the patients there felt in the Force." "What does that mean?" asked Crunley. MAHRA answered, "Syria experienced a psychosis of some kind." Trogan offered, "Like the deaths of her parents." "Possibly. For over 20 years. Asked Crunley. MAHRA admitted, "That does sound improbable. The fact remains that not only can she not control all of her emotions, she can't be rid of them either." Trogan incredulously asked, "How can too many emotions make her crazy?" JAINA answered, "The mind simply can't take all of them at once." Crunley let out a breath that almost sounded like relief. "So you're not able to help her?" MAHRA sneered, "I never said that. I think I can slow her thoughts down." JAINA was the one who asked how. "Luke showed me how to do a Jedi trance. I wonder if that could work on another." "A Jedi trance placed on a non-Jedi?" asked JAINA. "I don't know, Aunt MAHRA. That could be dangerous." "Only if I went in too deep. All I would be doing is sorting out her emotions on the surface." Kroga asked with a tinge of admiration, "You can do that?" MAHRA shrugged. "In theory." Syria suddenly burst out with, "Talk is a fried egg. No longer there. Needs escape." Crunley stated grimly, "I think perhaps that even theories could work better than what we've tried before." MAHRA leaned into Syria and said in a smooth, gentle voice, "Hello, Syria. I am MAHRA Jade. I'm here to help you. We want to find out what happened to you. I'm going to put you to sleep so you can remember what happened on Necro Island." Syria first stated blankly, "Necro." Then her face suddenly distorted into a look of horror before she squirmed in her seat and screamed, "No. Don't want to go back. Under the fire and below the soil. She stays inside. Not invited to the party." Trogan bluntly offered, "I'll hold her down." "No." MAHRA snapped. "This woman has experienced enough violence. By isolating her from everyone, you left her alone with all of her thoughts and fears. She couldn't face them when she was 7, and she still can't 20 years later. Let me handle this, Trogan." Trogan backed away and replied, "Suit yourself." MAHRA turned back at Syria, who was now calming herself down. A good sign, thought MAHRA, though the young woman was rocking back and forth in her chair and chanting, "Can't speak. Can't speak." Crunley grunted, "I think that will be enough for today." MAHRA objected, "I haven't put her in the trance yet. There's obviously something she's afraid of, and it's deep inside her subconscious. She has to be at ease before she can let go of that fear." JAINA uttered, "I feel like I'm back at the academy. You sounded just like Unc." "Not now, JAINA." MAHRA focused on Syria and said her soft voice, "Syria, I'm going to put you in a deep sleep. You will only hear my voice and will answer my questions truthfully as best you can. You will be asleep until I awake you. When I say the phrase, red gem, You will wake up refreshed with less on your mind. MAHRA added under her breath, hopefully. She then asked her, do you understand? Instead of answering her directly, Syria started speaking and sing-song. I'll dissolve when the rain pours in, when the nightmares take me. I will scream with the howling wind, cause this a bitter world, and I'd rather dream. Trogan sighed and mumbled, and we have more nonsense. JAINA gave him a sideways glance and said, you're an idiot. Syria just recited Lonely Lullaby. It's a famous bedtime song on Coruscant. 3PO sung it to Jason and I on many nights. Syria is saying she understands that she's going to sleep. Then why doesn't she say that? Trogan retorted. MAHRA answered, that's the only way she can speak right now. She has to clear her mind. Now I need for everyone to stay quiet. I need concentration for doing this. She turned back to Syria, who had already closed her eyes. It was almost as if the woman was anticipating her sleep. MAHRA closed her own eyes and opened herself to the Force. She focused on inducing a Jedi trance, but instead of projecting it inward towards herself, she transferred it into Syria. Using the Force, MAHRA set up the release phrase, Red Gem. Once MAHRA was inside Syria's thoughts, there were many different emotions to wade through. Fear, confusion, remorse, and regret were among them. When MAHRA reached deeper just above the surface of her subconscious, she hit a wall of helplessness and pain. JAINA's claim was now justified. As MAHRA cleared away a path for Syria to think straighter, there was a small hint of the Force within Syria. Could she have Force potential? The feeling was distant but still present. MAHRA had wondered, as JAINA had, how Syria could know to call her Red Gem. Could she have gleaned that from MAHRA's mind? In the state that Syria was in now, MAHRA figured she wouldn't be able to tell. MAHRA opened her eyes as Syria kept her shut. MAHRA was still open to Force, and Syria was deep in the Jedi trance. But could Syria respond as MAHRA asked? MAHRA spoke to her softly. Syria, can you hear me? Yes, answered the woman. How do you feel? Syria gave a hint of a smile and replied, calm. Excellent. Now, I'm going to ask you some questions. Do you remember how I told you to answer them? Truthfully as best I can. Crunley spoke in wonder. She speaks normal now. Did you do this? MAHRA quickly gave him a shushing gesture as she continued with Syria. Very good. Now, let's start small. What is the last thing you remember? For a moment, they all thought Syria wouldn't answer. She finally said, playing with my brush. Immediately, Trogan scoffed. A brush. Guess she's back to nonsense again. MAHRA twirled in her seat again and whispered hard, shut up. If she hears any other voice but mine, it may confuse her. Let me be the only one to speak. Trogan kept quiet as MAHRA turned back to Syria. You remember a brush, Syria? Yes, it was my mother's. It had her hair in it. They took it away. MAHRA questioned, took it away. Crunley cut in. We had all of the Rain's belongings collected and kept in storage. MAHRA spun around to snap. I told you not to speak. This time, Syria interrupted, still with her eyes closed. I can't hear everyone else, MAHRA Jade, but I listen only to you. MAHRA glanced back at the woman in admiration. This was not the same person before she was put in a Jedi trance. And at least, part of that was MAHRA's accomplishment. MAHRA continued carefully. You must miss your parents. Every day. Were you depressed after you heard that they died? Oh, yes. Can you tell us what you did after you heard that they died? I was very confused. I didn't know what to do or how to feel. Everyone came up to me and said they were sorry. Everyone said they were sorry. I didn't know why. I had to get away. Where did you go? Into the woods. I ran and ran until I couldn't anymore. I had no one. My mommy and daddy were dead. I was all alone. When I couldn't run anymore, I found a lake and a boat. I rowed to an island. Necro Island. Yes, but you knew it was forbidden. Yes, but it didn't matter. There was no one else to tell me what to do. It was the last place anyone would look. What did you do there? At first, I was alone. Then I met her. Her? MAHRA questioned. Even though her eyes were closed, Her voice emitted a sense of joy. Yes, I found a friend there. She was living there. That's impossible, cried Kron-Lee. No, demanded Syria. She had been living there too. Her parents died like mine. She helped me. We played together. We played hide and seek and crosstops. She taught me how to hunt for food. We slept under the stars. It was perfect. Suddenly, Syria frowned, making her look more like a grown woman. MAHRA caught the change in her mood and said, and then it wasn't perfect anymore. Right, Syria? Yes, the woman's voice cracked. Everything was fine until she showed me that place. What place? A place on the island. It was very creepy and evil. She said that we can live there forever. I didn't like that. You refused her. Syria nodded. That's when she got mean. She wouldn't let me sleep. She would call out to me in the middle of the night. When I tried to hunt for food, she would scare the animals away. She wouldn't leave me alone. I had to get away from her. That's when you escaped the island on the boat. Yes? Is your friend still on the island after all these years? No. Where's she? She followed me. You mean she's in the compound? No. She followed me in my mind. Through her own confusion of Syria's statement, MAHRA could feel relief from the men hearing the same. To them, Syria's friend on the island was made up. Though she couldn't prove it yet, MAHRA wasn't so sure. Something did happen to this woman 20 years ago. Her description of her mysterious friend was too vivid and sincere to be imaginary. MAHRA decided to ask, is she still inside your mind? It took a moment for Syria to answer, almost as if she were trying to detect the presence of her friend. Another forced trait. She finally replied, no. She was before. Now she has gone to another who will help her. What does that mean? I don't know. She didn't tell me. After MAHRA gave an amused grin, Kron-Lee ejected. This is useless. She is obviously speaking about an imaginary friend. Syria replied, everything I imagine is real. JAINA expressed, and I believe Syria is more intelligent than you imagine. Kroga ignored JAINA's observation to say, I'd like to know more about this place on Necro Island that she spoke of. Like the spirit leader said, it's been uninhabited for generations. MAHRA asked Syria, can you describe the place where your friend showed you? Syria tensed and said, no, I can't. Syria, it may be important. Syria closed her eyes shut and twisted her head from side to side. No, I can't. Please don't make me. MAHRA phrased the question more delicately. What did you see there? Remember, as truthfully as you can. Syria started sobbing through her shut eyelids and spoke in broken sentences. Bones, ash, fire, death. She then screamed, don't make me remember. I don't want to sleep anymore. Need to wake up. MAHRA, JAINA uttered. All right, Syria. Calm down. We won't talk about that place anymore. I'm going to say the phrase that will wake you up. Are you ready? Yes. The woman let out more calmly. MAHRA then said the phrase, red gem. Syria's head fell to one side, but her eyes were still closed. Unconscious. Trogan looked too amused. She still looks asleep to me? MAHRA said. The memory of whatever she saw on that island took a lot out of her. Kron-Lee said with a tone of satisfaction, if you truly heard her, what she described was inside her mind. It could all have been a dream. None of it was real. I agree, said Kroga. JAINA said, I'm not so sure. Kron-Lee jabbed a look at JAINA. How could you know? You didn't put her in a trance. JAINA said, no, but I could feel her emotions through the force. They were too strong for them to be made up. That would be my assessment too, said MAHRA. Imagination can go far, but it rarely creates a terror so horrible that you can't talk about it. Kroga suggested, perhaps it was from the death of her parents. That was traumatic. Yes, MAHRA admitted. But so could leaving her in seclusion for 20 years. Before Kron-Lee could counter MAHRA's remark, they were interrupted by another voice. MAHRA Jade, Syria muttered weakly. They all turned to see Syria raise her head and open her eyes. MAHRA could not put her finger on it, but the woman's face seemed different than it was before the trance. It seemed more aware. Her eyes were focused instead of wandering without reason. The woman spoke. She's gone. I can't believe it. MAHRA Jade, you did it. I'm free. She spoke with a distinct Coruscandy accent and with much more confidence. MAHRA asked her, how do you feel, Syria? I feel great. Released. And I have you to thank for it. She suddenly lurched from her seat to wrap her arms around MAHRA's torso. Oh, thank you. Thank you. MAHRA Jade never could handle sudden affection outside of a certain Jedi master. She awkwardly patted Syria on the back and parted from her. You're welcome, Syria. But it was you who did all the work. I only cleared your thoughts. Syria looked at the rest of the people in the room, and her eyes brightened at the sight of Krun Li. Oh, spirit leader, you took care of me all of these years. Thank you as well. Krun Li grinned wide with his white teeth shining against his dark skin. It is my honor and my pleasure, my child. Your parents were very special to us. Syria's smile faded as she replied, they were to me, too. As are all the MAHRA members. They came to me in grief, and I shut them out and ran away. Kroga said, it was understandable, child. You were very young. She nodded and then formed another grin. You know what I am now? Hungry. Those grains you fed me every day were not enough. Kroga chuckled and said, there is plenty of food out in the main hall. Perfect. See you in a bit, Syria said, and disappeared out of the room. It was Trogan who admitted, as I live and breathe, the Jedi do perform miracles. You actually made Syria reign sane again. MAHRA stated, as I said, she did all the work. I only cleared her thoughts and emotions. MAHRA paused and added, but this isn't over yet. Krun Li asked, what do you mean? You said you would help Syria, and you did. Which brought on more questions. Oh, like her mystery friend on Necro Island. I think we can all agree that she was a figment of her imagination. It was all in her head. Hardly enough to call for an investigation. Isn't it? MAHRA replied. You seem very certain that nothing could have happened there. Nothing did? Then why is it abandoned? Surely there has to be a good enough reason that no one can set foot on it. Krun Li frowned. That is irrelevant. Then you won't mind if Jaina and I conduct our own investigation. Kroga questioned, for what purpose? MAHRA shrugged. Simply to see what made Syria crazy. She made herself crazy, insisted Krun Li. You heard her. The pressure of everyone trying to console her made her run away. MAHRA Jade was just as persistent. That was confusion combined with grief. Something on that island made her crazy. Krun Li folded his arms across his chest. I can assure you that was not the case. MAHRA stated, I can tell that what we see and what we feel are two different things. Krun Li said just as emphatically, but that difference is not important enough for an investigation. Pardon me if I am too blunt, but it is none of your business. Yes, it is, Jaina said. They all turned to her and Krun Li said to her, young lady, I don't see how. And if you don't mind, this discussion is for adults. You are a child, Jaina burst out. A child who used the Force on that picture yesterday morning. A child who can handle a lightsaber duel with an experienced Jedi Knight. I am a child, spirit leader, who knows our purpose here. It's to determine if the MAHRA are members of a peaceful society or a group of violent pirates that the galaxy sees them as. It seems to me that from Syria's description, something very violent happened on that island. An investigation could clear that up. Young lady, you cannot force us to allow your investigation, Krun Li stated with too much pride. Jaina stepped forward in front of Krun Li. No, but you can't force us to sign your way into the New Republic. Krun Li was taken aback by her veiled threat while MAHRA Jade smiled proudly. He said, bewildered, that's blackmail, young lady. Call it what you like. I prefer to call it a negotiation. Trogan took that time to quip, you may want to drop the young wood lady on this woman, Krun Li. Before anyone could respond, the door slid open and Syria waltzed inside with the Sunberry muffin half-eaten in her hand. She chimed, oh, these muffins are delicious. Gardy would have loved these. She stopped when she noticed their solemn faces. What's wrong? MAHRA asked what was on everyone's mind. Who is Gardy? Syria smiled and replied, "Oh, Gardy was my friend on the island." JAINA asked, "Was that short for a longer name?" Syria shrugged. "I guess. I don't remember." MAHRA stated, "Agharta." Syria cheered, "Yes, that was it." If it were possible, the shock inside the room doubled. MAHRA came up to QIILURA and stated, "We are going to Necro Island now." Agarda Chapter 7. Necro Island. The spirit leader of the MAHRA watched as Trogan escorted MAHRA Jade and JAINA Solo out of his office and into the dark hallway. They had just agreed to meet Trogan and himself in 30 standard minutes for their excursion to Necro Island. All because of Syria Rain's claim that she befriended a girl named Agharta on Necro Island over 20 standard years ago. It had been known that Syria had not been in her right mind ever since she was found after a month on the island. She had only been 7 years of age back then. MAHRA Jade used the Force to enter Syria's mind. QIILURA could not have believed it if he hadn't seen it. MAHRA managed to clear Syria's head and bring her back to sanity. Word had quickly spread throughout the MAHRA compound that Syria was healed. There were already several members willing to take the young woman and to take care of her. Over the years, QIILURA tried to separate Syria from the rest of the members. It almost seemed like the members were now making up for years of neglect. Before she was released to be taken care of, QIILURA and himself emphasized to Syria that she should keep the knowledge of her friend's identity to herself. She understood and didn't seem to mind. Amidst the joy of the newly healed woman, QIILURA had many other new worries going through his head. The majority of their source had just disappeared through his office doors with Trogan. QIILURA came up beside QIILURA and instinctively waited to utter, "I know what you're thinking. Do you now?" "Naturally. We've been together too long for me not to tell." QIILURA nodded in agreement and paused before absently saying, "I believe we have made a mistake with inviting the Jedi here." "Nonsense, QIILURA. 50 years ago inviting the Jedi would have worked. They were so much more into their rules back then. It's a different council now. They're more reckless, it seems. And persistent." QIILURA gave a knowing smile. MAHRA Jade is not a typical Jedi. She was once a personal employee of the Emperor himself. The New Republic chose their representative well, then? Maybe they are not as reckless as you think. After a small space of time, QIILURA asked, "Do you think she will find the truth on Necro?" "Perhaps. The truth can be manipulated to our advantage." "You don't believe she has sensed the truth through her Force?" "She has given no indications as of yet. Neither has her apprentice. Yet, their Force powers are more formidable than I thought. The Jedi powers are such a mystery. We only have knowledge of it through what we could scrounge from the HoloNet. Still, we should pray that MAHRA Jade's investigative skills are not equal to her Jedi abilities." QIILURA softly chuckled and turned slightly towards QIILURA. "You obviously haven't read her file in detail. She was an expert assassin and interrogator under the training of Palpatine himself. She could break a droid into giving up secrets." QIILURA nodded. "With those skills on top of her Jedi abilities, she would be a powerful ally. Or a dangerous enemy." After a moment of thought, QIILURA shook his head. "No, I can't see that. I would be more worried about the Solo daughter, given the reputation of her infamous father. I would be more concerned with the traits that she inherited from her mother." QIILURA let out a long breath. "So, are we simply allowing the Jedi to waltz in here and expose us to our own secrets? When they get to Necro, they will be close." "I have already thought of that." "I see. Have you also thought of the prophecy?" QIILURA turned abruptly to QIILURA and scowled. "That has no bearing in this situation." QIILURA leaned closer to the spirit leader and uttered, "Does it not? Syria Rain has claimed to have seen and spoken to Agarda. As it is written, only the spirit leader can do so. Anyone else who claims it shall be." "I know the prophecy, QIILURA. My point is that I do not believe Syria has seen, nor heard our almighty Agarda, despite what the Jedi feel." "She did see something there on the island, QIILURA. Her reaction from just mentioning Necro was too sincere to be false. What happened there is deep in the past. It cannot be what you think. Besides, the human mind can sometimes play tricks on his body, especially when it's in grief." Yes. and we would know all about the human mind. Is it that knowledge that makes you believe that whatever Syria Rain saw on that island was entirely in her imagination? Perhaps not all. We both know what terrors used to occur on that island. It could very well be that what she saw there explains her mental state for the past several years. Kroger frowned and put his hand to his lips. Be that as it may, I am still afraid that she will reveal what she saw to the other MAHRA members. Crunley nodded in confidence. If she does, her years of insanity would play as our advantage. At this point, who would believe her? And if someone does believe her? Crunley breathed deeply and said, then we shall find other means to eliminate the problem. He turned to Kroger at eye level and reiterated, you do understand? Kroger answered hoarsely, yes, I do. Unbeknownst to them, another figure beyond the office door also heard them and understood. 30 standard minutes later, en route to Necro Island. MAHRA Jade had been on a number of water skiffs in her lifetime. She had even piloted a few here and there on occasion. None of them had been known for speed. The water skiff they were on now was slower than a running bantha. She tried to place the age of the craft as somewhere around the Clone Wars. It seated 6, yet there was only 4 of them. JAINA and herself were seated in the front section in individual bucket chairs. A low partition separated them from the rear section of seats, which was where Crunley sat beside an empty chair. He had instructed Kroger to be in charge of the MAHRA compound until his return. The last seat was for the pilot, and Trogan supplied that position. Their destination was Necro Island. MAHRA's hope was to discover the mystery of Syria Rain's phantom friend, and if she was indeed a phantom. MAHRA did not need the Force to see Crunley's resentment about leading them to the island. To him, Syria had been cured of her insanity, and it should be left at that. MAHRA didn't know what to expect to find on the island. MAHRA knew that there was more to Syria's friend than even Syria knew. MAHRA also relied on the fact that she did feel a glimmer of the Force within Syria at first. And then, nothing. It was enough for MAHRA to begin an investigation. And when MAHRA Jade began an investigation, she saw it through to the end. As she had been trained a generation ago, MAHRA was compelled to examine all angles of an investigation to find its answers. It was the same kind of drive that led Luke to end his initial training with Yoda on Dagobah to save his friends. Passion. Luke's passion for his friends nearly killed him. Vader relied on that passion to lure Luke to him. Her passion was to complete every mission that was given to her. She had only failed once. Ironically, it was the mission that involved assassinating her future husband. She cringed every time she thought about what she would have done if she had succeeded. She was positive that Luke had similar regrets if he had not succumbed to his passion on Dagobah and completed his training. Neither one of them could ever know of their speculated fates. Nevertheless, both of them had their own passions that kept them going forward and made them strong each in their own way. It was only one of the things that she had in common with her husband. JAINA interrupted MAHRA's thoughts by remarking, more water. Just what I needed after my time on Mon Calamari. She had to nearly shout over the sound of the skiff's repulsor engines. MAHRA sensed her niece's sarcasm and replied, I thought you had fun on your vacation there. JAINA scoffed. It's what happened before my vacation on Mon Calamari that leaves a bad taste in my mouth. MAHRA slowly shook her head. You must not dwell on past failures. Wait, from my understanding, you did very well with the bell jumper cyborg pilot. JAINA sighed heavily. Failure or success, it's all still a huge weight, especially with what I had to go through with Jagged and the Shadow Academy before that. It's all just so tiring, even for someone my age. JAINA's aunt took her hand and ran it gently through the Solo daughter's long dark hair. I know, she said in a low voice, but that's what made you a Jedi Knight. That, itself, should make you feel proud. If it makes you feel any better, you made Jedi Knight at an earlier age than I did. I was commanding drills for Stormtrooper squadrons at 15. JAINA uttered just loud enough for MAHRA to hear. We seem to have both skipped our kid phase. I don't know. You still have more kid in you than you think. And so do I. I wouldn't be married to the biggest kid in the galaxy if I wasn't. JAINA chuckled and said, the truth is that this time here at the MAHRA compound feels more like a vacation. MAHRA grunted. You may change your mind when we get to Necro Island. What exactly are we expecting to find there? Whatever made Syria rain mad with fear. You heard her description. Yes, I heard it. I didn't feel it. What do you mean? JAINA paused and asked, did you see a vision through the Force when you put Syria in a Jedi trance? Not exactly. I did feel a sense of the Force within her at the beginning. JAINA exclaimed, so did I, but then it disappeared. After she woke up. Yes, I noticed that too. JAINA remembered. When she said that she was gone, JAINA hesitantly asked, MAHRA, are you considering that Syria's friend could be the actual Agharta? MAHRA stated almost too stoically, I consider every angle until I can prove them wrong. Yeah, but in this case, that would mean proving Agarda is a Force go. Don't say it. I know how it looks. Let's keep that theory to ourselves for now. Something tells me Crunley would laugh us off this planet if we suggest that idea. I agree, said JAINA. She allowed a space of time to let the wind blow her hair back before she brightened. At least there's one comforting thought. Agarda is no Sith Lord. Several minutes later, they could finally see the edge of a shoreline consisting of several trees lined up against the water. At first, they didn't know where they were to land. Trogan circled almost the entire length of the island. It almost seemed that the trees were the island's own protection. Finally, a clearing presented itself in the form of a shore made of dark gray sand and rock. Trogan edged along the shoreline before setting the skiff onto the flat surface. He shut off the repulsors, and each of them stepped out of the skiff and into the soft sand. MAHRA dropped her foot into the moist ground, thankful that she wore her high boots that morning. JAINA followed her, but MAHRA paid more attention in scanning the new terrain. The small clearing of sand ended merely a few meters away from the waterline. Bordering it were several tall trees and plants, creating almost a wall of green before them. There wasn't much else. Crunley made to emphasize the point. I don't know what you expected to find. As I said, there is nothing here. MAHRA tilted her head to listen before she stated, you don't know how right you are. JAINA, do you sense anything in the Force? JAINA took a moment to fully open herself in the Force before she replied with confused interest, no. Other than us, there's nothing. I don't have my brother's sense for animals, but I can't even feel any of them either. Exactly, MAHRA agreed. No evidence of birds or beasts. Crunley scoffed. That doesn't prove a thing. MAHRA walked more inland as she replied, it proves that something here scared even the animals off. How long has it been since anyone's been on this island? Other than Syria 2 decades ago. Crunley shrugged and answered, must be several thousands of years. Any ideas on why that is? As I said, MAHRA, there is nothing here. Crunley sounded more smug than usual. Knowing he didn't answer her question, MAHRA pressed again. If there's nothing here, then why is the island forbidden to enter? Crunley stiffened. That is on a need-to-know basis. MAHRA grinned slyly and looked directly at him. Well, guess what? The members of the New Republic need to know. She waited a beat as she still stared at him. Do you have the specs on the island? Crunley almost smiled. I do not. MAHRA stated, I wasn't speaking to you. JAINA, do you have it yet? Almost, she said as she held a datapad parallel to the ground. Suddenly, a red holographic outline of the island projected itself over the datapad screen. It rotated as JAINA fiddled with the controls to zoom in on the image. Got it. Crunley came closer to the image with surprise and cried, where did you get that? JAINA answered, from the Jade Saber. We scanned the entire planet on our approach the other day. I just focused in on Necro Island with the detailed image and geographical stats. MAHRA cut in, and speaking of that data, it's coming. And I thought my dad was impatient. Soon, JAINA started quoting numbers off the screen. Here it is. Roughly 300 kilos wide and 1,000 long. The terrain is a mix of dense quartz and rich soil surrounding the entire island. Oh, this is strange. What? There is a specific concentration of grappa dead center of the island. MAHRA recalled her memory of geology. Grappa. Isn't that volcanic? Yeah, it's what's formed after molten lava is cooled under the surface. It hardens into a black rock over time. Crunley added, "There is a fault line that extends across Necro." MAHRA nodded. "Yes, Trogan here mentioned it the other night." "Ah, yes. Your mysterious power outage. Trogan informed me of that." MAHRA asked JAINA, "Can you lock down a direction?" JAINA read off the datapad and announced, "Yeah. Quickest route is northeast. About 2 clicks from here." Crunley stepped in to say, "I really think you are wasting your time here." MAHRA replied, "That's for us to decide. Now let's get go." "Hey," Trogan shouted from further inland among the trees. "You have to see this." MAHRA and JAINA came over beside Trogan, with Crunley behind them. Amidst the shade of trees was a small shelter made out of tree limbs tied together and heavy leaves acting as shielding. A few of the limbs that were part of the structure were coming apart from age. Not far in front of the former shelter was a ghost of a campfire that had been extinguished long ago. MAHRA's attention was on the size. She called attention to it. "Looks big enough for a 10-year-old to fit inside." Trogan quipped, "Looks a bit tight for 2 of them, though." He tried not to grin but failed. JAINA sneered, "Having your fun, Trogan?" "Hardly. Only pointing out that the shelter could hold only 1. "We get your point, Trogan," MAHRA snapped. "At least we have proof that Syria was here," JAINA supplied. "Yes," Trogan started. "It proves that she was here alone." "You are certainly keeping with that theme," JAINA remarked. "I'm just saying." "How do you know you're right, Trogan?" "I just do." "Oh, sorry, laser brain. You forgot your ego back at the compound." "Ah, I'm so wounded." MAHRA barked, "All right, enough. We've got proof that Syria was here. I want to know more about this area of volcanic rock in the middle of the forest." Crunley spoke to point out, "It looks as though Syria did not venture further than this position. I really don't see why we shouldn't do the same." "I don't see how you could know that, Crunley," MAHRA began. "I think it's impossible to believe that a 10-year-old would not wander off while stuck on this island. Especially for as long as she stayed here," added JAINA. "Besides, she described a very creepy place, and I have a feeling this isn't it. So, time to move on. The quicker we're off this island, the better." JAINA muttered, "Let me guess, Aunt MAHRA. You have a bad feeling about this." "Cute. There's just something not right with this whole place." "Tell me about it." MAHRA addressed Crunley and Trogan. "JAINA and I will take point. We'll have to wade and cut through the way with our lightsabers. Trogan, you take the rear flank." "Sure," he replied. "Let's go." They moved forward in the positions that MAHRA ordered. She and JAINA cut through limbs and trees of various sizes. As MAHRA cut through the forest, she was reminded of another time long ago in her life when she cut through another forest. Mirker. At that time, her company was an astromech droid and a person whom she had sworn to kill on the first chance she got. That chance dissolved into something else over the years. She would always consider that system as the place where she had met the true Luke Skywalker. He was a far cry from the Skywalker whom Palpatine wanted her to see. There were differences between then and now, of course. She was now much more skilled in her own use of the Force and not the borrowed power from the Emperor. There was plenty of daylight this time, rather than going through a forest in the black of night. Then there was the absence of Ornskers. She was glad she didn't have to face any of those nasty creatures again. Thinking of the beasts reminded her of their current discovery of sensing no other living things besides themselves. As they cut through the forest, there wasn't even a hint of insects on the ground or on the leaves. It was amazing to her that... MAHRA. Look out! MAHRA's danger sense in the Force did not trigger in time for her to feel the rush of sudden air and a dark shape coming at her. In her peripheral vision, the dark shape lunged from her left with a distinctive growl, and she ducked underneath the creature just in time. The large beast sailed over her, and his momentum carried it back to the ground only meters, where she originally stood. MAHRA lost her grip on her lightsaber, but she quickly sprang up and called it back to her hand and ignited the blue-white blade. She turned and faced her new foe. She almost did a double take with recognition. She had just thought of these creatures not seconds ago. Hunched down low and preparing for another attack was a black-skinned Vornsker. His rows of sharp teeth were dripping with the anticipation of his next meal. Its eyes targeted MAHRA. Its tail whipped in the air ready to swipe. For the time being, MAHRA put aside her question of how one of these particular creatures appeared with almost no warning from the force. Right now, she only concentrated on surviving. JAINA moved Krung-Lee and Trogan to one side to give her aunt enough room to battle the creature. Trogan cried, "Aren't you going to help your aunt?" JAINA shrugged casually and said, "Nah, she's got this one." MAHRA stared at the Vornsker with a determined glare. It growled and skidded its leg into the ground so it could be ready for attack. MAHRA brought her blade up into a defensive stance and silently dared the Vornsker to come at her. And it did. Fast. MAHRA anticipated the move and lifted herself up in the force. Her lightsaber was positioned to thrust the point into the brain of the creature. She timed the Vornsker's lunge with her thrust as she flipped directly over top of the beast and pointed her blade downward. She was just about to thrust the blade into his head as it ran past her, but she instead felt a new pain as something swung at her and knocked her sideways and sent her to the ground with a thud. "That Griffin tail," she cursed. The Vornsker already pivoted around toward her but didn't give MAHRA time to recover. It lunged immediately after her while she was still on the ground. MAHRA used the force to spring back into her defensive stance, but she had no time to plan a counterattack. She merely let the Vornsker come at her and she simply stepped aside, using the creature's momentum against it. As the Vornsker passed by, its tail whipped in the air at her. Knowing that attack was coming, MAHRA dipped down to avoid the tail. As she crouched down, she swung her blade in an upwards arc that sliced off 3/4 of its tail. The Vornsker wailed in pain. Too much pain for just cutting off part of its tail. She remembered from her past experiences with Vornskers that cutting off their tail only made them more angry. This Vornsker writhed in pain on the ground. It was making sounds unrelated to any Vornsker that MAHRA had ever heard. Instead of wondering why, MAHRA simply went around to the creature's head and thrust her blade deep into its skull. His cries had ended. MAHRA breathed evenly to calm herself down as JAINA and the men came over to her side. Trogan was wide-eyed and his mouth fully open when he gasped. "That was amazing. It usually takes a few large men to take one of these buggers down. You did it alone in a few minutes. I've never seen a Vornsker go down that quickly like that." "Actually, neither have I," admitted MAHRA. "It was almost too easy." "Too easy?" "I agree," JAINA said. "I've never seen a Vornsker be in that much pain with just its tail cut off. And why didn't we feel it in the force until the last minute?" Vornskers do have a strange attraction to anything in the force. But you're right. That one went down too easily. She looked down at the side of her arm where its tail had knocked her down. There's no venom. Usually Vornskers have poisonous barbs on the end of their tail. This one didn't. "There's a simple reason why," said Krung-Lee as he inspected the dead beast. He allowed too much time to pass by before MAHRA cried, "Okay, why?" Krung-Lee simply stated, "It is already reverting. Look." MAHRA and the others looked at the dead animal, and they all froze at the new sight. The body of the Vornsker was changing in appearance right before their eyes. The body itself was shrinking with its back forming a more subtle curve instead of the rugged backbone of a Vornsker. Its snout started growing shorter and more broad. The rows of long sharp fangs along his mouth receded to form a set of 2 shorter fangs that protruded out from his upper and lower lip. There was a hint of a short, thin tail with pinkish-red blood congealing at one end. Cauterized by a lightsaber, it no longer was a Vornsker. "What the criff?" JAINA exclaimed. "What is it?" asked MAHRA. "It's a Gurlanin," Trogan said, showing his own astonishment. "How is that possible here?" MAHRA questioned. Krung-Lee shrugged. "This place has not been inhabited for thousands of years. It must have been hungry." MAHRA countered, "No, I've seen Rut and he doesn't look like this. Because Rut isn't a full-grown Gurlanin. Plus, Rut is in the form of a human now. This is the Gurlanin's true form," Krung-Lee explained. JAINA asked, "So why was this one in the form of a Vornsker?" "Because I was just thinking about them," replied MAHRA absently. JAINA cried, "Wait a minute. You mean you just thought of this thing and it turned into one?" Trogan explained, "We always knew the Gurlanins have a telepathy between themselves. It was always a theory that they could read the minds of their victims." Krung-Lee stated emphatically, It's a myth, Trogan. It's not possible. Recognition clicked in MAHRA's memory, and she exclaimed, the myth of Agharta. If GURLANINS can become human, and they can read the mind of a human, and know what they fear the most, supplied JAINA. MAHRA pointed out, or know what they need the most. JAINA nodded, like a young friend for a 10-year-old girl. Crunley eyed MAHRA with his hand to his lips. I see what you're getting at. Syria would have been the first being on this island in centuries. At that time, Syria was filled with grief and confusion. If she thought she needed a companion to talk to and play with, a GURLANIN could easily manifest itself into one. A friend for her. MAHRA continued with, because of her knowledge of the Agarda myth, it told her that's who she was. JAINA followed the thought, and once she or it got close enough to Syria, it would try to lure her toward something. What, exactly? Trogan asked. Something not good, for sure, JAINA offered. Bones, ash, fire, death. MAHRA reiterated Syria's words while under a Jedi trance. MAHRA looked in the direction where the GURLANIN came from. Maybe it's something we haven't seen yet. She turned to her niece and asked, You up for a little walk to a former volcanic site? Crunley asked, Why do we need to see that? We've already answered the mystery of Syria's imaginary friend, which you first denounced and then suddenly accepted, MAHRA noted. After Crunley had no reply, MAHRA went on. We might have answered what her friend was, but not how Syria became insane. She saw something here that terrified her and it scarred her for 20 years. I want to know what. Would it make a difference if it was known to you? MAHRA edged closer to him and nearly shouted, Yes, it would. It's the difference between you joining the New Republic or not, because I keep coming back to my question of why this island is forbidden. And the only answer you give is that we don't need to know. I used to work for an organization who used that phrase as their motto. The galaxy called them the Empire, and they didn't exactly hold the trust of the people. Neither are you with us, Crunley. Crunley looked at the ground with his head down. It almost seemed to MAHRA that he was contemplating something. She had encountered people who were hard to read in the Force, and Crunley was definitely one of them. He breathed out and finally said, Very well. Lead us on. Fine. Back in the same formation. Then, she said to Trogan, there may be more of those GURLANINS. Watch our backs. Trogan grinned much in the same way as Han Solo, and he motioned down at his firearm that he took out of his pack. MAHRA followed his gaze and saw that it was a heavy-duty Blast Tech quad blaster cannon. Trogan announced proudly, Nothing's getting past this. MAHRA raised an eyebrow and nodded. Nice weapon. She addressed the others to announce, All right, if you need a pit stop, now's the time to do it. We're not stopping until we get to the spot. She turned to her niece who was smiling. What's so funny? I was thinking, what if we imagine harmless creatures for the GURLANINS to turn into? We could conjure up some evil nerfs. JAINA laughed. Are those sinister prophets? Even though MAHRA smiled and forced herself not to laugh, she said sternly, I don't have time for teenage antics right now. Let's move. They started back in the same direction, and MAHRA and JAINA cut through more limbs and trees to clear a path. After a few minutes of this, JAINA kept it up. Gee, I hope we don't come across any of those dangerous and nasty Ewoks. I'm getting the shivers just thinking of those horrible creatures. Can you think of anything so scary as an Ewok, Aunt MAHRA? Though MAHRA was laughing inside, she still snapped at her niece. Quiet. JAINA took a swing at a rather large limb with her lightsaber. It was an action she had repeated several times in the last hour, and her arm was starting to feel its effects. As the limb fell to the ground, the view opened up before them. On the other side of the tree was a large clearing with no trees. On the ground, the color suddenly changed from the deep green of plants to a dark heavy gray of hardened stone. Aha! Found it. Finally, the teen announced. MAHRA wasn't far behind and soon stood beside her niece to survey the new area. Crunley and Trogan came from behind her and they stood on the edge of the stone surface. The area was roughly 60 meters across. The dark gray stone had once been molten lava oozing out of a crack of a fault line somewhere deep beneath the surface. Echoes of liquefied ripples were now frozen in time. The surface was so smooth that it seemed as if it were paved across. The sight was an impressive display of geographic power. For all of the living beings' accomplishments, nature still held control of the galaxy. It was amazing to JAINA how the lava came out of the fault line and essentially stopped at a certain point, creating a definite edge between the hard stone and plant life. As grand as the sight was, it also gave off an eerie feeling. It was as if a black ink blot had been spilled on an otherwise beautiful painting. Each of them walked in their own directions, taking in the scene. Crumley grinned as he surveyed the rock. So this is what made Syria Ring go mad. Not very scary to me. I don't know, said JAINA. I would have to change my pants if I saw this when I was 10. It may be more complex than just the sight looking scary, said MAHRA, ignoring her niece's comment. How? Crumley asked. MAHRA considered before answering. You said the GURLANINS have a telepathy between them. If the theory is correct that a GURLANIN created a friend for Syria through her mind, then we can assume it could reach her mind in other ways. What other ways? Spat the skeptical Crumley. Images, replied MAHRA. It could have implanted them in her mind. That is a bit far-fetched, don't you think? Said Trogan. JAINA replied from the other side of the formation. Not really. There's a member of the Jedi Council who can project images into a person's mind. What images would it have given her? Asked Trogan. MAHRA shrugged. Could be anything. Something to scare her. Or lure her. Maybe it tried to manipulate her for some reason. What reason? Asked Crumley. I have no idea, replied MAHRA. JAINA called out from her position. I think I might know. Come and look at this. They each came over beside JAINA on the opposite end of the area. There was a distinct grade angling down a hill where the rock still flowed. There were more trees lining the edge of the rock, but where JAINA stood, two were more prominent. They stood a few meters apart, and in between them was some sort of chain that rusted over the years. It was tied around each tree and stretched across, forming a line. Hanging on the line vertically were several odd-shaped limbs. A century's worth of moss had been growing on the limbs and the line. Trogan bemused, oh, tree limbs hanging from a chain. I am shaking in my boots. Look closer, said JAINA. MAHRA did so and saw that on one end of a limb closer to the line was a knot that was almost too rounded to be made out of wood. There was no wind in the air on the island, so MAHRA used the force to move one limb around. As it turned, they could see two distinct holes where daylight shone through from the other side. The two holes were spaced in line of each other with a larger third hole beneath them. Those holes looked all too familiar to MAHRA. Evidence of a former face combined with the heat of the lava, it was now unmistakable as to what had happened here long ago. Soon, she could feel the horror of recognition from all the others. All except Crumley. MAHRA froze for a moment while still in shock. She focused in the force on Crumley. It took a great deal of concentration, but she could feel a sense of emotion that was opposite of what he was showing. She wasn't clear yet what it was, but she got her answer after JAINA covered her mouth and spoke. Tarkin's ghost. They were human. Who could have done this? GURLANINS, said Crumley almost too calmly. It had to be them. Her years as Empress had taught her the subtleties of speech and its infliction. He wore an expression of horror, but inside was something else. Knowledge. MAHRA's rage began to boil, and she acted quicker than any of the others realized it. Crumley was a rather large man with a hefty build, but any biped's weakness was balancing on two legs. MAHRA lunged toward him and wrapped one of her legs around his, forcing him to lose his balance and hit the ground. His broad body hit the hard stone, but it would have been harder if MAHRA hadn't have grabbed the man's robe in the front near his neck. She bent down to get in his face. His surprise was legitimate this time. You knew we were going to see this, MAHRA yelled. You knew all along that the GURLANINS sacrifice humans like this. That's why this island is off limits, isn't it? Trogan began the motion of pointing his blaster at MAHRA, but she was faster. The hand blaster she always kept under her sleeve suddenly appeared, and she held it outstretched and pointed at Trogan. She never took her eyes off Crumley as she warned, try it, Trogan, and you'll need a med kit very quickly. He backed off and MAHRA switched targets from him to Crumley. She let go of the front of his robe but kept the small blaster pointed at him. She growled. I still haven't heard an answer. What? Yes. Yes. Crunley managed to cry. I knew we might see this. Might. I wasn't sure what we would see exactly. But you led us into danger anyway. We're in no danger now. What happened here ended 1,000 years ago. MAHRA snapped. They look well preserved to be 1,000 years old. Before Crunley could reply, JAINA remarked, what I can't understand is how GURLANINS can perform a sacrifice. They're animals. They are more than just animals, cried Crunley. They are highly intelligent and very adaptable, especially when they copy humans. JAINA talked it out more to herself to understand. So the GURLANIN who became Syria's friend in human form forced her here and gave her images of torture and death. That would explain the madness for 20 years, I guess. Are the GURLANINS still here? Questioned Shrogan. No, answered Crunley. There may be some left from this tribe, but they've all but died off. MAHRA forced her blaster lower into his face. But you knew we would be attacked. No. I had no knowledge that there would be any GURLANINs still here. The one you killed had been too old. A younger GURLANIN would have fought back regardless of its tail missing. And it didn't have the poisonous barbs at the end of its tail, JAINA noted. Crunley explained in a more calm manner. GURLANINs can't copy bodily fluids in another species' body. They can only form the main structure. MAHRA finally turned her blaster away from his face and said, You lied to us, spirit leader. Seeing how MAHRA backed away, Crunley took the hint and lifted himself up from the volcanic rock. He tried to correct MAHRA. There is a difference between lying and misleading. Call it what you like, Crunley. You didn't come clean with us. She shot a look at Trogan and snapped, Neither did you. Trogan held up both hands palms out and exclaimed, Hey, I knew nothing about this. This is my first time on this island. MAHRA chose a sarcastic tone, because it's forbidden to the MAHRA. Now we know why. Please, let me explain, Crunley pleaded. I'm all ears, said MAHRA. The sacrifices that this tribe of GURLANINs performed ended centuries ago. The evidence of what they did is still here. I can't tell you how it was preserved. The knowledge of what happened here had been passed down from spirit leaders in the past. We tried to protect the MAHRA members from this knowledge. It is not necessary for them to know. And it wasn't necessary for us to know, either. MAHRA questioned. Crunley gave a heavy sigh. MAHRA, I truthfully did not expect you to have a detailed map of this island's terrain. I figured when you saw that Syria had been here that it would be the end of your investigation. I had no idea that you would want to come here. JAINA said, but you knew we would find this place anyway after the fact. You couldn't have given us a little hint. Crunley looked down at the gray stone. Perhaps it was an oversight on my part. And that oversight has made us trust you even less, stated MAHRA more calmly. Crunley edged towards MAHRA and looked directly into her green eyes. Please don't judge my mistake for the MAHRA. I just didn't want you exposed to one of QIILURA's past horrors. JAINA cracked. You'd be surprised at the horrors I've been exposed to over the years. And I'm only 15. MAHRA considered something and then said, That's why you want to join the New Republic. Retribution. That is part of it. Not only for the GURLANIN's role in QIILURA's past but our own in acting out against the mighty empire. The cost of that was too great. I think we are familiar with that concept, JAINA sneered. Crunley nodded slowly and went on. We've been hiding from the galaxy for so long. We even allowed the Empire to create a false profile for us. MAHRA noted it worked to your advantage. Most people left you alone over the years, except those who sought you out by word of mouth. Crunley admitted, It is time we come out of our shell and be a part of the galaxy again. Please don't deny the MAHRA that chance because of your mistrust of me. It was my fault for not informing you first. Don't let the MAHRA pay for my mistake. MAHRA kept a straight face at him and said with a tinge of humor, Are you done politicking? Because we are definitely the wrong ones to impress in that category. Crunley then asked sincerely, Then can you get us a meeting with someone who will listen? With a sideways glance at her niece first, who merely shrugged at her, MAHRA said, I've had stranger places for negotiations, but we were never here for that. Fine. I can inform Chief of State Lea JAINA Solo that you want to set up an official meeting. That is if you stop lying to us. Crunley smiled wide, showing his bright white teeth for the first time since being on the island. He bowed and said, "Thank you. Now, are we finished with the Necro Island tour?" "I know I'm ready to get off this creep show of an island," cried Trogan. MAHRA expressed, "I hope the sidetrack was worth getting your peace agreement. If it could have been helped." "It could have, Crunley. You could have told us the truth." "I know." Seeing how his shoulders were hung low and a hint of regret she felt from him in the force, MAHRA managed to say to Crunley, "Forget it for now. I'm a pretty good judge of character, but my sister-in-law has made an art out of it all her life. We'll see what she says when she meets with you." She faced Trogan. "You ready to head back? We'll take the same path since it's already been cleared. Jaina, I want you up front with me in case we meet with another Gurlanin. It's your turn to fight one this time." "Thanks," Jaina's reply came dripping with sarcasm. "You know, I almost thought, hey, there she goes." Jaina's attention was on something downhill. She turned back at her aunt and cried out, "Didn't you see her?" "See who?" "The little girl. She just ran by here and went down the hill. She wore a white dress." Jaina looked back over the hill. "I didn't see anybody," Trogan said. "Neither did I must warn you, Ms. Solo, that it could have been another Gurlanin." MAHRA agreed. "I'd hate to say he's right." Jaina continued to search. "But I wasn't thinking of anything. Certainly not a little girl. I swear I saw her." "Maybe you did, but it could be. I'm going to find her. She went down here." At that, Jaina took off down the hill. "A trick," MAHRA finished her sentence. Crunley uttered after Jaina disappeared, "And here I thought she was a precocious child. She does show her true age now and then," MAHRA replied. "We'd better follow her. I don't like the idea of anyone alone on this island." The three of them started down the low great hill and could see Jaina running way ahead of them into another clearing. The ground turned back to green grass with less trees. As they eased down, they could see Jaina suddenly stop several meters ahead at a tall post in the ground. As they came closer, the post held a hand-made symbol made out of small tree limbs. Above a center horizontal limb was another limb bent into a white arc. Below the central limb were smaller limbs that made three separate upside-down triangles. The four of them stood before the post with interest. Jaina had not said a word as she stared at it. MAHRA asked Crunley, "What is it?" This time, the spirit leader did look confused as he said, "I'm not certain what the post is doing here, but the symbol is familiar. It is the ancient symbol for QIILURA itself. The sun shines on life from above the ground and fire rules death from below. Namely, the bright white sun versus the fiery volcanic activity," mentioned MAHRA. "Exactly. This symbol has not been used in centuries." Trogan looked around and motioned to Jaina to tease, "So where's your little girlfriend?" MAHRA glanced at her niece, who seemed transfixed at the symbol. Jaina finally replied absently, "She's gone. She led me here. It wasn't a Gurlanin. She was real. She's led me here before, but I didn't realize it at the time. I didn't understand then. She tried to reach Syria, but she was too young. But I can understand. I can help her on her way." Trogan scoffed. "Just what we need. Another crazy female. What in the stars does this place do to the young girls?" "What are you talking about, Jaina?" asked her aunt. Without taking her eyes off the post, Jaina replied, "I've seen this symbol before." Crunley cried, "That's impossible. Where could you have possibly seen this symbol before?" Jaina finally turned away from the symbol and looked directly at MAHRA. "In my dream this morning." Chapter 8. Such Strange Mysteries. QIILURA, the return from Necro Island. MAHRA did not need the force to tell her that Jaina was confused. It was written all over her face. Throughout their trek back into the same woods they came through, Jaina was distant and silent. Even when they all climbed in the water skiff to return to the MAHRA compound, Jaina hardly said a word. It was in her eyes where it was evident that something dominated her thoughts. MAHRA's niece stared blankly into space for the entire journey back to the complex. It made MAHRA worry more because her demeanor was so unlike JAINA's true self. MAHRA could safely use words like vibrant and lively to describe JAINA. Not this time. Granted, the young girl had been given many challenges in the past year with the Shadow Academy. But she had come through that experience better than most adults would have. MAHRA had never seen JAINA this far out of reach. The real problem was that MAHRA had no clue as to how to help her niece. MAHRA herself could not see the young girl in the white gown as JAINA claimed she did. Not only could she not see her, she couldn't feel her in the Force. MAHRA figured it would be treading on thin ice if she suggested to JAINA that she was seeing things. Her trust with JAINA might be in danger if MAHRA did that. It was times like these when MAHRA Jade cherished the wisdom of her husband's advice. And that was what she intended to receive soon. When they hit the mainland, JAINA exited the skiff wordlessly and headed straight to Trogan's speeder. Even Trogan seemed worried about the girl. Is she going to be all right? MAHRA sighed heavily. Honestly, I'm not sure. At that moment, the MAHRA spirit leader, QIILURA, came up to MAHRA as Trogan headed to the speeder and said in a low tone, I do have your assurance that you will discuss our peace agreement with New Republic officials. It may not be as simple as that. If you get this agreement, it would mean the New Republic will have representatives here. No more secrecy. You will have to update your facilities, including irrigation and plumbing. We will have to comb through that mini Raxus Prime that Trogan has stashed away. It would also have to include a spaceport that will be much closer. Trade routes work better that way. That trek through the woods to get here is quite unnecessary. What about recruiting more members? The New Republic can establish a site on the HoloNet for that. She paused before saying, the time for secrets are over, QIILURA. Despite what you will eventually receive, I will have to report your reluctance to inform us about the GURLANINS past on Necro Island. Of which, I still have trouble understanding why. That was the reason they sent me first. They knew I would sift through and find secrets like that and I wouldn't sugarcoat them. The New Republic could not afford the wrong type of publicity. She emphasized, you must understand that before I go further with this. QIILURA said with a nod, I do. And I must say that your reputation for efficiency has been quite proven. Fine. I only have one request. I need the communications relay on the Jade Saber to contact my husband. QIILURA looked confused. Your husband? Is not JAINA Solo the official chief of state? She is, but she will be mightily busy for a visit here. The Jedi Master, Luke Skywalker, can act in her place, and has been granted the same authority as his sister Leia. I see. It will be acceptable. Though Trogan is also quite a busy man himself. He would have to take you to your ship immediately so you can return here. MAHRA mentioned to him, I think I would like to stay on my ship for the night. I have the urge to take JAINA away from here for a while. No offense, but I think it will be good for her. As long as that is your reason. I would hate to believe that you are leaving the compound out of vengeance for my actions. Your reputation precedes you in that area. MAHRA came closer to him and glared at him with green daggers. She added an edge to her voice. Listen to me now. Vengeance was never part of my history. I killed as a necessity on missions for which I was assigned. I am no longer that person. It's in the past. Much like the GURLANINS boiling humans in lava. Do not ever assume you know me, QIILURA. History is always written by the people who have gained the most. My apologies. You will be contacted when Trogan is prepared to take you to your ship. Sooner would be better. She walked away and entered the speeder. MAHRA uttered to Trogan, who was already at the pilot seat, your boss is quite a character. Subtle as a star cruiser wreck. Trogan chuckled. He is that? Though usually he's a very private man. You must bring out the best in people. I try. Trogan gave a nod to JAINA, who was still silent in the back seat. What are you going to do with her? MAHRA sighed. I'll think of something. A standard hour later in MAHRA and JAINA's MAHRA compound hut. To MAHRA's disappointment, JAINA did not eat anything at the luncheon brought before them in the converted galley. She watched as her niece flopped on her cot and said not a word. MAHRA was finally fed up with the silence and sat on her own cot across from JAINA and exclaimed, JAINA, snap out of it. Time to wake up. I'm sorry, JAINA answered drearily. Look, I know this is hard for either of us to comprehend, but could you at least try to explain it to me? I'm worried about you. You have to give me something. That's just it. There's nothing I can give you. Nothing that makes any sense anyway. She paused and recounted. I saw her, Aunt MAHRA. She knew I was there and that I could see her. She motioned for me to follow her. But I didn't even feel her presence in the forest, MAHRA retorted. Neither did I, yet. Some part of her, or it, was part of the force. That feeling of helplessness I felt since I've been here. It was more like a cry for help. And it felt the strongest on that island. So it didn't come from Syria Rain as you first thought. Then why did we both feel the force when I put her under the Jedi trance? JAINA slowly shook her head but replied, maybe it wasn't Syria we were feeling. Maybe it was Agarda. That doesn't make sense. I know that's not what you want to hear from me, JAINA, but you have to see this from my point of view. I know how this looks to you and the others. That's part of why I've been distant, I suppose. It's like the knowledge is so foreign to me, but at the same time I've always known it to be true. You remember our blackout on our first night here. I'm positive that Agarda has something to do with that. JAINA, honey, Force ghosts don't just cut all the power. How would you know? Ever see one? I have. It was a Force ghost of a Sith Lord. MAHRA cringed at the sudden truth to JAINA's words. No, I may not have physically seen one. I just know they exist. And that's how strongly I feel that I did see her. The only thing is, I don't think Agarda is a Force ghost. She wasn't glowing or transparent like Exar Kun was before he took over Kype. She was just there. On top of all that, seeing the same symbol I saw in my dream this morning just freaked me out. You know me, Aunt MAHRA. I wouldn't make this up. I know. You also know me, JAINA. I deal in hard facts. I have to have an angle to work from. JAINA smiled for the first time since being on the island and shook her head in mock disgust. MAHRA Jade, always the pragmatic. You got that straight. Now, are you ready to hear my plan, regardless of what you saw? Once we get back to the Saber, I'm going to contact Luke to come here and officially open discussions of peace with the MAHRA. Leia will have to find time to come with the delegation later for the Hollow Press. Isn't Uncle Luke with my dad and Lando on the Falcon? Yes. Some new project of Lando's on Karados. Karados. That's on the edge of the Inner Rim. They're not too far away. Depending on how deep Lando gets Han and Luke into his excursions. She paused and said, while on the Saber, I am also going to research further into QIILURA and these GURLANINS. We've already looked into the archives. There's not much that we don't already know. We've looked into New Republic archives. I intend to look in a place where I have access to. JAINA gave a knowing nod and uttered, Bastion. What makes you think there's more on QIILURA there? The Old Republic archives are there. All right. When are we getting to the Jade Saber? I'm off to find Trogan to see if we can get there sooner. And I overheard you telling Krun Lee that we're staying there overnight. I think it's best. Oh, I agree with you. You have no idea what all this nonsense is doing to my mental state. No, I don't. There was a time after the Emperor died when I lost the power of the Force. I felt so alone at that time. I had nobody. The sudden unknown was making me crazy. Even after I met Luke, I was unsure of myself and my role in the galaxy. But he helped me get over it. Yeah, after a decade of dancing around each other, JAINA sneered. Ah, there's the JAINA I know. I'm not sure if that's the same thing you're going through, but... Thanks anyway, Aunt MAHRA. She suddenly winced and her hand went to her side. What's wrong? I think my stomach is afraid of the unknown. Because you haven't eaten a thing since this morning. MAHRA got up from the cot and said, after I find Trogan, I'll bring some food. In the meantime, you rest. No questions or exceptions. Yes, Mother? And that better be the last comparison of me to Leia. I'll be right back. MAHRA was at the door of the hut when JAINA asked, what if my little girlfriend comes calling? Take a message. It wasn't long after her aunt left when JAINA felt alone. She knew MAHRA tried to console her the best way she knew with her own version of solitude. But this was something that was beyond healing. Had she really seen that girl on the island? She seemed real enough. Was she only visible to herself and not the others? Apparently. Why? And how did that ancient symbol of QIILURA appear in her dream that morning? JAINA was sure there was a message there, and it was sent to her alone. JAINA let out a heavy sigh. Too many unanswered questions. Rest, MAHRA demanded. Like that could happen now. JAINA lifted herself off the cot, headed into the refresher. An eerie sense of remembrance fell upon her. She made this same path to the refresher in her dream that morning. She was still asleep then. Plus, the afternoon white sun shone through the small window of the hut. Nothing sinister ever happened in the daytime, or so the folk tales proclaimed. JAINA looked in the reflector as if she expected to see another person's image there. MAHRA was right. Maybe it all was in her head. JAINA bent down to splash some water on her face. She reached blindly for a towel nearby. She dried her face as she lifted her head. She removed the towel from her face and looked into the reflector and shrieked. She was there beside her, staring with her dead eyes back at JAINA. JAINA jumped back and stared in horror. She turned around to see that there was nobody else in the cot. She turned back at the reflector, and there she still stood. She was only in the reflector. No smile. The white of her gown was almost blinding against her gray cracked skin. JAINA shook her head in disbelief. No, I shouldn't be able to see you. I'm awake. The girl actually spoke this time. Her voice was a cold echo whispering out from the past. You hear? You will always hear now, not just in slumber. Well, that's just perfect. Instead of fighting it, JAINA played along. Who are you? You know more than the other girls. Other girls? You mean there's been other girls you've tormented besides Syria Rain and I? The last one, too young to hold my power. Others removed from living by their own hands. They killed themselves. You are stronger. JAINA cried in a whisper. I'm not strong. Help me release. Power will destroy their mark. No, I can't help you. I'm not going to end up like Syria. You require belief. Suddenly, the girl's gray skin started to change. It started peeling away. It broke into pieces of dead, rotting flesh that fell into oblivion. Its dark skull began to show its features. It opened its jaw, which now consisted only of teeth. It looked to JAINA like a sinister grin. A piercing, high-pitched screech emitted out of its jaw. It was so loud that JAINA had to cover her ears. The sound penetrated through. She bent down lower to the floor. Her back was now to the refresher. That's when she witnessed the next show of power. Inside the cot, all of their belongings were being lifted into the air and started revolving around the room. The objects, tunics, shirts, pants, trays, utensils, were soon gaining speed and spinning around the room. JAINA's first thought was that she was using the force somehow. But JAINA knew. She felt its absence. There was no force. This was another power. Hers. The girl's voice returned, but it was deeper. Heavier. Inhuman. I can help you help me. Together we are as one. No. Everything in the room that wasn't tied down to the floor was in the air spinning. Fast. No pattern. No sense of will. JAINA crawled low out of the refresher. She was afraid to raise her head for the risk of being pummeled by something. This is not happening. You must see with my eyes. JAINA suddenly felt a searing pain in her head. Her sight was gone. It was replaced by images that bombarded her mind. They were so real that she felt like she could touch them. Fire, heat, searing flesh, screams of infinite pain, burning, bodies alive wriggling on chains attached to tree limbs, lava flowing below, intense heat crackling from the bright yellow-orange glow. Images of that symbol. The symbol from her dreams. From QIILURA's past. The symbol of Agarda. The images were rapidly being thrust at her. JAINA couldn't tell which direction was up or down. She could still hear the monstrous voice of a former girl. You now know. You will help me escape. We are joined. JAINA felt something enter her mind. She tried using the force to block it out. She didn't have the strength to stop it. It was not the force. It was unknown. Her mind continued to swirl, and she finally screamed at the top of her lungs, "Get out of my head." The pain continued until she finally heard a familiar voice. It sounded miles away, but yet closing in. JAINA. The grisly images stopped as abruptly as they began. JAINA could see again. She saw that she was sprawled flat on the floor in an awkward position. She was near the entrance of the hut. How did she crawl all the way from the refresher? Despite the images disappearing, they would be forever burned into her memory. She slowly moved her head to the side. Her Aunt MAHRA was looking down at her with an expression of extreme worry. "JAINA, are you all right?" JAINA formed a strange smile. "MAHRA, I understand now. I believe." MAHRA looked around at the mess of the hut. "JAINA, what the criffing hell happened in here?" JAINA replied, "She happened." MAHRA threw the last of their packs into the back of Trogan's PX-7 transport. He parked it awkwardly near their hut. What took the longest time wasn't the packing. It was the collection of their belongings that were strewed about inside the hut. MAHRA didn't want to press the issue of how their stuff was scattered. It was already evident that something happened to JAINA that emotionally drained her. Her niece was standing nearby the transport covered in a thick woolen blanket. JAINA was in no shape to be answering questions. All MAHRA wanted was to get back to her ship, which was what Trogan hesitantly agreed to do before MAHRA went back to the hut to tell JAINA. Trogan warned that the GURLANIN, Rud, was on an errand and could not go yet. He quoted QIILURA law that stated a GURLANIN had to escort them out of the MAHRA compound. MAHRA didn't care about laws now. MAHRA successfully persuaded him that it would be much healthier for him if they went now. Trogan even tried to help her pack, but she refused. "Didn't realize you were this impatient." MAHRA snapped, "Oh, I passed impatient hours ago. This is wanting to get the hell out of this place." As if on cue, QIILURA's voice boomed, "Leaving so soon." MAHRA was almost embarrassed that she didn't sense him beforehand. She looked over at him and saw that Kroga was a step behind his spirit leader. She called back at him, "Not soon enough. No offense, but I can't keep JAINA here any longer." "Has something happened?" asked the concerned Kroga. "All I know is that the hut was trashed and JAINA is a pile of nerves." QIILURA suggested lightly, "Perhaps something frightened her." MAHRA cracked a smirk. "You don't know this kid well. She doesn't frighten easily." MAHRA paused as she stood before QIILURA and said, "I will have Jedi Master Luke Skywalker come here, and you can speak with him on the details of the agreement. He isn't far away, so he could be here sometime in the next standard day. Right now, my concern is for my apprentice and niece, and I want her away from this compound." "Maybe it is for the best." With a nod, MAHRA addressed her niece. "You ready, kiddo?" JAINA nodded absently and began to climb into the transport when they heard a cry across the yard. "Wait, JAINA, wait." The raven-haired Ristina Taylor was running towards them and waving for them to not go yet. She slowed down to end up standing in front of JAINA. She said between breaths, "I heard you were leaving, and that you were not feeling well." "News travels fast in the MAHRA," uttered MAHRA. "Oh, Syria said you might be feeling sick. She is so much better since you healed her." JAINA questioned, "Why would she think I would be sick?" "Well, she said that you might be meeting her." QIILURA warned the girl, "Ristina, remember what we talked about." "I know." JAINA asked, "What did you talk about?" "I'm not supposed to say," replied the girl. "But I can give you this." Ristina reached under her tunic and pulled out a small pouch and handed it to JAINA. JAINA took it and instantly caught the aroma coming from inside the pouch. It wasn't too unpleasant. JAINA just wouldn't want to smell it for very long. "What is it?" "It has a rather distinct smell." "It's glyphic spice. Mother uses it in some of her meals. My grandfather told me that it would chase off any spirits." Trogan muttered, "Maybe your grandfather was full of spirits at the time." He was greeted by a nudge by MAHRA. QIILURA said, "That is only a myth, Ristina." The girl went on, "No, it's true. My grandfather said they had to use it a long time ago here when." "Ristina," boomed QIILURA. "That's enough. Now MAHRA and JAINA are leaving. You can say your goodbyes, and then it's off to your chores." "Yes, sir." She frowned but proceeded to hug JAINA and said, "I'll never forget you." "Nor will I forget you, Ristina. Thank you for sharing your holo pick with me. I hope your uncle will like it. An old holo of his Jedi mentor. He'll love it." They parted and Ristina said a quick bye and ran off. JAINA stared where the little girl disappeared. She looked down at the pouch of glyphic spice. My grandfather said they had to use it a long time ago here. JAINA thought on what Ristina was about to say before Crunley interrupted. Her thoughts then went to what the spirit girl in the reflector said. Others removed from living by their own hands. JAINA uttered, "They've used this before." "What?" asked her aunt. Ristina. She was about to say that they've had to use this glyphic spice here before. JAINA paused before saying, "There were others. Other girls like Syria who claimed they saw something." Crunley calmly replied, "I do not know what you're talking about." "Of course not," JAINA continued. "They officially never happened. Some of them might even have taken their own lives. The rest just went crazy like Syria. All because they were told what they were seeing was not real. I know what I saw in the reflector was real. The images shown to me were too real. The girl who gave them to me was real. The girl who you call Agarda. I saw her." "That's blasphemy," cried Crunley. "What? To see the truth. She is still around here, and she appears and speaks to girls to help her. Syria Rain was too young to understand. She went mad trying to. I think Agarda becomes a part of the girls' minds. They couldn't take that kind of power at their ages." JAINA paused and emphasized, "But I can." Crunley chuckled. "Listen to yourself. A spirit of our beloved Agarda inside a child's mind. That is fantasy. Only the spirit leader can make contact with Agarda, not children." "Why is that? Did you ask her?" Crunley scoffed. "I will not stand here and discuss our beliefs to you, child. As I understand it, an agreement with the New Republic includes that they not interfere with the culture's religion." MAHRA countered, "Your agreement is still dependent on the Jedi Master's decision." JAINA edged closer to Crunley and shook her head. "There were other girls who were destroyed by this. And you knew. You knew." "Careful, Jedi. You are treading in dangerous waters," Crunley warned. JAINA ultimately said, "I'm ready to leave, Aunt MAHRA." She climbed in the back of the transport. MAHRA glared at the spirit leader but addressed Trogan. Her bright green eyes kept on Crunley. "Let's get going. I want to get to my ship before dark." After MAHRA climbed into the transport, Trogan headed into the cockpit. Crunley followed him along with Kroga. The two leaders of the MAHRA glanced at each other grimly and nodded in agreement. Crunley then uttered to Trogan, "I am afraid it is time to eliminate our problem." Trogan protested in a half-whisper, "She's different. She's a Jedi." Crunley stated, "Not even a Jedi can interfere with MAHRA prophecy." Chapter 9. The Prophecy. The Jade Saber, approximately 1 standard hour later. The trek back to their ship was similar to the one from Necro Island. Silent and uneventful. JAINA was the same mute self. While MAHRA was tracking down Trogan to leave earlier, she also managed to grab a few Niluk strips on the way back to their hut. With the confusion of how she found JAINA among the mess in the hut, MAHRA had forgotten she had them. She handed them to her niece in the transport, and JAINA did finally eat. She ate in silence, though. When they arrived at the Jade Saber, JAINA made a beeline to her bunk. After he helped MAHRA with their packs, Trogan gave her a nod. "Take care of her." "Will do," she replied, failing in hiding her surprise at his concern. She heard him leave in the old transport and then headed to JAINA's quarters. There, she found her niece flopped on her bed. MAHRA truly was in the dark at how to handle her niece's dilemma. She already tried the hands-on approach back at the MAHRA compound. She wanted to talk to her niece about what happened in the hut. Where would she start? If she kept on questioning her, it might sink JAINA deeper into seclusion. MAHRA decided that she would wait until JAINA talked to her. MAHRA allowed a smirk when she realized that this was the Skywalker method of therapy. She said to the body lying on the bed, finally resting now. "Hopefully alone this time. I'll let you alone while I contact Luke and then Bastion." She spotted the pouch given to her by Ristina Taylor. "I'll get this out of your way." She was just about to reach for him when JAINA stopped her. "No. Leave it there, please. JAINA, it stinks. Glyphic spice may do well in all kinds of meals, but it's not for helping you sleep. Then put it over there on the table. I want to keep it in here with me." MAHRA tilted her head as she reached for it and moved it. You're not seriously buying into that old tale about glyphic spice warding off spirits, are you? Just humor me, Aunt MAHRA. I'm so confused right now that I can't think straight. I just want to rest now. Try a Jedi trance. Not sure if it will work. Sure it will. Just reach into a place of relaxation and concentrate in the Force to keep you there. And if that doesn't work? MAHRA shrugged. I know a mug of Luke's favorite chocolate drink always helps him out of a depression. And I know you can never resist sugary drinks. JAINA smiled so softly that it gave MAHRA a glimpse of her old niece. And you're afraid you will be a bad mother. One issue at a time. Now you rest. JAINA's eyes were already shut as she muttered groggily. Not a problem. MAHRA placed a light cover over her niece and closed the light down before she left her quarters. MAHRA reached into her own ship's food tray and grabbed the last of the ribbons. She was famished as well. She chewed on them as she entered the cockpit and sat at the pilot seat. She keyed in the encryption and comlink codes for the Millennium Falcon. She rubbed off a smudge of ribbon sauce off of one of the keys before she sat back and waited in front of the holo projector. Within a few standard minutes, a small blue-white image of Luke Skywalker formed before her. He was sitting at the controls of the Falcon, alone. For a few seconds, MAHRA cherished the sight of seeing her husband for the first time in weeks. The feeling washed over her as he spoke. Ah, MAHRA, my darling love, he greeted. Darling love. Han and Chewie must not be within earshot if you're calling me that. Yeah, they and Lando are in the other room playing Sabak. And you're sitting up there bored. Well, I just thought I'd go over some logistics on that new mining prospect on Sinnis. Lost at Sabak again, did we? Luke gave his embarrassing smile. Yes, I lost a hand. I hope you don't mean that literally. You only have one human hand left. I was just never good at Sabak. Well, you know what they say, my love. Unlucky at cards, lucky in love. I think that's backward. Not in your case, dear. She could hear a sudden familiar Wookiee growl coming from his background. What was that about? Oh, Lando must have won another hand. 3PO keeps changing the value with random pulses. They keep going into a Sabak shift and Lando ends up winning every time. Just so Lando keeps all of his limbs attached. For now? How was Lando's security project on Karados? Where most of his projects land recently. MAHRA nodded. In the garbage chute? Pretty much. Turns out it was too much of an investment even for Lando to risk. We were going to head home but figured we'd wait to hear from you since we are in the neighborhood. How is your meeting with the MAHRA pirates going? For starters, they're not pirates. It's more of a religious retreat for different species only known by word of mouth. MAHRA went on to recount to him the events of their visit, the welcome greeting and the cookout on the beach in their honor. She also described to the best of her knowledge their religion based on their goddess, Agharta. MAHRA explained how JAINA found Syria reign though a sense of helplessness in the Force. MAHRA retold almost proudly her experience at transferring a Jedi trance to Syria and helping her gain back her sanity. Luke smiled back at his wife just as proudly. She then described what they found on Necro Island, the ancient GURLANIN that reformed into a Vornsker that MAHRA had just thought of. She described the hardened lava bed and the human remains they found chained to trees. She also mentioned the fact how the spirit leader, Krunli, tried to cover up the fact that ancient GURLANINs performed human sacrifices over the existing lava at that time. Luke nodded and uttered, he was afraid you wouldn't approve since the colonists let it happen back then. I came to the same conclusion, but I think there's more to these sacrifices than Krunli is telling us. I want to research it further with Bastion records. Luke nodded again but said in confusion, fine. But you don't really need my permission. In essence, you don't really need Pelian's permission either. Force of habit. But I think it's warranted. There's still some skepticism from former Imperial officers over the peace agreement with the New Republic. Unfortunately, that may last until the old officers are long gone. He paused and said, I assume you do approve of the MAHRA joining the New Republic. I'd like for you to come here and make that decision. In the meantime, I'll research further with Bastion. That's all well and good, MAHRA, But that decision was yours. It was either Leia or I who would make it official on your word. I know. I trust your opinion. I still want you to come. Fine. Luke looked down at the navcom on the Falcon, which was invisible to MAHRA. He was doing calculations in his head before he began. If we begin our jump now, we can be there in about 8-9 hours. You have the beacon coordinates for the Saber there on the Falcon. Yeah. Do we need them? It may be difficult to find us without them. You'll see once you get here. Dense terrain. Think indoor with more bodies of water. Got it. Okay, now tell me what is really worrying you. MAHRA gave a defeating sigh and uttered, "It's amazing how you can see through me from this distance." No distance is too great for us, my love. After he watched her roll her green eyes at him, he defended himself by saying, "Hey, I can't exactly use my romantic charm on anyone aboard here. Seriously, if this is about JAINA, tell me what happened." MAHRA went on to explain how JAINA has been seeing a small blonde girl in a white gown and claims that she is the embodiment of Agarda herself. MAHRA mentioned the symbol of ancient QIILURA was seen by JAINA both in her dream that morning and on Necro Island. She then described how she found JAINA sprawled on the floor near the entrance with all of their belongings scattered about the hut. MAHRA told Luke she has yet to find an explanation for that. For a moment, Luke stayed silent in his thoughts. He then breathed deep and said, "There is so much that we don't know about force spirits. My own knowledge of them is limited to what I've seen and heard myself. They're not exactly easy to research. There's nothing about them in the Jedi holocrons. Very little. I do know that becoming a force spirit after death requires a great deal of meditation in the force. Obi-Wan trained himself with it all those years on Tatooine and succeeded at the exact moment Vader cut him down. And I literally watched Yoda fade away into nothing. They both became force ghosts or spirits. I don't see how a small girl could know that much in the force to show up as a spirit after her death." He looked hesitant to add, "It is possible that this is all in Jaina's mind." "You haven't seen her, Luke. She's not herself. She really does believe that she saw and spoke to this girl's spirit. Then if Jaina is the only one who can see her, the Force has a reason for it. What if the Force has nothing to do with this?" Luke scowled and looked at his wife as if she knew better. The Force has everything to do with everything. Spoken like a Jedi Master, not an uncle. She's confused and in emotional pain because of this. What do you want me to say, MAHRA? I have as much, if not more, background on this than you do. The Force isn't always exact and can't be proved with hard evidence. He paused before he said, "My suggestion, though you may not like it, is to let this play out. Whatever it is, it will reveal itself in time. Jaina will pull through this. She's strong. And if she isn't strong enough to deal with this, I don't have to remind you what she's been through in the past few years. That's enough to make any adult break. She's only 15. Physically, she's not harmed. Mentally, I'm not sure. If it comes to that, we can induce her into a Jedi trial. Oh, that's it. The Jedi answer. Put her in a coma because she's gone mad." Luke's voice kept calm. "That's not fair, MAHRA." She put her head down in her hands and let out a long breath and said, "I'm sorry, Luke. This is just, I don't know. You're at a point where you don't know the answers, and you don't know what to do, and that scares you." She looked up at his image to say, "Sometimes I hate it that you know me so well. Consider it a gift. Maybe something in Bastion's records can shed some light on all of this." "That's the spirit." Luke cleared his throat. No pun intended. After she gave him a deadpan stare, she said, "Don't you have coordinates to enter into the navcom?" I was going to wait until I can inform Han about. There was another sudden Wookiee growl in his background, followed by Han shouting, "Chewie, back off." Without missing a beat, Luke kept his eyes on MAHRA as he stated, "Or I can enter the jump and tell him later." "Good choice. I'll see you when you get here." "I'll be there soon, love, but I'm never too far away. May the Force be with you." He shut off his end of the holo projector, and his image slowly faded. MAHRA immediately began to enter the comlink code to Bastion Research Division from memory. She wouldn't allow herself enough time to feel guilty about her outburst to her husband. Instead, she did what she did best. Move on to the specifics of the mission. To contact a high-security research facility like Bastion or Yaga Minor, one doesn't just enter a code to call and say, "Hello, I want to research your extensive Old Republic archives." Despite the signing of the Pelian-Gavrisum Treaty 5 years ago, there was still imperial bureaucracy to wade through when certain services were needed by the New Republic. A typical representative of the New Republic would spend wasteful time cutting through many levels of officers before getting to where they needed. But MAHRA Jade had an advantage. She had once been a part of the imperial system regardless of how obscure her position was. She had ways to get through the bureaucracy. She knew that Grand Admiral Pelian would put aside politics and speak to either herself, Luke, or Leia with ease. The catch was how to bypass the officers whose job it was to guard communication traffic. Luckily, MAHRA Jade had the key to get directly through to those in higher positions in the Imperial Remnant. All it took was for her to utter 5 words. Her code was received and the Imperial insignia filled the screen. Several standard minutes later, the first low officer on the Imperial pole appeared. He was very young with dark close-cropped hair that was obscured by the military-issued hat. His face was as stern as his voice. "State your name and your business. No please or hello." MAHRA shook her head. The coldness of Imperial society still lingered after all these years. She considered that he noted her ident codes of her ship, which she did not disguise. And part of that code told the officer that she was New Republic. She made a point to avoid using her married name. The name Skywalker still drove some Imperials mad with anger. She stated, "MAHRA Jade, I request permission from Grand Admiral Pelian to use your research library. I'm afraid the Grand Admiral is very busy right now. Let me take your name and data, and we can set up an appointment within a few standard weeks." MAHRA blinked in surprise. "Weeks? I don't think so. Tell the Grand Admiral my name, and we'll see just how busy he is." "I'm afraid I can't do that, Miss, Jade. There are thousands of requests to use the research library at the moment." "Then tell him that this is a New Republic request. I am sure this is important for the New Republic, but I still cannot simply place you at the top of." "Let me tell you what I can't do," she snapped. "I can't reach through space to wring your neck, Private. I know what your job is, and in this case I really do need to speak to the Grand Admiral. My name is MAHRA Jade, former Emperor's Hand, if that title doesn't sound familiar to you. My Imperial Interest Code sequence is Hapsbury Barini Corbalin Triaxis. Look it up, and I'm sure you will be embarrassed at the high security level it contains. So, if I don't see the Admiral in the next 10 minutes, I will make sure your next post will be monitoring comm channels on Polis Minor. Understand?" Her intimidation skills were still intact as the private looked around nervously at what to do and then said weakly, "Why yes, Ms. Jade. One moment. I do believe I said 10 minutes, Private. Yes, of course. Just hold on." He shut off his comm screen and the insignia returned. It actually took less time than she figured. The screen changed in less than 5 minutes. An elderly man with white close-cropped hair wearing the bright white uniform of a Grand Admiral stared back at her through the screen. Pelian's features were older since the last time she saw him. Yet, age seemed to make his wisdom blossom. "MAHRA Jade," he greeted in his rugged voice. "Charming as always. I'm afraid you made Private Jensen take an unscheduled refresher break. I still have that effect on some men. How are you, Admiral?" "As well as to be expected. Now what is it that I can help you and the New Republic with?" MAHRA smiled. True military tact and quickness to the point. If only Pelian had been a Grand Admiral much sooner, MAHRA wondered what the Empire would have been like. As you may or may not be aware, the New Republic is in talks with the MAHRA on QIILURA. QIILURA. Yes, that does sound familiar. Pirates, I believe. Actually, they are far from being pirates. I figured as such. We have not heard from them in quite some time. I would venture to guess that their pirating was propaganda from our mutual former boss. You would be correct. And if my memory serves, you yourself had captured a few MAHRA members during their raid of this very facility. Your memory serves you well. MAHRA looked away from him and spoke more to her conscience than the Admiral. I met the daughter of one of the couples I detained. Pelion raised his white bushy eyebrow and finished her thought, and therefore indirectly handing them their death sentence. I can't see how that could be awkward. You have no idea? On the contrary, I have lived through many awkward moments such as that. The key is to endure the bad. Otherwise, you may not live to see the good. He cleared his throat and said with a smile, now, I'm sure you didn't contact me to give you life lessons. A task which I'm sure your husband provides. MAHRA nodded and stated, I am requesting the use of the Bastion Research Library, particularly those in the Old Republic archives. Specifically, files based on QIILURA and the MAHRA. I'm assuming your resources on Coruscant have been exhausted. MAHRA nodded. There wasn't much to begin with. Nothing but a basic history. We know about Commander Tamerkin's actions to evacuate the colonists on QIILURA after the GURLANINS' betrayal of their pact to leave the colonists alone. You believe that some colonists refused and stayed. There's nothing official, of course. That seems logical with the formation of the MAHRA. The mayor's Agarda myth has to be at least 1,000 years old, which would precede the human colonists on QIILURA by a great margin. Pelion shook his head and said, You do seem to have a mystery on your hands, MAHRA. I'm afraid I am unfamiliar with this aspect of the MAHRA. Perhaps the archives here will help you, though it seems the subject is more for an historian. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Do you know who you should speak with? An historian, MAHRA said dryly, almost immediately regretting the informal manner in which she answered a high-ranking officer. Instead of a reprimand she was expecting, she was greeted with bellowing laughter coming from the Grand Admiral. Something of a rare sight she had heard. He then said with amusement, I apologize. It is not often I hear such casual replies. MAHRA lowered her head in honor. It is I who should apologize, Grand Admiral. Nonsense, MAHRA Jade SKYWALKER. It is rather refreshing to hear your retorts over the complete dryness of Imperial officers. And please do not insult me with the formal Grand Admiral. Gilad will do. I believe you earned that much over the years. Thank you, Sir, Gilad. So, who should I talk with? Yes, right? Professor Jadrian User. He is one of the few remaining historians of the Old Republic who is still among us. I would never attempt to guess at his age in front of him, but it is up there. And he still retains a remarkable memory for things in the past. He first taught at the original Republic University, which, as you may know, became the Imperial Academy. And I'm guessing along with the name change came the professor's retirement. Yes, the Empire had no use for historians of the Old Republic at that time. He has recently acted as a consultant on the ancient archives, as well as executive administrator of the Bastion Library. MAHRA smiled at Gilead's veiled hint to her. She called him on it, a position I'm sure he didn't get appointed to without help from within. Pelion smiled as well. Cannot get much past you, Jade. Yes, I had a hand in that. Reward for teaching me as an ambitious kid all those years ago at the old university. I suspect he could be a great asset to your mystery. Though, I must say that you are the first New Republic representative to make use of our facilities here on Bastion. Officially, of course. I'd like to think of that as rather fitting. Very well. I will grant you access to the Seth Herf module of the Bastion Library server. That's where most of the Old Republic documents and archives are located. I would normally have them opened up, but I'm afraid I would insult you since I know you can get into them anyway. Thank you, Gilad. And Synth Herf. Cute Orabesh code for a library. And I could have sliced into the files myself, but I prefer to ask these days. I have nothing to hide. A sign of the times. I found Professor User's comlink code. It is very early morning here, but I'm sure he will be awake. I don't think the man ever sleeps. Sending the encryption now. Got it. Thank you so much, Gilad. And to you, MAHRA Jade. You always seem to make things much more interesting than they are. Good luck with your mystery. If that is all, I do have a schedule to keep, even if there is less for me to do than private gens and things. Of course, Admiral Pelion. And thank you again. Anytime, Jade. Pelion out. His image faded away. She immediately went into the HoloNet to delve into the Bastion Research Library. It was encrypted, of course, and normally, one would need special passcodes to enter for access. That or a good slicer. MAHRA Jade was that slicer. It was amazing to her how her memory retained the algorithms needed to get into the site. Within a half hour, which was a longer time than what she had once completed, she was in. She went to the proper server that Pelian told her, the Old Republic Archives. MAHRA thought for a few seconds about what some people wouldn't give for access to what was in front of her. She quickly entered QIILURA, and data started to come up. She frowned as she read through the same basic information that she already knew. It gave QIILURA's agricultural history, and the many products it once gave to the galaxy. Drunks across many cantinas could thank QIILURA for their contribution of the powerful Urkel drink. Nemoidians took control over the farms, and the product at first. During the Clone War, there was the agreement from the GURLANINS with the Old Republic to act as spies for them due to their unique shape-shifting abilities. The price for the Republic was the removal of human colonists and farmers. But the GURLANINS betrayed the Republic by invading and killing most of the colonists. Though MAHRA knew these facts, she also applied them to what she knew from Necro Island. She wondered how many human colonists were sacrificed into the molten lava or chained to tree limbs simply because they refused to leave. The Republic commander, Merkin, evacuated the colonists in response to the GURLANINS' betrayal. MAHRA wondered if he did, in fact, evacuate all of them. Or perhaps he only took care of the human colonists. Either way, the MAHRA followers would have stayed. Why hadn't those followers succumbed to the sacrifices? MAHRA skimmed further to see more data that she already knew. She did come across the entry about the MAHRA pirate raid on Bastion. In the Empire's version, all of the MAHRA pirates were eliminated during the battle. There were no prisoners. MAHRA shook her head. Censorship within the Empire's own institution. How did she ever work for such an organization, so blind to its fallacies? MAHRA soon felt frustrated when she found nothing new. She tried a new angle. She looked up MAHRA in the seek field on the site. It took a few seconds, but the computer came up with a one-sentence answer. The religion of the GURLANINS in the QIILURA system. Though it was short, there was one word that got her attention. GURLANINS. MAHRA was a GURLANIN religion. That put a new spin on this. If that was true, then why would humans and other species follow it? Or perhaps that was the condition for humans to stay on QIILURA and not be sacrificed. MAHRA realized that there were now more questions than answers in her research. She went over to the comlink and entered the code for the professor who Pelian referred her to. She entered the code and the Imperial insignia appeared once again. After a few minutes, an image on the holo projector started to come on. It was an elderly human man with gray-white hair that was receding from his forehead. Aged wrinkles and blemishes dominated his face and skin. Despite his apparent age, he was quite alert and he greeted her with an acute awareness. Yes. Who is it? Professor Jedrian User. Who's asking? My name is MAHRA Jade. I was referred to you by Grand Admiral Pelian. MAHRA Jade, the Emperor's hand. You've heard of me. I've heard of you and your reputation. MAHRA looked down. I assure you that reputation died quite a while ago. User grinned knowingly. Unless I'm referring to your reputation for getting results. What can I do for you? She explained what she was looking for in QIILURA and the MAHRA religion. He smiled confidently. Not finding much, are you? No. He nodded. The GURLANINS are very much a private species. Highly intelligent. Quite useful in their unique ability. Most shapeshifters can only change into one form or another. The GURLANINS can become anything, including inanimate objects like a rock. MAHRA began her questions without fanfare. Why would the Old Republic trust them to get the human colonists off of QIILURA? User shrugged. Simple naivety. The Republic couldn't see how unpredictable they were. I saw the GURLANINS' betrayal a parsec away. MAHRA hesitated but asked, had there been any evidence of human sacrifices by the GURLANINS? The professor squinted his eyes at her before he stated, not that I can recall. Nothing on record, of course. There may be hints in the written archives. MAHRA was taken aback and repeated, written archives. Written by whom? Why, the colonists who were evacuated, of course. He hesitated before he said, I'm afraid I must stop you there, Miss Jade. I must ask why you are interested in the GURLANINS when it's the humans of the MAHRA making the deal to join the new republic. You're well informed, and a fair question. There is a spirit leader at the head of the MAHRA. He lied to us about the GURLANIN past as well as hid the fact about there being human sacrifices on their island. We found human remains still hanging on chains to tree limbs along a hardened lava bed. And you don't trust this spirit leader? No. I suspect he is hiding more. I see. As I said, there was never anything official about sacrifices, though I wouldn't put it past the GURLANINS to perform such a heinous act. They are a violent race with very strict customs. A dangerous combination. Indeed. Well, the only way to find out is to consult the archives themselves. If you would excuse me for a moment while I fetch them. While waiting for his return, MAHRA chewed meticulously on the last of the ribbons. After a few minutes, User returned with scrolls of ancient flimsy instead of a datapad. Each piece looked so old that MAHRA was afraid they would fall apart. After User spread a few of the sheets on his table, he read through them. MAHRA couldn't read them, but she could see Orabesh's handwritten on them. She could only watch him read and anticipate what could be on them. Finally, he pointed his bony finger at a space on the flimsy and said, "Ah, here we are. These are a series of scrolls I found under the entry of QIILURA. It is dated 75 BBY. MAHRA did the calculation and said, that's over 50 years before the Clone War. Yes? Interesting. He flipped over a page carefully. Ah, here is a name of a colonist who wrote it. It only says, Antilles. MAHRA scoffed. That can be any one of a million. He describes himself as a farmer. His family was born and raised on QIILURA. He says they joined a group of GURLANINS in the religion of MAHRA. He and his family lived in peace and harmony among the MAHRA followers, human and alien alike. He goes on explaining how their lives were grand. Until something happened. What? Just a moment. I'm reading through. There was an incident with his daughter. MAHRA nodded. Let me guess. She was fairly young, 10 or 11 years old, and she claimed she saw something. User read for a bit and then eased his head up to look at MAHRA. Yes, that is it. How did you know this? This already happened to a girl around the same age 20 years ago, and is happening now to my niece. Does this Antilles mention what she saw? Yes, an apparition. She claimed she saw a girl. In a glowing white dress and long blonde hair, MAHRA finished. The professor nodded, and she claimed that the girl she saw was of the MAHRA goddess, Agarda. Figured. What does he say he did? User read more before he answered. He doesn't say how, but he found out about a prophecy in the MAHRA religion. He said it states that only the spirit leader can have contact with their goddess, Agarda. No one else can see her or communicate with her. He read further, but this time his expression turned to horror. When he looked up at MAHRA through the holo projector, he could hardly get his words out. It says, anyone else who claims to have seen or spoken to Agarda will perish into the flames of the mother. MAHRA nodded slowly. The lava bed. It could have been active a century ago. His family was threatened, weren't they? Yes. Antilles said he gathered his family in the middle of the night and took off for the nearest Republic outpost. They left QIILURA on a shuttle the next day. More like escaped. User flipped through the rest of the pages of flimsy. There is nothing else from Antilles, but I think we can conclude what has been happening on QIILURA since at least a century ago. Possibly longer. Perhaps. If you found evidence of human remains on that island, you may have discovered just why Antilles was afraid for his daughter and family enough to leave an otherwise tranquil life. MAHRA muttered to herself, maybe they weren't sacrifices. From what Antilles said, that was the price to pay for claiming to see or speak to their goddess. Only a spirit leader can do that. JAINA figured there had been others. She accused Cromley of knowing about those others, and he threatened her back. He was the only one who can make contact with Agarda. Or can he? Pardon me, Miss Jade, but who are you talking about? He shook her out of her thoughts, and she said, I'm sorry, Professor, I was thinking aloud. User smiled. Not a problem. The way I see these writings, Antilles must have written them down after he left QIILURA. I can't find any other reports from colonists about the MAHRA religion. Maybe Antilles was the only one who thought to record what he went through with the MAHRA, in case it happened again. Which it has. In any case, I would doubt that the current spirit leader would go so far as murder because of what your niece saw. There aren't any more active lava beds on QIILURA. There are other methods. Miss Jade, surely you don't believe the spirit leader would go up against not just one, but two JEDI. Stranger things have happened. True. But from what you explained, it seems to me that the spirit leader hid the GURLANINS past for fear of exposure. If you were about to become a large part of the galaxy, would you want that on your record? I guess not. There's still the mystery of Agharta. As you said, it was part of a legend. There have been numerous stories in various systems that include a young heroine tragically murdered. Yes, but if all of these young girls like Syria and JAINA did not see a spirit of Agharta, then what exactly did they see? The professor quietly replied, "What, indeed?" MAHRA thanked the professor for his help. She didn't receive the answers she wanted, but she learned a long time ago to accept the answers she did find. The prophecy of the MAHRA helped her understand their religion better. It disturbed her that GURLANINS would torture and kill anyone who claimed to even see their goddess. A former emperor kept the same standards for simple acts of morality. She wanted to research into how many mysterious deaths of girls occurred over the years within the MAHRA. Because of their lack of technology, that would be even harder to find. She suddenly yawned and realized it was dark outside. The only lights on were the navcom and auxiliary lights. She decided she had thought about all of this enough and intended to go to her bed. There was a time when she would work through fatigue. That was a weakness according to her long-dead former boss. Since she spent so much time with Luke Skywalker over the years, MAHRA Jade had learned to slow down. As she got up from her cockpit seat, where she sat for several hours, she stretched her arms. There was a sudden thud coming from outside the cockpit. She sprang up and opened the door to find darkness in the lounge. There was a light coming from the hallway going to JAINA's quarters. MAHRA called out, "JAINA, you awake?" No answer. MAHRA reached into the force and touched the mind of her niece. It told her she was sleeping. MAHRA edged into the lounge with her hand on her lightsaber. When she reached closer, a figure emerged into the hallway. It was only in the shadows, but MAHRA could never mistake the shape of her niece's hair. Yet, why was the force telling her she was asleep? Was JAINA sleepwalking? "JAINA, are you all right? I know how tired you are. Just go back to bed." JAINA shook her head. "JAINA, I found something about the MAHRA tonight. Luke will be here sometime in the morning. We can't talk about it then." JAINA only stood in place. "Look, JAINA, it's late and I'm going to sleep too." MAHRA turned her head slightly towards her quarters, and when she turned back at JAINA, there was no time to react to the hit at the bottom of her head. MAHRA had felt the muzzle end of a blaster at her head before. As soon as she realized it, she was already on the floor and sinking fast out of consciousness. Her mind went blank with a faint memory of pain. MAHRA woke with the pin light shining into her eye. She reacted and opened both eyes to bright light. Daytime. She was in the med center of the Jade Saber. The next thing she saw gave her an elation that she wasn't expecting so soon. "Luke," she uttered weakly. "What happened?" "I was going to ask you the same thing. We found you on the lounge floor with big welt on the back of your head." "JAINA." Luke breathed in heavily and let it out. "She's not here, MAHRA. She's gone." Chapter 10. Truth of the Faithful. QIILURA, Day 4. J Saber Infirmary. MAHRA Jade allowed herself to bask in her husband's shadow for a few glorious moments. Then she focused on his words. JAINA was gone. How was that possible? Was it JAINA who hit her and knocked her out? MAHRA could only feel JAINA's presence in the force as if she were sleeping. How could she be awake enough to create violence? Unless that dark shadowy figure she encountered last night was not JAINA. But she looked like her. The sudden thought of how that could be possible on QIILURA entered her mind. MAHRA tried to speak, but it came out a mumble. "Don't try to speak yet," commanded Luke. "Have to? Fine, JAINA." MAHRA lifted her head and received a searing pain. She eased her head back on the pillow and muttered, "Oh, that was a mistake. You've got quite a welt on your right side. We can't put a back-to-patch on it now that you're awake." "Sounds like a plan." After he placed a thick blue patch over her wound, MAHRA managed to say, "Not like JAINA to knock me out. From what you described to me last night, it seems JAINA is going through something unique." MAHRA sighed. "You always put things so mildly. JAINA has been an emotional wreck because of what she's seen. She's seen forest spirits before. Why would this one be any different? Maybe this one has nothing to do with the Force." Luke took almost too much time to reply. "I'll never believe that." "Then why can't I feel her in the Force?" "You can't feel her." "I can. You're still too weak right now. JAINA is there. She's faint as if she's asleep. Or unconscious. That's how she felt to me last night. Peaceful. Then she took me out. How could she act that violently when she's sound asleep?" A familiar sound suddenly emitted from her right side. She turned her head to see Chewbacca sitting beside her. "Oh, Chewie, I didn't see you there. What was that you said?" Chewbacca slowly repeated his phrase. MAHRA looked confused. "I'm sorry. Guess I'm rusty on my Wookiee speech. Did you say death walk?" Luke added, "That's what it sounded like to me, too." "What's a death walk?" When Chewie looked frustrated, another voice coming from the entrance to the infirmary spoke. "He said walk of sleep, not death." "Sleepwalking," said Han Solo. MAHRA considered. "JAINA has no history of sleepwalking, does she?" Han shook his head slowly. "No, but she's been through so much lately. Hell, even her attempt at a vacation turned into a small battle." Luke assured him, "She's strong, Han." "Yeah, I know. She's got the strength of heroes in her blood." MAHRA sat up with less pain in her head and cried, "Would you two wake up? JAINA only tries to be as strong as you and Leia. She creates that illusion of strength because she feels she has to live up to the both of you. She's only 15. How strong were you two at that age?" For a long moment, nobody replied, until Luke smiled and asked her, feeling better, "Yes? Let's focus on our missing niece, shall we?" Han began, "Let's start with how my 15-year-old daughter knocked out her full-grown teacher. Because I know I would have liked to have taken out a few of my teachers at that age." Instead of addressing his remark, MAHRA answered seriously, "I don't think JAINA would knock me out deliberately. Nor do I believe that JAINA was the one who hit me." Luke furrowed his brow. "But you said you only sensed JAINA and yourself. Who else could have been there without you knowing?" "A GURLANIN," MAHRA replied. Luke asked, "How could that be? Aren't they just animals?" "Not necessarily," said Han. "They can shapeshift into anything and anybody." Luke turned to face his friend. "How do you know about them?" "Chewie and I made a run of supplies here a few years before we met." MAHRA figured, right about the time of their raid on Bastion. "Not long after that, right? That was when the Empire branded them a fierce pirate gang. The infamous MAHRA pirates. Turns out they needed supplies shipped in, and no one was taking it. Chewie and I heard about it anonymously, and we cashed in." "And you didn't believe that they were pirates," said Luke. "Not for a minute. The supplies they needed from Ord Mantell were foodstuffs, building equipment, toys for children, medicine. Not one blaster or weapon." Chewie added a series of grunts. Han replied, "Exactly. Not the kind of items that fierce pirates ask for." MAHRA thought to question, "Did you ever set foot inside the compound?" "No, we were given beacon coordinates for a landing area like this one. We dropped the supplies off at the rendezvous point in a GURLANIN and a human male, picked them up, and they paid us." "Was the GURLANIN in the shape of a human?" "More or less. I remember it didn't speak basic well." MAHRA stated, "And the actual human was named Trogan." Han looked into the air in memory. "Sounds familiar." Chewie grunted. "Yeah, you're right. That name sounded familiar to me back then, too." "For me too when I heard it, but I can't place it," admitted MAHRA. Luke asked, "Do you think this GURLANIN made itself to look like JAINA, and then knocked you out?" MAHRA wondered aloud. It may have been under orders. From the MAHRA spirit leader himself, Krun Lee. Why would he be involved? MAHRA gave them an overview of what she found out from Bastion Records and Professor Jade user. The fact that the MAHRA religion is GURLANIN-based and what happens to girls who claim they saw and spoke to Agarda. Like JAINA did before she left the compound yesterday. They are taken to Necro Island to be sacrificed or simply to disappear. Luke questioned after listening to MAHRA, "Do you really believe that the spirit leader would go to those lengths to capture JAINA, all because she claimed she saw Agarda?" It seems to have happened here before. Small girls have a history of disappearing here. Their prophecy states that only the spirit leader can speak to or even see Agarda. Han followed with, "Not the first time a religious cult has taken people in the name of their god. Or goddess in this case." Luke let out a breath. "All right, you have motive. How do you prove it?" MAHRA cocked one red-gold eyebrow at him and said, "We challenge him." "Sounds good to me," replied Han. "Now wait a minute," Luke bellowed. "We can't just accuse someone just because you have a hunch. We need proof. I just can't see how a religious spirit leader would follow the ancient traditions of GURLANINS. Plus, I don't see him going up against 2 Jedi Knights." "You haven't met him, Luke. I could tell there was a reason why he didn't want us on that island. He was trying to discourage us from going every step of the way." "Why would he not want you to find that place on the island?" It was Han who replied. He was afraid MAHRA would see what the GURLANINS are capable of. Right? And since the religion is GURLANIN-based, he was afraid that we would think the MAHRA leaders were also capable of that violence. Luke took a while to consider and finally said, "All right, I should meet with this Krun Lee and make my own judgment. But first I want you to rest that injury." "I'm fine now, Luke. Trust me, I've had worse. It's better since you put on the patch." "Doesn't it still hurt?" "It does, but I've learned over the years how to divert pain away, especially on missions. JAINA is not just your mission, MAHRA. Finding her is. She's my responsibility. Now that we're here, you won't have to take it on alone." MAHRA sighed almost in defeat. "All right, just give me a few minutes to get ready, and we'll head to the compound." Luke gave a reassuring smile and kissed her on her forehead. "Love you, MAHRA. And we will find JAINA. We'll be on the Falcon." Without another word, Luke, Chewie, and Han left the infirmary. MAHRA got up from the medical bed and headed to her bunk. The wound on her head still held pain, but not as much as when she first awoke. She used the Force to soften the pain. She then dressed in a basic green tunic and then grabbed a bite to eat. MAHRA then made sure all of her weapons were secure and headed toward the Millennium Falcon. Han landed at several meters away from the Jade Saber, but her ship still dwarfed the Corellian freighter, and its shadow loomed over it. The ramp to the Falcon was open, and she walked up into it. She could hear the murmur of men's voices as she entered the main lounge area. Lando Calrissian was sitting on the far bench behind the hologram board. Luke was seated beside him while Han was busy at the comm. MAHRA glanced toward the cockpit to see Chewie and C-3PO arguing. MAHRA felt like she entered an exclusive gentleman's club. Unfortunately, Luke wasn't the first to greet her. Lando, wearing the latest men's fashion, and at least a liter of cologne, shot up from his seat and went over to MAHRA. He gave a sloppy gentleman's bow. "Ah, the lovely MAHRA Jade graces us with her presence." She detected a distinct aroma of liquor on his breath, to which she replied, "And you're gracing me with your lack of sobriety." He brought his index finger to his lips. "SHH, I'm always drunk on life, my dear." "Kind of early for a drink, eh, Lando?" she asked. "I am still on Carado's time, so it's still afternoon to me." She glanced at Luke. He must still be reeling from his failure there. All through the trip, Luke confirmed. She exaggerated the motion of sniffing the air around Lando and said, "Let me guess, a 25 Brandale." Lando gave a mock gasp. "A 25. Don't insult my collection. It's a classic 40. Han spoke from the comm console. "If it's the same 40 that you've been bragging about for more than 2 decades, then that's one big bottle." "What do you know about Brandale? You just drink that cheap Corellian ale." Han shot back. "It does the job at half the expense." Lando ignored him and addressed MAHRA. "I'm not that drunk. I had to use it for medicinal purposes. He angled his face to the left toward the light so she could see fresh scars across his neck. Quite a wound you have there. Same to you, Lando said as he glanced at her head. At least I didn't have an encounter with a Wookiee. As if on cue, Chewbacca entered the lounge with a snarl. 3PO followed him. Lando corrected, actually, my head stopped his paw from going through the bulkhead. Chewie rumbled a sentence. 3PO erupted, for the last time, Chewbacca. Lando did not cheat. It is perfectly legal for the dealer to randomly select a Sabak shift at any time during the hand. My programming for Sabak dealer was approved by the Galactic Gaming Commission. Han uttered, which is the same organization that allows grifters to win on Rylith, Goldenrod. MAHRA chuckled at seeing Luke's eyes roll and said, glad I came in at the right time. Have we formed a plan to meet with Krun Lee? Luke stated, Han has 2 swoop bikes in storage. The both of us can use them to go to the compound. No, MAHRA injected. We can't take the Falcon in. There's a clearing to the southeast of the entrance to the compound. It's too small for the Saber, but perfect size for the Falcon to land. I don't know if that's a good idea, MAHRA. It'll be more intimidating that way. Keep them off guard and less official. Less time for Krun Lee to think his way out of it. 3PO added, may I remind you, Ms. Mara J. SKYWALKER, that it is GURLANIN law for a representative of their species to escort visitors to the MAHRA compound. No offense, 3PO, but to hell with their law. We have a missing niece and JEDI, and a GURLANIN is a suspect. Krun Lee knows it. Luke blew out a breath. And this is how you get proof. By using interrogation tactics. MAHRA pleaded, Luke, I know he is involved somehow. How? Are you feeling this from the Force? Or just from you? MAHRA stared at him for a moment and slumped her shoulders. She said, all of these years away from Nirwin, and you're still back to the same Skywalker. Always relying on the Force over instinct and experience. Luke mumbled, many things have happened since Nirwin. But not enough for you to change. I guess I can't expect you to change as much as you can expect me to. I'm just afraid you will lose yourself over the Emperor's hand version of justice. MAHRA stepped forward and said, maybe you should trust your wife's version of justice more often. There was an awkward pause hanging after her words. Until Lando said, hey, if you two need a moment, we can all squeeze into the cockpit. Never mind, Lando, Luke said. We have to get the Falcon ready. We'll be landing in the MAHRA compound. Inside the MAHRA compound, 30 standard minutes later. The landing area which MAHRA spoke of was obvious, and Han spotted it immediately. He maneuvered the Falcon around to face the entrance, after he swerved to miss the large Yurchwood trees that guarded it. MAHRA and Luke were inside the cockpit along with Han and Chewie. She could see through the viewport all of the MAHRA members scatter about on the ground at the sudden appearance of a ship. Their routines were being disrupted. Curiosity was the main feeling coming from them through the Force. MAHRA almost felt a twinge of guilt that innocent beings of the MAHRA had to stop their normal work and play so that MAHRA could find JAINA. It was one of those sacrifices needed for a mission. JAINA was worth it. When Han landed, her elation grew as she saw both Krun Lee and Kroger approach the Falcon's ramp. She smirked. Look at that. Just the two I wanted to speak to. Luke gave a sideways glance at his wife. Just be careful, MAHRA. Don't worry. I can be subtle. Han muttered, as subtle as a cruiser wreck. MAHRA bemused. Watch your mouth, fly boy, or you'll find yourself floating home. Cute, Luke remarked. Chewie let out a humorous growl. Han replied, that wasn't funny. Chewie growled innocently. No, you didn't mean ironic. You said funny? MAHRA nudged Luke and said, let's leave this couple alone. MAHRA and Luke went through the corridor to get to the ramp that was lowering. They could already hear the murmur of the crowd and the booming voice of Krun Lee shouting. This is an outrage. You have no authority to land here. Show yourself now. I demand you explain your actions. MAHRA tilted her head back at Luke. Please let me at him. I'll be right behind you. Great. You're my husband and my chaperone. Try to keep up. She started storming down the ramp and made a beeline towards Krun Lee. He was standing close in front of the ramp. He only had time enough to recognize MAHRA and say, ah, so it is you, Mara Jade. I should have known. MAHRA grabbed the front of the spirit leader's robe and twirled his huge body around 360 degrees so that his back was to one of the ramp's metal pillars. She thrust him back hard, and his head hit metal. "Where's she?" she bellowed. At first, Krun Lee was so stunned from the sudden pain that he couldn't answer. Then he found his voice and uttered, "I assume you mean your niece. I have no clue where she would be." She shook his shoulder and slammed his head back up against the pillar. Krun Lee let out a yelp of pain. "Liar." "MAHRA," her husband warned. "Not now, farm boy. I'm doing this my way." She addressed Krun Lee. "Where's JAINA?" Krun Lee breathed hard before he asked, "What makes you believe that I know where she is?" "From what she said yesterday before we left. She claimed to have seen and spoken to your precious Agarda. I know what happens to those who claim the same thing in your history." He sneered. "Do not presume you know about our religion." "Our religion? You mean the GURLANINS religion?" Upon seeing his eyes go wider, she said, "Yes, I've been doing my homework. Direct from the main source. Whatever you were told, it is misinformation. Don't test me, Krun Lee. You know about how I can tell your emotions through the Force." Krun Lee gave a strange, confident smirk. "All too well." MAHRA tried to reach in the Force, but only received a sense of worry. She concentrated as hard as she could and found that the worry was coming from Kroga, not Krun Lee. What she felt from the spirit leader was almost incomplete. She felt as if she hit his mental walls. He seemed to pick up on her confusion. "You seem to be struggling, MAHRA Jade. You don't seem to be able to read my thoughts." "I can," announced Luke. MAHRA let go of Krun Lee against the pillar and gave her own confident smirk at him. She said with pride, "Krun Lee, allow me to introduce you to my husband. The galaxy knows him as Master Jedi SKYWALKER." Luke stepped off the ramp and turned to face Krun Lee. He said nothing. Krun Lee bowed his head and said, "It is an honor to greet you as our guest. We have studied all of your great accomplishments. Then you know about my abilities in the Force, specifically with detecting emotions. I can tell there was a sense of joy from you in knowing something that MAHRA does not. You may not know where our niece is, but you do know something." Krun Lee ended his expression of awe and straightened his back. "I will not stand here and be accused of kidnapping within my own compound." Luke smiled and said, "Now I don't believe we said anything about kidnapping, did we? Strange that you did." Kroga shifted awkwardly from behind them and said, "Krun Lee, perhaps it is time to. It is time for us to banish these visitors from our compound. They have already insulted us and have broken QIILURA law. How dare you accuse us without reason or motive?" MAHRA said, "I know what happens to little girls over the years who claim to have contact with Agarda. They're given a visit to Necro Island. That's what happened to Syria Rain, correct?" Krun Lee shook his head slowly. "No, we do not condone such acts of barbarism. You have no right." "We do have the right to search this compound," Luke cut in. "In the name of the New Republic, of course. May I remind you, Krun Lee, that you invited us here. With JAINA missing and your evasiveness about it, the joining of the MAHRA and the New Republic is in serious jeopardy. So it is threats that a Jedi Master is reduced to, only because you have forced me into the situation. Now, we are going to conduct a search for JAINA. That is well within our rights as guests of the MAHRA. Should you choose to help, it would be greatly appreciated." "Of course, we will help. If we know something about her whereabouts, we will contact you immediately. I trust you will be leaving with your ship in order to conduct your search." Ignoring his indignant tone, Luke replied, "Yes, the search does not require us to dock here. We will leave at once." He addressed his wife. "Come, MAHRA." She came up beside him and muttered, "You do realize that once we're gone, he has no way of contacting us if he knows where JAINA is?" "I do." Krun Lee turned toward the crowd and demanded, "The foreigners have desecrated our sacred grounds no longer. You may return to your daily routines." As Luke and MAHRA noted that he called them foreigners, MAHRA heard her name being called from the crowd. It was the tiny voice of Ristina Taylor. The 11-year-old came up to the Skywalkers but stopped at the ramp. Ristina's eyes looked watered and red as she stumbled to ask, "Is it true? Is Jaina really missing? I'm afraid she is, Ristina. But she is a Jedi. She's strong and can save herself. Before MAHRA could reply, Luke spoke from behind her. Yes, that's true. Jaina is a strong Jedi. She has an excellent master. Husband and wife glanced at each other and smiled. Instead of replying to him, Ristina stared at him with eyes popping. She eventually found her voice. You're Luke Skywalker. Luke bemused back, and you're a girl in a gray tunic. MAHRA introduced him to Ristina, calling her a connoisseur of Jedi history. Is that so? Luke approved. Yes, my grandfather told me all about the Jedi Knights of the Old Republic. Are we going to join the New Republic and the whole galaxy soon? Luke replied, well, there's many things we have to look into first. We'll wait and see. First we have to find Jaina. I'm sure you will. She knows a lot about this place already. You know, when Syria Rain said she saw Agarda, I never really believed her. She was crazy for 20 years and all. She never made any sense before MAHRA healed her. But when Jaina said she saw and spoke to Agarda, it got me thinking. Of what, Ristina? Asked MAHRA. Well, if a Jedi can't see Agarda, then she has to be real, right? MAHRA found herself speechless. How would she answer the girl? She didn't have to. Luke spoke in his mellow voice as if he were talking to one of his students. If you truly believe that Agarda is here in this compound, then it is true to you. It doesn't matter if anyone can see or speak to her. You don't have to be a Jedi to have faith in something, Ristina. Ristina beamed at Luke's words and said, Thank you, Master Skywalker. Our spirit leader never talks to us about Agarda like that. How does he talk about her to you? Questioned MAHRA. Upon a look from her husband, MAHRA added, if I may ask. Well, he is always saying how sacred she is to the MAHRA. That her sacrifice started our belief in living our lives to the fullest. But he makes it seem like only he can control her. I don't know. How can you control a goddess? Luke supplied with, I think Ristina means Crunley makes all the decisions regarding Agarda. Right? Exactly. He tells us when we can worship her, but only when he is around. Anything we want to ask Agarda must go through him. He says she won't answer us if we don't. It's almost like Agarda is the MAHRA goddess, yet we know nothing about her. I can look on the hollow net and find out almost anything about the Jedi in detail. But there's nothing about Agarda. I mean, her myth is a bit sketchy. I always thought so anyway. But I can't tell the spirit leader that. Luke looked deep in thought and he supplied an answer to her unspoken question. She is too mysterious to you, so you can't trust your feelings about her. Ristina reacted slowly as if she discovered something new. Yes, that's it. MAHRA assured, maybe that will change when you join the New Republic. Ristina squinted her eyes and furrowed her brow. I'm not sure. The spirit leader didn't want us to join in the first place. MAHRA asked, You mean Crunley never wanted to join the New Republic? Not at first. He was outvoted in our favor of joining. Then he had no choice but to contact you. Interesting, MAHRA uttered. Well, I'll leave you alone to look for Jaina. It was great to meet you, Master Skywalker. He put a hand softly on her shoulder. Call me Luke. She smiled and turned to run off. By now the crowd dispersed and Luke and MAHRA were alone at the foot of the ramp. He watched his wife stare at where Ristina disappeared to. Something on your mind, MAHRA? What? Oh, just thinking of how mature she is for her age. Remind you of someone? Jaina, of course. Luke turned up the ramp and said, I was thinking of someone even more personal to you. Despite her upbringing, of course. She looked into his bright blues and found herself wanting to drown in them for his suggestion. She shook her head away from the idea. This wasn't the time. She said, I was also thinking that the more I stay here, the more I feel that the MAHRA is a dictatorship rather than a religion. Never confuse the faith with the supposedly faithful MAHRA. They walked up the ramp as it closed behind them, and she looked back at him and surrendered to his charm. I love you, F.R.M. boy. I know. Now let's go find our niece. They entered the cockpit and Han turned to say, kind of a serene group. Except for that Krun guy. We were monitoring your conversation with him here. He seemed a bit defensive for someone claiming ignorance. Luke replied, his true intentions will reveal themselves eventually. Now, we're going to find your daughter. Just like that. Yes? Do you still have that heat response system in the Falcon's comm? Yeah, but aren't we taking off somewhere? They can wait. Han got up and headed toward the lounge area. That's what I'd like to hear more from you, kid. You do realize there are 100 or so beings out there and not all are human. It's going to be hard to distinguish my girl among them. That's why I won't be looking for a living object. Just the one with the brightest heat signature. Han sat down at the main comm console and started the program. Luke, I know my daughter is a hothead, but that's taking it too far. Luke gave a chuckle and answered, her lightsaber, Han. It wasn't in her bunk. She still would have it with her. Lando said from the bench she wouldn't have it on. Doesn't matter, Luke countered. The infrared in this system will detect the extreme hot ions still in the crystal chamber whether the blade is ignited or not. Okay, Han said as he sat back. It'll be a few minutes to scan the area. I limited the scale of area from the compound to the landing area where the saber is. MAHRA sat down next to Lando and Luke glanced at her. He could feel her anticipation and he assured her, we'll find her, MAHRA. As she felt his assurance, Lando started asking, you believe a Gurlanin came aboard the saber, took JAINA, disguised itself as JAINA, and then knocked you out. That's the running theory. So why would JAINA still have her lightsaber? Wouldn't the Gurlanin take it away? Luke considered Lando's words. That's a good point. MAHRA, are you positive that it wasn't JAINA last night? Again, why would she knock me out? Han suggested, you did say she went crazy after seeing this ghost girl. Not that crazy? No, I'll never believe that it was JAINA who hit me last night. Luke said, well, regardless if it was or wasn't her, and even if the Gurlanin took away her lightsaber, it will still show up on the scan here. It should be coming up soon. As if on cue, the screen showed a rough hologram map of the surrounding area. Progressing every few seconds were a series of red dots in varying degrees of brightness. Some were faint and others were strong. Here we are, Han announced. He started pointing out specifics on the screen. Now, see where the concentration is. That's the compound. There must be some Rhodians here. How do you know that? Asked Lando. They're not as bright. After Lando gave a humorous snort, Han said, I mean their red marker is not as bright as others. Cold-blooded species have less heat. Luke stared at the screen and called out, Han, enhance grid 10A. Han did so, and the small area was so filled with bright dots that it looked like one combined dot. Wow, wonder what that is. Whatever it is, it's giving off a lot of heat. MAHRA judged where the area was in relation to the compound and said, that's Necro Island. There was a lava bed there centuries ago. Looks like it's still there, mentioned Lando. Luke asked Han, this system doesn't take into effect how deep the heat is coming from. No, it's not that specific. But that does make sense if there's a fault line there. Han gave a disappointing sigh. Hope JAINA isn't around there, or we'll never find her. I doubt it, MAHRA said. Try outside the compound. Han scrolled the screen over, and they came across one dot in particular. It was so bright that it seemed that it could burn through the screen. Wow, never seen a marker that bright. That can't be a living being. Luke said quickly, no, it looks like it could be a lightsaber. Looks like it's outside of the compound. Where, exactly? Asked MAHRA. Han answered, about 19.4 meters from the entrance. MAHRA saw where Han indicated and did the calculations. I know where it is. Just outside the MAHRA compound, 30 standard minutes later. How much further is this place? Asked Luke. Keeping pace with her husband on foot, MAHRA answered, just beyond this birchwood tree. They had walked from where the Falcon was parked. As soon as they left, Luke was true to his word to Krun Lee and had Han take off to conduct further search from the atmosphere. Luke noted as he neared the massive dark trunk, some of these trees are taller than some Coruscant towers. The detail in the entranceway is impressive too. MAHRA expressed with no small amount of sarcasm, all hail the almighty Agarda. Luke gave a sideways glance at her and said, do I detect blasphemy in your words, Mrs. Jade? No, Just the fact that QIILURA is forcing an ancient Gurlanin religion on an unsuspecting group of innocents. Yes, but they still believe in their goddess, despite how they worship her. You heard Ristina. Yes, but he's controlling their belief. I think you're underestimating the MAHRA members. To believe in a god or goddess because someone tells you to is the height of stupidity. Our senses determine what we do with information given to us, and intelligence allows us to understand that information. Yet, each being must figure it out for themselves. The members are not just following one man's belief in a deity. They truly have faith in her and therefore, themselves. MAHRA suddenly stopped to consider her husband. When did you become so introspective? Luke shrugged and replied casually, it comes with the job. They began walking again, and were almost around the tree when MAHRA said, listen, I hear you about the people believing. It's QIILURA who I don't trust. I can't read him very well, so I'm not able to assess him as well as you can. It's not easy, I'll admit. There is still something strange about the man that I can't put my finger on. If you could have seen him when we were on Necro. She stopped talking so suddenly that her husband cried out for her. MAHRA, what's wrong? Look. Straight ahead of them was the maintenance shed of Trogans. Parked in front of it was a large craft. For an instant, Luke thought he was looking at a TIE fighter. The wings and cockpit were similarly shaped. But the ship had an extra wide hold behind the cockpit that looked to transport a small group of troops. Is that a? Not a TIE, MAHRA replied. It's a lone scout. Senior fleet systems made them during the Empire. Shorter range than a TIE and less firepower. Used mostly for scouting missions. Still heavily armed and shielded. So what is it doing here? Part of Trogan's collection, I assume. He has quite a bit of one behind there. Interesting how Trogan got a hold of one. Luke took out a small datapad. The coordinates Han gave us for that bright marker is inside that bunker. I was so hoping Trogan wasn't involved in this. If he is, I'm wringing his neck. Now, MAHRA, we don't know what's going on. The next instant they could hear a voice coming from the shed. MAHRA clearly recognized it as Trogan's. They were still several meters away, so they couldn't tell what he was saying. They both watched the entrance to the shed in anticipation. What they saw next made their blood boil. Coming out of the shed was Trogan and his assistant Gurlanin, Rut. They were coming out slowly because they were carrying something each with an opposite end. MAHRA could see with her excellent sight that it was a limp human. JAINA. Without thinking, MAHRA yelled out, Trogan. You criffing hut spawn. Both Trogan and Rut spotted MAHRA and Luke, but instead of calling back at her, they both doubled their speed toward the ship's ramp. MAHRA knew she only had seconds before they entered and took off. One advantage of the lone scout A was his quick ignition time. MAHRA started into a run towards it. By the time she reached it, the ramp was already shut and the repulsor started. She slammed her fist against the closed ramp. Shaft it. She could feel the extreme heat of the engines, and she was forced to back away. The ship rose into the air as Luke finally caught up to her and held her back by the waist. Are you crazy? You're going to get yourself killed. Trogan has JAINA. I know. I saw her too. She wasn't moving. I can't feel her in the force, but she's very faint. We have to go after them. We can't get Han to go after them. The ship was gaining altitude and was fading away into the sky. No, it's too late. We have to find something. She looked backward into the maintenance shed. There has to be something back here we can use. Before Luke could stop her, she was already into the shed and through to the other side. It opened up to a massive junk pile of an assortment of items from old appliances to rusty ship parts. Luke followed her as she scanned the area for any kind of usable craft. She spotted an old sand skiff nearby and said, There. That should work. MAHRA, that has to be a century old. It'll work. Come on, farm boy. I'm piloting. Of course you are. I'll try and contact Han. No time. Besides, he's keeping watch of the area. He will notice a lone scout ship taking off. She climbed onto the skiff and fiddled with the piloting controls. The repulsor sputtered a few times before finally igniting. She revved the engines and thrust the throttle before Luke could hold on. The skiff leapt into the air and glided over the junkyard. MAHRA mumbled, "Let the chase begin." Chapter 11. Past Excuses. She opened her eyes into the darkness. Her head lifted up without any pain, without any feeling. As a matter of fact, she looked out into the shadow of trees that held no color. She sat up and raised her arm. Her movements felt like she were inside a vat of Bacta fluid. Thick. Slow motion. Unreal. Was this a dream? JAINA tried to think. Last memory. Sleeping in her bunk on the Jade saber. Maybe I'm still there, she thought. She looked down at her arm as the upper portion suddenly stung. She rubbed it with her other hand. "You had help in your inactivity," said a voice around her. JAINA twirled around to find its source but found further darkness. Who was that? Where are you? As if on cue, a faint image of a little girl with blonde curls appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Her gown was glowing white so brightly that it almost hurt JAINA's eyes. The gown flowed back against a wind that JAINA did not feel. "Oh, wonderful. You again? Where am I?" "Neither here nor there. Where I am now. Where I have always been." JAINA muttered, "Of all the ghosts I can see, I get the one that makes no sense." She addressed the girl. "Agarda, I assume." "The label is wrong. Yet, I am the myth of power from which the elders created me. They needed a name for their fault. For a girl your age, you do have a large basic vocabulary. My age is seamless, wrinkled through the fabric of time. No constant in worth. Yeah, whatever. Can you tell me why I'm here? You have come through. Those before you faded before reaching the post. Why me? You possess the power to understand and the will to action. You can release me before the dawn. Many rocks and grass will disappear. Release you. From what? Eternal turmoil. That doesn't sound good. Where can I find you? Everywhere. But tranquil in one place. Guess I'll have to figure that one on my own. Seek the sacred post-mortem. Wonderful. Another vague clue. Must be done before it's time. Time for what? Instead of the spirit answering, the ground beneath JAINA started to rumble. JAINA tried to steady herself while the girl stood completely still, not moving, almost as if she were floating just above the ground's surface. The ground quickly graduated from rumbling to violent shaking. JAINA almost fell over from trying to balance herself. She started to see cracks in the soil that bled out bright yellow-orange light. JAINA could already feel the extreme heat exuding from the cracks. What is this? What is happening? The blonde girl frowned and replied, "The end." And within seconds, the wind carried her image away from existence. JAINA could hold on no more. The ground began to take the shape of a large staircase, and she slipped and collapsed onto the next lower slab. The yellowish light was just underneath her. The heat was too intense. The slab she lays on rises and another forms beneath her. She grabs hold of the edge, holding on for dear life. Her fingers can't take the pressure. She slips. There is no other slab beneath her. Nothing but yellow-orange light. And the heat. She falls. And falls. She lands hard on the metal grating. JAINA opens her eyes. She catches her breath from the dream. Vision. She couldn't say. She remembers everything from it in detail. She looks around at her new surroundings. Her movements don't feel as slow now. This must be real. The metal underneath her was just as unstable as the ground she was once on. It tilted in one direction, and she found herself latching onto the legs of a metal bench to hang on. Was she just on that bench? Is that from where she fell to the grated metal floor? In addition, the sounds of a whining engine filled her ears. A sound that was very familiar. I'm on a ship, she thought. When the craft leveled out again, she lifted her head and torso to look around. She was in a cargo hold of some kind. It was used to transport troops with the long benches on either side and the racks hanging on the wall for blasters that were not there. She starts to stand up and immediately feels a sting in her arm. Just like in the dream. She braces her arm with her hand. Again, she looked down at it to see a small red mark that was starting to vanish. She had been drugged in her sleep. But why? Another mystery to solve, but easier to find the solution. She started to move forward towards the cockpit. A few times she had to hold on to the benches. The pilot was banking like crazy. She reached the cockpit door and slid it open. She caught sight of the familiar geometric shapes that made up the viewport. Combining that with the distinctive engine sound, she knew what type of ship she was on. A TIE fighter. She dismissed this quickly as no TIEs she knew of had space enough in the cargo hold for troops. She looked in front of her to see two pilots in the cockpit. Neither seemed aware of her presence. She couldn't tell their identities from the backs of their heads just yet. The pilot was holding the throttle for dear life. He still swerved, but now JAINA knew why. A small boom exploded outside to the starboard nearby. The pilot moved to miss its impact. Warning shots. Who was firing at them? The pilot cursed. Damn, this guy is good. She instantly recognized that voice. Trogan. She looked in the co-pilot seat. Sure enough, it was the GURLANIN, Rut, in human form. What was she doing on their ship? Her answer came in the form of another very familiar voice coming from the comm. Attention Lone Scout Pilot, those were my final warning shots. I suggest you land before I start disabling something valuable on your ship. Dad. She almost blurted it out. Trogan ignored her father's warning and commanded to Rut, increase rear deflectors. I think I can outrun this joker. Think again, thought JAINA proudly. Trogan tried speedy maneuvers but couldn't shake off his adversary. After a series of moves, a blast came and rocked the ship. Alarms started blaring. Criff. He's got us. Her father's voice came back on the comm. I just disabled your port stabilizer. You won't be able to escape into orbit. You had better land before it gets worse. Trogan reached the comm and flicked the on switch. Who the Criff is this? The voice answered, my name is Han Solo. You kidnapped my daughter. Prepare to land. Trogan shut off the comm in a daze. Oh, Sith spawn, he muttered. Rut asked him what we do now. JAINA took that moment to ignite her lightsaber, which, for some reason, was still hooked to her belt while in captivity, and held it between the two surprised pilots. She told them, I think it's best to do what my father says. Aboard the Millennium Falcon, a few moments earlier. Lando Calrissian cried out through the comm, Luke, we were following your chase, and we lost you. Then we detected a sudden heat source kinda like an explosion. Tell me you and MAHRA are all right. We're all okay, Lando Luke replied through the comm. Everyone? Lando looked over at Han's anticipated expression. Well, JAINA? Han grabbed the comm mic and cried. JAINA is what? Han, Han could detect the nervousness in Luke's voice. Just tell me, Luke, what happened to my daughter? He could hear Luke sigh and then say, she's been kidnapped. After a beat, Han asked in an almost casual, exasperated tone, again. Well, yes, but we know who it is. Do you still have the Lone Scout on the tracking scanner? Oh, so that's what that ship is. Looked like an oversized TIE to me. Han could hear MAHRA's voice through Luke's comlink say, still a senior systems craft. More of a reconnaissance shuttle than a fighter. Is not nearly as fast or agile as a TIE. Good. That means I can catch up to him faster. Luke had to add, Don T forget, JAINA's on that ship. I'm not stupid, kid. There's probably many ways to disable it without blowing it up. I want him alive to have a little chat with him. Get in line, MAHRA added. Ignoring their threats, Luke said, make sure you get him to land nearby the clearing with the Jade saber. MAHRA and I are heading there now. We'll keep him comfortable until you arrive, said Han. Han out. He clicked off the comm. He then turned to stare at the scanning screen. Now, where is our little friend? Ah, there he is. 29.4 degrees northwest. Chewie hit it. Lando asked, do you think you can get to him before he breaks Atmo? Han looked at his friend sitting adjacent to him with an expression of disbelief. You used to pilot this hunk of junk. What do you think? Lando shrugged. I never had half of the modifications it has now when I had her. She's your ship now. So, are we done gambling over her now? Sure. Finally. Chewie, you got an intercept course. Chewie grunted in acknowledgement. Okay, punch it and let's get my daughter back. Within a few minutes, the Falcon was behind the lone scout that held JAINA captive. Han proceeded to follow a course to pursue it. There he is. Chewie, jam his transmissions. Just his outgoing. I may want to speak to him. As Chewbacca complied, Lando mentioned, I don't think there's anyone he'd be contacting. Now we know he can anyway. Just in case. Chewie, when we get in range, fire a shot about 30 or so degrees to his port side. That should get his attention. Chewie did so when it was time, and the shot rattled the lone scout. The pilot swerved very effectively to avoid his impact. Chewie fired another shot on the starboard side a little closer. The ship went into an expert evasive tactic to again avoid damage. Han widened his eyes. Wow, this guy's good. Lando cut in, so much for intimidating him. He's been trained to manage that move. I have a pretty good idea where. He's good, but I'm better. All right, plan B. Chewie snarled a question. Yes, I do have one. Chewie, open the channel and find his frequency. I want to speak with him. He may not be in a talkative mood. Don't care. I want to put the fear of Solo in him. Han ignored both Chewie and Lando's rolling eyes. Chewie flipped a few switches and dialed in on one slowly until he found a match. He grunted to Han. Found it. Good. Open it. Attention lone scout pilot, those were my final warning shots. I suggest you land before I start disabling something valuable on your ship. There was no acknowledgement from the lone scout. The craft simply gained speed and flew into an inverted S-curve to avoid further pursuit. Lando remarked, yeah, that sure put the fear of Solo in him. Now what? Plan C. Han was too focused on his pursuit to reply. Han thrust the throttle forward to catch up to the lone scout. The Falcon easily was just beside the scout in no time when Han finally said to Chewbacca, when I get closer along his port side, fire a concussion on the edge of that wing assembly. See it? Chewbacca growled in protest. No, it won't destroy the whole ship. Not if you aim it just at that assembly. That holds the port stabilizer. It has the same configuration as a TIE. You just hit that and he'll have to land. Got it. Okay, here we come alongside of him. Ready. Fire. Chewie did so, and the missile did just nick the assembly between the wing and the main frame. Sparks flew as the ship rocked in the opposite direction, and black smoke trailed behind it. The ship tried to right itself but kept tilting back and forth. We got him. Open the channel again. I just disabled your port stabilizer. You won't be able to escape into orbit. You had better land before it gets worse. A rugged voice finally answered back on the comm. Who the criff is this? Han answered, my name is Han Solo. You kidnapped my daughter. Prepare to land. For a moment, it looked like the pilot was going to ignore him again. Eventually, the craft started to descend and Han could see its landing cycle beginning. Han then took the comm and ordered, you see that long ship shaped like a viper blade? You might recognize it being that it belongs to MAHRA J. SKYWALKER. Try to land near it. There was no voice reply for a while, and Han asked back, did you hear me? They sure did, Dad. Feeling a fresh bout of relief from hearing his daughter's voice, Han asked JAINA, is that you? The one and only. You all right? Fine. Just woke up from a drug-induced nap, courtesy of my captors here. Your captors? Hi, Lando. Yes, my captors. My lightsaber and good looks are keeping them company while they're landing. Right, guys? Han shut off the comm for a moment that cut off any response from JAINA's reversal of captivity. He muttered to the air, not caring who listened, here I am trying to rescue her and it turns out she rescues herself. Must be a Skywalker trait. The comm crackled. Dad, you there? Han flipped the comm back on. Right here, Han. Glad you're okay. Anything you want me to tell them? Han gave his famous lopsided grin. Tell them to expect extreme pain. Take a number. Too bad Aunt MAHRA will have to be last. All right, we see the saber. I'll see you in a bit, Dad. You betcha, Han. Han tried to eliminate the love in his voice for his daughter, but failed. His co-pilots understood. QIILURA Millennium Falcon Lounge. Approximately 30 minutes later. MAHRA and Luke walked up the ramp of the Falcon and entered the main lounge. Inside, they found Trogan and Clean tied to a chair with crash flight straps. Han was sitting nearby in another chair watching Trogan like a hawkbat. Trogan's partner, Rut, was sitting on the far side of the lounge bench with Chewbacca keeping guard. Jaina was sitting on the bench nearby with Lando while C-3PO was hooked into the Falcon's computer station. Upon seeing her aunt, Jaina leapt from the bench and called out her name. They embraced before MAHRA asked her, "You all right?" "I'm fine. What happened to your head?" "I got cold-cocked by a certain GURLANIN in the shape of you." MAHRA turned to indicate Rut and noticed he wasn't tied up at all. "Is he secure there?" Han answered, "Oh yes. Told Chewie that if he even starts to change, he can throw him against the wall." The GURLANIN quivered and said, "No change. Only do what was told." MAHRA tilted her head back toward Trogan with his head slumped down. She approached the MAHRA security officer as Jaina sat back down on the bench. Interesting. MAHRA looked upon Trogan as she would an Imperial prisoner. She took her finger to lift up Trogan's head. "I'm sure you can supply a reason for that, Eklane." She noticed his face was sweaty with redness surrounding his left eye. "Seems you had an accident." Han's sarcasm was set to high. "Yeah, it couldn't have been helped. What with all the dangerous things aboard the Falcon?" MAHRA replied coldly, "Indeed? Now there's something else dangerous on board. Me." Han said, "He told us he would only answer to you." "Did he now?" MAHRA found an empty metal chair and pulled it up in front of Trogan. She sat in it backwards so she could be closer to him, and she said, "Well, here I am. Let's talk. We can start with something simple. Why, take Jaina." Trogan coughed a few times and muttered, "For her safety." She took the back of her hand and smacked the side of his face. Immediately, her husband called to warn her MAHRA. "Stand down, farm boy. I'm handling this." She addressed Trogan again. "Her safety. Was it for her safety when your pet GURLANIN became her and knocked me unconscious?" Trogan sputtered out, "He wasn't supposed to do that. He was acting on instinct." Trogan sighed heavily and said amusingly, "Things didn't exactly go as planned." After Han scoffed, Trogan pleaded, "You have to believe me." MAHRA casually replied, "I never trust former members of the 501st. For a few seconds, Trogan's face froze in an expression of surprise. Then he abruptly started chuckling. "I thought you would find out quicker." "I didn't at first. There were no hints in your everyday speech or actions. Then I saw how you flew that lone scout. Classic evasive moves taught right out of the Advanced Imperial Handbook. And to convert a spare salvage chute into a launch tube full of Marzan mortars. No stormtrooper with casual training on Karita would know that." Trogan managed to smirk. A trick that works well with the scouts. Not so much with ties. "So what's your story, Trogan?" Han asked. "You mean how did a killer like me end up in a place of peace like this? Purely circumstantial. Not that much if you managed to escape Vader." Trogan squinted his eyes at MAHRA with a look that wondered what she knew. "What do you mean?" he asked cautiously. She explained, "Seems I remember a 501st trooper who went MIA on a mission to Wistrel. I was still in training then, but I heard rumors that the trooper went missing on purpose. Vader even went so far as to have a search party for him. When that turned up nothing, he had you branded as a traitor." Han ejected. "Trogan and Clean. That's where I've heard that name. It was plastered all over the galaxy. Wanted man by the Imperials. Extremely dangerous. They never said why." Trogan said, "They didn't have to. With the Empire you only got half of the story, and the other half they made up." MAHRA pressed on. "So what happened to you?" The short version. I was too young when I joined the Imperial Academy on Karita, but I was way ahead of the other recruits. Tops in all areas. Piloting, infantry, reconnaissance, weapons. Vader noted me instantly and had me promoted to his own legion. At first, it was exciting. I was part of the elite 501st, but it was strange. I was the youngest member and it showed. I never fit in." MAHRA mentioned most of those soldiers never cared to fit in. Han agreed. "Yeah, you had to have a certain mindset to stay in that regiment." Trogan said, "Exactly. I was too different. I had the skills, but not the determination. What happened? Asked Luke. The missions we were sent to started to become acts of genocide rather than rescues. More sadistic. That was closer to Vader's style, said MAHRA, ignoring the awkward shifting from her husband. Trogan continued. Vader had no shame, no remorse. He would kill any soldier or officer if they made one mistake with a flick of his hand. MAHRA nodded her head and uttered, instant promotions by death. The executor was full of those. Trogan sniffed. It was aptly named. Anyway, I knew I had to get away. But there was a catch. Han nodded. You don't exactly turn in your resignation papers in the 501st. Trogan answered no. I tried to find ways to escape, and none came. Until that mission on Wistrel. The Imperials tried to overtake the system's supply depots from the natives there. The 501st were sent to rehabilitate them. Which is Empire speak for elimination, Lando supplied. Pretty much. They were tough, though. We were backed up against an outpost of theirs and getting our butts kicked. Me and another trooper took a position around their left flank through a tunnel to the outpost. They anticipated that move and placed several C-22 frag mines with laser trips along the edges of the tunnel. MAHRA sighed heavily. You got hit. I was rear guard. I only received several lacerations and a concussion. The trooper who took point was shredded into nothing. Ouch, Lando remarked. I was unconscious for I don't know how long. When I came to, I was blocked both ways in the tunnel from the blast. MAHRA cocked one eyebrow. You had many debts on your utility belt. And I used them. Much later. MAHRA nodded in understanding. After the Imperials took the outpost and ignored the tunnels. Han said, they presumed you died. Trogan nodded. MIA, officially. After the rest of the troops deployed off the system, I blasted my way out of there and escaped. I shed my stormtrooper armor and found an abandoned shuttle. I migrated out to the extreme outer rim to get myself healed and start a new life. MAHRA noted, but Vader knew you were alive. After the wanted alert started popping up for me, I realized that. Never understood how he knew. Luke answered, he felt your presence in the Force. Trogan seemed hesitant to accept that as an answer, but he went on. Well, anyway, I had to go deeper underground. I heard about this place by word of mouth, and I headed here to QIILURA. I offered my services to Crunley as security for the MAHRA compound, and started to run supply runs for them. Han asked, is that how you managed to collect all that junk back there? Yeah, impressive, isn't it? MAHRA stated casually, hitting Bastion was your way of taking revenge on the Empire. Trogan was caught off guard and admitted sadly, more or less. I saw an opportunity, and I went with it. I got my hands on some old fighters, some headhunters, a few Triple Deuce fighters, some old Hornets. Lando noted, some archaic vehicles to go up against the Empire's most secure base. I know the odds were not in our favor. I convinced the MAHRA that it was time to fight back. MAHRA spat. Because of your thirst for vengeance, Syria Reign has no parents today. Trogan snapped, don't you think I know that? It tore me apart every time I saw that girl. MAHRA thought a moment before saying, you took care of her when she came back. Trogan bowed his head and stared at the grated metal floor. Yes, he croaked. That was why I couldn't cut it as an elite stormtrooper. I had a soul. Luke assured him, you can't blame yourself for sending people into battle. I used the MAHRA members as my tool. Luke shrugged. Seems to me you gave the MAHRA the piece they wanted. Trogan tried to bend his neck back towards Luke, but the flight straps prevented a full turn. How is that? The Empire branded the MAHRA as dangerous pirates. The galaxy was afraid to interfere with them, especially if they had to go through the GURLANINS to do it, added Han. Trogan finally managed to smile. Yeah, savor the irony. The wild GURLANINS protecting a pacifist group like the MAHRA. MAHRA leaned in closer to him with her chair. But they're not all pacifists, are they? What does that mean? Trogan asked. MAHRA smirked and said, let me ask my original question another way. Why did you take Jaina? I told you. For her safety. Safety from whom? As if knowing where she was going with her questioning, Trogan answered, Crunley. Luke gasped and asked incredulously, Crunley ordered you to take Jaina. Trogan nodded and added, and to bring her to him. It was JAINA who asked him, why would he want that? Because, after you started seeing figments of your imagination in the sacred form of Agarda, QIILURA felt threatened. It's part of their prophecy. JAINA stated, so this has happened before. Yes. Syria Rain was the last one. And I'm the current one, said JAINA. MAHRA went on. Syria didn't just find a boat to Necro, did she? No. She was placed there. Lando slowly gasped, Tarkin's ghost. Why? MAHRA answered for Trogan. Necro Island is where all the girls who claimed to have seen Agarda ended up. That was their punishment. The spirit leader knew that Necro was infested with wild and uncontrollable GURLANINS. Han guessed, I don't imagine they were to survive. MAHRA said, and just like the Agarda legend, they didn't. It was blind luck that Syria Rain survived and came back. Though she went crazy, that fit right into QIILURA's hands. The prophecy was safe. Luke leaned forward and put his elbows on his knees. Just what exactly is this prophecy? To everyone's surprise, the GURLANIN, Rut, spoke the reply. Only Spirit Leader contact Agarda. All hope and praise go through Agarda and Spirit Leader. Any others will perish before the rain of fire. All fell into a stunned silence for a few moments before Trogan said, I told you Rut has an interest in MAHRA religion. MAHRA asked him, ever wonder why that is? Trogan shrugged. An interest since he became human. No, MAHRA countered. The MAHRA religion was originated by GURLANINS. Trogan cried out, what? That's nonsense. Where did you hear that? From an ancient journal of a former MAHRA member. He fled the MAHRA compound with his family because he was afraid for his daughter's safety. Seems she also claimed to have seen Agarda and was threatened. That's insane. That was long ago. QIILURA wasn't there. No way the MAHRA could be as threatening then too. MAHRA shrugged this time. Traditions usually don't die. Prophecies either. No, the MAHRA was established by human settlers 1,000 years ago. MAHRA kept on. The GURLANINS on Necro formed it after they tortured and killed an innocent girl. Now it seems her spirit lives on and shows herself to little girls. JAINA muttered in protest. I'm not little. Not now, JAINA, scolded her father. Trogan leaned into MAHRA as much as bounds allowed him and asked, you actually believe that what these girls, and JAINA, are seeing is a ghost? What is that? A Jedi thing. Luke replied, I hardly think all the girls were Jedi. A Force spirit only appears to those who have the Force. MAHRA offered, the girls in the past could have been Force sensitive. They may not have realized it when they saw her. Trogan cried out, no, this is all hokey Jedi religious mantra. That's what I thought at one time, said Han. Well, I still do. Agarda is nothing more than a figure of the MAHRA beliefs. She's not really real. Rut shouted, she is real. No offense, buddy, Trogan addressed the GURLANIN, but Agarda is about as real as you are human. He looked directly at MAHRA and emphatically stated, the same humans who created her 1,000 years ago. Han asked, who told you that tale? QIILURA. Lando added, the same man who demanded you to bring JAINA to him. Did you think he was just going to scold her? I had no intention of bringing her to him. I had to make myself look loyal to him. The man is very perceptive. He would know if I were to deceive him. MAHRA asked, but you convinced the pacifist MAHRA members to go and attack the Empire. Yes? No, you didn't. You convinced QIILURA to attack. As Trogan's head sprang up, MAHRA went on. And QIILURA presented the attack to the MAHRA as a mission from Agarda herself. The look on Trogan's softened face was all the answer she needed for an affirmative. MAHRA went on to ask, let's go in another direction. How did the subject of joining with the New Republic come up with the MAHRA members? Trogan slowly replied, they said they wanted to be part of the galaxy again. Some of them threatened to leave the compound if QIILURA didn't agree. He was outvoted. JAINA said, let me guess. He agreed by saying later that Agarda told him she approved. Trogan answered in a low voice of defeat, more or less. Trogan lifted his head and pleaded, look, I know how all this looks to you, but I swear I had no intention of bringing JAINA to QIILURA. MAHRA asked, Then why did you run when we saw you carrying her to your ship? It was too close to the compound to talk to you. Plus, you looked like you could kill a Gundark with your bare hands. She always looks like that, said Lando. I do not, MAHRA snapped while flashing her green eyes at him. Trogan said, in any case, we should be figuring out what to do since we're all here. Han said icily, and we're going to let you cooperate with us after what you pulled. Look, I'm not proud of how this happened. I didn't want Jaina in the hands of Krun Li. I didn't want her to be the next Syria Rain. Thanks for the sentiment, but I could have survived with my sanity intact, Jaina said proudly. Luke patted his niece's knee and said, we know that, Jaina. The point is that it didn't reach that level. Trogan could have brought you to Krun Li. He didn't. MAHRA said, the question is how do we deal with Krun Li now? Luke replied, I think what it boils down to is what Krun Li will do once we approve this joining of MAHRA and the New Republic. Lando said, he's not going to want to give up control of the members. Han mentioned, wish we could learn more about this ghost of Agarda these girls are seeing. No, exclaimed Rut. No ghost. Agarda is goddess of peace. She mean no harm? After the initial shock of hearing the GURLANINS proclamation, his words sparked the memory in Jaina of her last conversation with the ghost. That may not be true, she said. Jaina told them about her vision right before she woke up on the Lone Scout. The deep forest, the girl speaking in riddles, and the description of the warning the girl gave just as the ground shook and broke into a bed of hot lava. After a few beats, Luke asked Jaina, did this feel like a vision or a dream? Is there a difference? I'm not sure. All I know is that it seems so real. Lando said distantly to Han Lava, didn't you say you detected a fault line near here? MAHRA answered, yes, it goes right through Necro Island. That hardened lava bed is where the GURLANINS tortured humans. Jaina said without acknowledging. She said she needed to be released. How can a goddess be released? Han asked. Luke said, technically, we don't know that this girl in Jaina's vision is the goddess. Jaina added, she did deny the name, Agarda, but not the myth itself. MAHRA asked her niece, what did she say? Jaina rolled her eyes. Oh, it's too complicated. She never speaks directly. You have to understand her code first. Kind of like how Sirius spoke before you healed her. Luke said in tone of finality, I have a feeling the answer will reveal itself in time. MAHRA finished his thought. After we confront Krun Li with all of this. Luke shifted in the bench and said uneasily, I'm not sure that is a good idea this time, MAHRA. Han cut in, sorry, kid, but you're outnumbered with that way of thinking. Trogan offered, I'm not saying I would join you in a confrontation with Krun Li. But I will tell you that he will be addressing the members right about now after their breakfast. It's Advent Day, the day that Agarda comes to him for their weekly message. MAHRA followed his thought. They are all in the mess hall. Perfect time for a religious intervention, wouldn't you say? Luke asked in a low voice to his wife, is that what you're calling it? You sure this isn't about your own vengeance? Before she could reply, Trogan snapped, it's not about vengeance. It's about setting these members right. They're followers, not leaders. I'm no leader either. I didn't see how far Krun Li would go until Jaina started seeing Agarda, or whatever she is. The last one who claimed they saw her was Syria Rain. I saw what they did to her and I did nothing. No one could help me. But now, a Jedi has seen her. I don't know much about the Jedi religion, but I've seen them in action. And I know that Jedi are willing to help in just about any situation. Luke asked him, what do you propose we do? I don't know. Tell the members that Krun Li is lying to them about Agarda. I can't do that, Trogan, said Luke grimly. Agarda is part of their belief. I cannot interfere with their faith. If Agarda is their basis for their belief system, who's to say they're wrong? Trogan continued, well, someone has to do something about Krun Li. The man is crazy. There was a small silence before C-3PO uttered, excuse me, but I do believe I have to clarify something rather odd. What is it, Goldenrod? Han barked. I have done an analysis of the earlier conversation with MAHRA Jade and this Krun Li on the ramp of the Falcon. I have concluded that his speech patterns are not consistent with basic wavelengths. It does not seem that he is comfortable with the language. What's your point? Asked Han. Well, sir, after the results of my analysis, I have surmised that basic is not Crunley's primary language. I tested it against the speech patterns of all humans present here, and came up with the same inconsistent results. And then I tested them against our captor here, and found a match. You mean me? Trogan incredulously asked. No, sir. I meant your companion. I compared the body structure of him with Crunley, and found them to be similar in basic design. What are you saying, 3PO? Asked Luke. I mean to say, Master Luke, that this Crunley is not a human male at all. He is a GURLANIN who has shapeshifted into a human for quite some time. There was a stunned silence from all in the lounge before Han uttered, "Huh." MAHRA glanced at her husband and gloated, "Think we should confront Crunley now?" After Luke swallowed in stunned disbelief, he replied, "Yes, let's go." Chapter 12. The True Messenger. Millennium Falcon, en route to MAHRA compound. The trip back to the compound was relatively quiet. The shock of C-3PO's revelation that Crunley and Kroga were less than human affected all aboard in varying degrees. Because of 3PO's proven inability to exaggerate, they were all forced to believe his findings as fact. It affected Luke and Han the least since they had less exposure to the MAHRA leaders. MAHRA and JAINA had to replay memories of the past few days with Crunley and Kroga with this new information as a variable. MAHRA now had a piece of the Necro puzzle that she didn't know was missing. Crunley's behavior on the island spoke to his reluctance to show the atrocities of his own people. Perhaps the one who was most affected by the news was the person who had spent the most time with the MAHRA leaders. Trogan knew that GURLANINS could stay within one form for long periods at a time. He would have never have guessed that time would be several decades. On the way back, Trogan kept silent and distant, evidence of a state of shock. MAHRA could relate to having the quintessential rug yanked out from under her like Trogan was experiencing. Through the first several years of her life, she had been loyal to a man who had trained her since she was a child. It was a gradual shock after she learned of his true status as a monster underneath. The difference was that even Palpatine was still essentially human. They released Trogan's binders at Luke's request and Han's dismay. Luke pleaded to his friend that Trogan's reaction to 3PO's information was genuine and he no longer posed a threat to them. Luke knew that Trogan's intention of bringing JAINA to them instead of Crunley as he was ordered was true. That almost made Han back off of the MAHRA security officer for kidnapping his daughter. Almost. When they once again approached the barren field inside of the compound, there wasn't a soul around. Trogan mentioned that this was common on the morning of Advent Day. All of the members would be inside the mess hall converted out of an old Star Destroyer mess hall. Han landed the Falcon and MAHRA was already at the ramp's entrance. Luke met his wife at the entrance ramp. I think it would be better if I started this confrontation. MAHRA sneered, "Don't worry. I won't do anything violent. That's what you said this morning before you slammed Crunley against the ramp pole. Do you have to be so technical?" Before he could answer, JAINA came up to her aunt and uncle to proclaim, "I'm coming with you." Off her uncle Luke's look of protest, she quickly stated, "I'm the one who started all of this. I'm the one who's seen her. Or it, whatever. That's the whole reason why Crunley wanted Trogan to bring me to him. If he sees me, it'll look like an act of defiance. He would look weak to the MAHRA members." "Is that our goal here?" Luke asked firmly. MAHRA said, "We have to discredit him. What they've done to these people over the years, disguising themselves as humans and creating a false goddess." The GURLANIN, Rut, shouted from behind Chewie's guard in the lounge, "Agarda not fake goddess." MAHRA gestured to him. "See, they even have his own kind believe in all of this." Trogan uttered as he came up beside them, "Now I know why Rut was never allowed on the compound. He could have sensed his own species." Luke gave Trogan a nod, but went back to address his wife. "Look, I agree with you. We should do something. But I also believe we should be cautious in confronting them. Especially Crunley. We don't know what he's capable of." JAINA cried, "Crunley meant to kill me." "We don't know that, JAINA. Even if you accuse him of it, He'll just use the crowd to back him up, whether it's true or false. And there's something else to consider. The members themselves. If you pour all of these accusations on their leader at once, it's possible they could form a riot. MAHRA's features softened, indicating to Luke that she hadn't considered that angle. JAINA, however, was persistent. "I'm still going with you." "I don't like it, Han," said a booming voice from the cockpit tunnel. Han came around the corner and added, "It could be dangerous." JAINA actually sneered at her father. "Don't tell me about danger, Dad. I've been living with danger during the last several years. Or haven't you paid attention? Exar the Shadow Academy. Multiple kidnappings since I was 3. This isn't nearly as dangerous. I can't handle myself. I'm going." After a moment of silent reflection, Han stood and looked at his daughter proudly. He sighed in mock defeat. Leia's defiance and my gumption all rolled into one woman. There's nothing in this galaxy that can stop you. After that was settled, Luke began, "All right, I'll go in first," followed by MAHRA and JAINA. "I'll be the one to speak to." "No," cried the voice of Trogan. "Now what?" exclaimed the usually patient Jedi Master. "I'm going to. I'll talk to him first. When Krun Lee sees me," he gestured to JAINA, "then he'll know his plan failed." "We still don't trust you," grumbled Han. Lando stepped in from the lounge as he was listening in and said, "Then I'll go to watch him." Luke said quickly, "All right, we got everyone who's going. Chewie will stay here and guard the GURLANINS. Han, you're welcome too." "What? Me in the same room with the mastermind behind my daughter's current kidnapping? My blaster might have a reaction to that." Chewie added a long series of growls and Han said, "And I'm not even going to translate what Chewie here wants to do with him." C-3PO called from the Falcon's computer station and exclaimed, "I do believe Chewbacca said that he wants to hang this Krun Lee by his—" "Keep it to yourself, Goldenrod," snapped Han. Luke and the others grinned before Luke addressed the droid. "I suppose you want to sit this one out, 3PO." "Oh, yes, I quite agree, Master Luke. I am afraid I'm not good at confrontations." "Noted, 3PO. Lower the ramp, Han. Let's get this over with." As Han pulled the manual lever to lower the ramp, Luke felt Trogan's nervousness as he made his way to the front. Luke nudged him. "Hey, are you going to be all right?" "What? Sure, I'll be all right. Frankly, I'm not surprised it's come to this. I've disagreed with many of Krun Lee's decisions over the years." MAHRA asked, "Do you know what you'll say to him?" "I'll improvise," Trogan said as they all walked down the ramp. They approached the former Star Destroyer mess hall with Trogan taking lead and Lando behind him. JAINA and MAHRA were followed by Luke bringing up the rear. The compound was dead with no one in sight. Trogan assured them the members were all in the mess hall. Sure enough, when they neared the security door to the hall, they could hear the low rumble of Krun Lee speaking. Trogan was about to enter the security code that unlocked the door, an action he mindlessly performed several times over the years. This time he hesitated. Lando snickered, having second thoughts. "No," Trogan replied. "It's just that, in all the times I've been in here, and all the things I've done for them, it all ends as soon as I open this door." Luke assured him, "I know how hard this must be for you." Trogan shrugged and said, "Not really. Just needed to say that out loud to hear what it sounded like." He flashed a confident smirk before he entered in the code. The door slid open at once. The entire clan of MAHRA members were present. They were sitting at several long tables. Echoes of their half-eaten breakfast still lingered on their plates. The MAHRA people were facing opposite of the newest visitors entering into the hall. The members were focused on their spirit leader, who was speaking to them. All Krun Lee had to do was lift his head to spot Luke and company. He went on speaking about how their goddess, Agarda, was proud of them. He didn't notice his newest visitors. Trogan stepped forward into the hall, and the others followed him. Trogan stood defiantly at the center of the hall in the spot where Krun Lee could easily see them. MAHRA and JAINA stood beside Lando in a single row, and Luke came up to stand next to MAHRA. Yet, Krun Lee continued to speak with no indication that he knew they were there. It wasn't until Kroga spotted them standing behind the members, when he slowly went over to Krun Lee to tap him on the shoulder. The MAHRA priest gestured to their new guests, and Crunley finally saw them. He abruptly stopped talking. For an instant, MAHRA thought she could feel a sense of anger coming from the spirit leader. She wasn't sure since she could never read Crunley's emotions well. Now she knew why. She then felt a nudge of verification from her husband through the force that anger was the correct emotion coming from Crunley. But it dissipated as quickly as it arrived. Crunley was now speechless for the time being. His eyes were fixed on the group standing in a row at the back of the hall. Because of his abrupt end to his speech, the MAHRA members became curious, and one by one they started to turn their heads in the direction in which their spirit leader was facing. The members started mumbling to themselves as they identified their guests along with their security officer. JAINA could distinguish the voice of Ristina Taylor calling out her name. JAINA. JAINA spotted the girl in the crowd sitting with her family and gave her an assuring nod. Curiously, she noted who was sitting next to the Taylor family. Syria Ring? She gave her own smile to show her gratitude for what MAHRA had done for her. These would be among the last moments of peace before Crunley boomed, Trogan. I see you brought some guests. Trogan replied wryly, ironic that you now call them guests. Just yesterday after MAHRA and JAINA left the compound, I was under the impression that you considered them a nuisance. A misunderstanding on your part, no doubt. Why have you brought them here? Oh, I'm doing exactly as you told me to do yesterday. I've brought you JAINA Solo to eliminate your problem. I believe those were your words to me. Before replying to Trogan, Crunley glanced at the MAHRA members as they slowly took in what Trogan was saying. Confusion was dominant all around them, and it seemed Crunley planned to take advantage of it. Congratulations, Trogan. Members of MAHRA, we must give our security officer a great deal of gratitude. I am not sure if all of you were aware, but JAINA Solo was reported missing early this morning. It seems Trogan has found her. He gave a proud nod to Trogan and said, Well done, sir. The feint made MAHRA ill. It possessed no emotional response from anyone in her group. They knew Crunley's truth. Admirably, Trogan didn't reduce himself to the same level. I'm afraid the members here won't understand, Crunley. They don't know that you told me to take JAINA captive overnight, by any means necessary. You knew this before MAHRA Jade confronted you this morning about JAINA's disappearance. You lied to not one, but two of the most powerful Jedi in the galaxy. Crunley stepped off the small riser that acted as his homemade pulpit and eased his way towards the tables. That is quite an accusation, Trogan, and one that I didn't expect from you. I'm done pretending to be your henchman who does your dirty work. Crunley actually started to chuckle. I'm sure we are all amused by your tales of fiction, Trogan. As you can see, I am rather busy at the moment. Perhaps we can talk this over in my office after the service, along with your collaborators. It was MAHRA who spoke this time for Trogan. I always say there's no time like the present. Crunley glared icily at MAHRA and hissed, You have no idea what you are doing. Trogan stated casually, We're exposing you for what you really are. Just in case there's any confusion. He gestured to JAINA and spoke more to the crowd than to Crunley. This girl has seen the spirit of Agarda. So has Syria Rain. And there have been others since I've been here. Always young girls claiming to see a spirit of a girl. That is nonsense, cried Crunley. He pointed at JAINA and exclaimed, That girl is an abomination. She is a Jedi like her aunt and uncle. It seems you have fallen under their influence, Trogan. Trogan lurched forward. It's not their influence. I've just now opened my eyes to what you've been doing for the past several decades. You take these girls who say they have seen Agarda, and you try and quiet them or destroy them. I'm not letting that happen again. You did order me to take JAINA by force. He hesitated before he said, And years ago, you had me play Syria Rain on Necro. She didn't just find a boat. I put her in it when she was unconscious. The crowd started to mumble. You thought the wild GURLANINS still on Necro would kill her. She was too smart for that. What she couldn't overcome was what she saw on Necro. It scared her so much that she lost her sanity. But she came back, only to have you order that she be left alone. See, you still got what you wanted. Hush Syria Rain about Agarda. Until a Jedi comes here and claims to have seen the same spirit. Not as easy to keep a Jedi quiet, is it, Crunley? The murmurs from the crowd expressed emotions in the force that ranged from confusion to anger, all directed at their spirit leader. Finally, Ristina Taylor spoke out to JAINA for verification. Is it true, JAINA? Have you really seen the spirit of Agharta? JAINA was caught off guard by the sudden attention she was getting by the girl's question. JAINA cleared her throat and replied, honestly, I'm not sure if it was Agharta herself. I know it is the spirit of a girl. JAINA hesitated and blurted out nervously as if she were afraid the crowd would laugh at her. I think she needs our help. Crunley finally spoke proudly. That proves that she is not Agharta. Our goddess does not need any help. She helps us. JAINA was in thought for a moment before she asked Crunley, you are the only one who can see and speak to Agharta. It is so written, so shall it be. I'll take that as a yes. Let me ask you a question. What does Agharta look like? Crunley held his head high and stated, Agharta's appearance is insignificant. She can take on any form. JAINA gave the solo grin. Much like a GURLANIN. Interesting. But she doesn't come in any form. Just one. A pale young girl with long blonde hair and braids on both sides of her head and wearing a free-flowing white gown that's so bright that it blinds your eyes. When she speaks, it's the sound of an eerie whisper. JAINA looked over at Syria and confirmed, is that a good enough description? Syria. The woman hesitated as all eyes were on her as she uttered, yes, that would be her. A female Rhodian spoke out in broken basic. Methought you are healed by Jedi woman. I am healed, Syria said. MAHRA brought back my sanity. She did nothing to my memories. Those will always be there. Eden Taylor, Ristina's father, spoke up to ask the crowd, why would this spirit of Agharta come to these young girls and not our spirit leader? Crunley replied before anyone, because it is a fallacy. There is no spirit coming to these girls. It is the Jedi who are controlling your thoughts. We have seen them do this before in their history. Luke spoke to Crunley with a harder edge than usual. I can assure you, Crunley, that the Jedi are not controlling anyone's thoughts. Furthermore, you cannot blame the Jedi for multiple sightings of this spirit by various girls in your history. To my knowledge, we are among the first Jedi to arrive here for generations. On the contrary, we are not making this up either. JAINA herself has witnessed a forest spirit before. If she claims to have seen a spirit, then I believe her. Crunley then stated emphatically, then we must agree to disagree. I am afraid that means that you and your friends are no longer welcome among the MAHRA. I must ask that you leave the premises at once. A human member of the MAHRA, whom MAHRA or JAINA did not recognize, cried out, wait. If you banish them, then what about our merge with the New Republic? We voted for this. Amidst the rumblings of agreement within the crowd, Crunley addressed the group as a whole. They can't offer you no more than what Agarda can offer you here. Eden Taylor stated they can't offer a connection to the galaxy. Think about it. We have to rely on our security officer to smuggle us in food and second-hand equipment. All we have with ties to the galaxy is the HoloNet. We've been too alone out here. Crunley lowered his head and uttered, then you do not know what it is to be a MAHRA. The crowd was silenced at this until Eden finally said, I guess I don't. In fact, with the information given to us here by the Jedi today, I'm not so sure Agarda even exists. As if on cue, there was a sudden spark in the far corner of the hall, and burnt embers of electricity began to spew out of the generator that controlled the lighting in that area. That section was then darkened. Within seconds, the next generator in the opposite corner also started to emit sparks and the lights in that section died. The pattern continued with the two remaining generators going out systematically. The former Star Destroyer mess hall was never intended to be used on a planet's surface. The construction of the roof was originally part of the metal frame of the ship itself. Without that structure, the MAHRA members had to improvise their own roof made out of thin layers of sheet metal. The open spaces where the flat sheets overlapped created only hints of daylight. The illumination inside the hall was now dimly lit. The members all gasped at their sudden plunge into semi-darkness. Luke tried to inject a feeling of ease through the force as he bumped into Lando. What in the blazes happened? Asked Lando. Luke answered simply, the generators went out. JAINA replied wryly, nice observation, Uncle Luke. they went out all at once? Questioned Lando. Nearby, Trogan added, it is a bit strange for all of them to go out like that. Luke suggested, why don't you and Trogan check it out? Lando retrieved a compact lamp from his utility belt and said to Trogan, let's take a look. Meanwhile, Luke could feel Kron Lee's sudden confusion at the generator's breakdown. The spirit leader didn't look like he was going to take charge anytime soon, so Luke did. He spoke to the crowd in a calming voice, everybody be calm. Please don't panic. My friend Lando and Trogan are looking into what happened. Lando and Trogan went to the first generator that went out in the front corner. Lando noted the brand of equipment. A Newton Roosh. Not bad. Trogan boasted, had a good deal for them on Ossus. Not a brand that breaks down suddenly. One, maybe. Not four at the same time. Lando inspected the generator all around with his lamp. Contact points are clean. Transformer relays are intact. There's no carbon scoring around them. That's weird for a blowout. You're telling me? What in hell happened here? I'm not sure. Lando stopped looking and asked, do you hear that? Trogan took a moment to listen but replied, no. What is it? Sounds like trickling. Like something's leaking. Trogan blew out a breath. Tarkin's ghost, that better not be the alkaline fluid. That stuff will eat away at the floor. Lando shined his light at a point below the generator. No, nothing coming out of the tanks. I still hear it though. Let me get up and look again. Since the generator was flush against the wall, Lando had to place his other hand on the wall for balance. As soon as his hand touched the wall, however, he shrieked and retracted his hand so quickly that the compact lamp fell to the floor with a clang. What is it? Asked Trogan. I don't know. It feels like some kind of oil. On the wall. Lando hesitated out of disbelief and then admitted, yes. Here, pick up the lamp and shine it up there. Trogan complied, and the light hit the wall. Both men stood in shock as to what they were seeing. A thick black liquid was oozing down the wall from an unknown source. It wasn't just in one spot. Trogan panned the light across the wall in both directions, and the liquid was coming down evenly. What in hell? Trogan muttered. Luke came up behind them, unknown to the situation, and put a hand on Lando's shoulder. Lando and Trogan yelped in fear before recognizing Luke. Luke expressed surprise at their reaction. I was just going to ask how things were going. In answer, Trogan shined the light on the wall, and Lando asked, unless you can give a reason for that, you can understand why. Luke examined the wall with interest and uttered, well, there's something you don't see every day. He glanced at the crowd, still confused and scared just from being in the dark. He said quietly, let's not panic. We don't want a rushing crowd. I agree, said Lando. Yeah, it's just oil. What's the worst that can happen? No sooner than Trogan said his words than a fire started to appear on the wall. Being that the substance was oil, and very flammable, the fire rapidly spread across the wall to the other side where the other generator had blown. It then spread to the next generator, and then the next, until the entire four walls of the mess hall were engulfed in flames. Lando said wryly to Trogan, you had to ask that question. By this time, the crowd saw the fire, and the shrieks of horror began. Panic began to rise as they started to move toward the exit. Unfortunately, there was only one. Luke found his wife and niece in the crowd as MAHRA tried to cry out to the crowd. Please do not panic. Stay calm. Luke then cried out with the same intention of easing the crowd. Seeing how Luke and MAHRA were failing, Trogan thrust the compact light in Lando's hand and headed into the crowd. There was no need for a lamp now that the fire emitted a glow with which they could see better. Trogan waded through the crowd to reach the entrance, shouting at them to keep calm. Once he reached the door's controls, he quickly tapped in the security code. With the jolt of high-powered electricity, Trogan was catapulted backward into the air. He landed amongst the crowd, who gasped at Trogan's failure. JAINA was the closest to him, and she helped him up from the ground. Without thinking, Trogan said to her, thanks. By the way, I'm sorry for what I did last night. No hard feelings. Yeah, whatever. What happened at the controls? I've never seen a circuit board short out that hard. Trogan got back on his feet with JAINA's help. His clothing smelled of ozone and was smoldering. He told her, "We're seeing a lot of never-befores today, dearie. All I know is that something doesn't want us to leave." The fire was billowing wildly along the walls now. The roar from its cry was almost deafening. The crowd had nothing more to do than to accept their fates. Luke and MAHRA could feel their despair and regret. Crunley stood and watched bewildered. Luke could not read him so well in the Force. Perhaps GURLANINS were hard to read. They did possess a form of telekinesis. It was at that same moment when Crunley suddenly turned to Luke. The Jedi Master squinted his eyes, wondering if Crunley had somehow listened to his own thoughts. Before Luke could react, his wife nudged him. "Luke, do you notice something about the fire?" Luke tore his gaze away from Crunley and watched the flames, other than being normal fire. "Look up at the ceiling. See anything missing?" Luke looked up and examined where the thin slates of metal met the structure of the hall. Then he saw what she meant. There was no smoke. With the amount of fire in the hall, there should be smoke as thick as soup, and everyone should be gasping for breath by now. But there was no smoke. Only fire. Luke ultimately stated, "Smokeless fire. There's something unnatural at work here." Lando exclaimed nearby, "You think?" MAHRA noted the crowd of MAHRA members looking towards their spirit leader for answers as to why this was happening. So far, he gave them none. "He simply doesn't know," said Luke, answering MAHRA's unspoken question. "I do," said JAINA. "I know exactly who is doing this." "So do I," boomed the voice of Crunley, who suddenly appeared behind them. The members were hushed as they anticipated answers to the current phenomenon. Crunley exclaimed loud enough for the crowd to hear, "I know who is doing this. It is them." He abruptly pointed to Luke and MAHRA. "They are causing this with their force." Luke stepped forward and snapped at Crunley, "We are not using the Force. Jedi cannot produce fire out of thin air. This is something else. Something that's been disturbed and shouldn't have been." Crunley scoffed and became sarcastic. "Another one of your Sith Lords." "No," Luke replied. "Something worse." The crowd was silent while they took in Luke's words. But something else started happening on the fiery walls. Starting at the far edges, the fire began to extinguish itself on both sides. The flames disappeared from the entrance to fade away towards the homemade pulpit where Crunley was preaching several minutes before. "What's going on now?" Lando directly asked JAINA. "I have no idea," was her answer. The flames thinned out on the wall at the opposite end of the hall. It began forming a single vertical line. 3/4 down from the top of the line, a second line formed horizontally, and a white arc flowed out above it. Underneath the horizontal line, 3 small triangles formed upside down. There, the symbol stood. "What is it?" asked Lando. JAINA uttered, "Life from the sun above, death from fire below. It's the symbol of QIILURA." "Why is it being shown here?" asked MAHRA. JAINA looked deep in thought as she looked out at the crowd, and then back to the symbol. She then said, "Proof." "Proof of what?" asked Luke. "Existence," his niece replied. She went on to explain as much as she could. This all started after Ristina's father said he didn't believe Agarda existed. This is the spirit's way of showing us that she does exist in one form or another. "So, it is Agarda," Trogan said. "I'm still not sure of that," replied JAINA. "And all the time she allowed me to see her, she always denied that name. It has to be something else outside of the myth." "A myth created by GURLANINS," suggested MAHRA. "The same GURLANINS who now control the MAHRA members." As if on cue, Crunley came over and shouted at them. "What is the meaning of this? Why are you doing this?" MAHRA snapped, "Oh, for Griffin's sakes. How many times do we have to tell you that we are not doing any of this?" Crunley barked, "I told you of this symbol on Necro. It is too ancient for anyone else in here to know of it. No one else alive is aware of it." "I am aware and among the long departed." The sudden voice was in the tone of a loud whisper, a quiet echo. It contained no source. It was everywhere, and all who were present inside the hall could hear it. Everyone? The MAHRA members went into a stunned silence. They were almost too afraid to speak. JAINA watched them in turn as they mouthed the name on their lips without sound. Agarda. Various phrases from the members expressed different levels of awe and joy. She has come to us. We can all now hear her. We are now worthy of her voice. The only one among them who was not pleased was their spirit leader. He looked on at the members of MAHRA in disbelief. His rage grew as he spoke vehemently to the voice coming from nowhere. What trickery is this? Who are you? You are not our goddess. This is not supposed to happen. Speak at once, you false deity. I am what you made me. A deity not in name, but in spirit. I am a victim of a crime committed long ago that turned truth into myth. Only the elders remember my forgotten name. Lando uttered, What is she talking about? MAHRA answered loud enough for all to hear. The myth of Agharta. The elders know of her name. And crime. She looked straight at Li. Her torture. Lando asked, How do you know this? I know, said MAHRA. Li came over to them and softly said, You already know too much. Who are the elders? Asked Luke. Li started to say, It is best for some things stay hidden. I am not at liberty. The elders were ancient GURLANINS who lived 1,000 moons ago, interrupted Kroga as he stepped beside Li. The spirit leader shot his priest a quick glance of warning, but Kroga stopped him before he could speak. No, my friend. It is time. Time for the past to dissolve into the future. You can fool yourself if you want, Li, but I have just witnessed a power that is beyond any Jedi abilities that we know of. And I can finally say for a fact that this spirit who is speaking to all of us is not our beloved Agarda. Why do you say that? MAHRA asked. He looked at Li first before he stated, because Agarda was never a real person. She is a goddess made purely from myth. A myth that is based on truth and turned into a story handed down by each generation over the years. Luke stepped toward Kroga and asked, Can you give us the true story? Without taking his eyes off Li, who was shaking his head in protest, Kroga replied, Yes, I can. It is time, like I said. At this moment, the burning symbol of QIILURA was secondary. All the members' focus was on Kroga. He began with a small chuckle. I'm afraid I'm not much of a storyteller, but I will do my best. 1,000 years ago, the first settlers came to QIILURA, human and non-human alike. The GURLANINS at that time did not approve of their new roommates, if you will. There were many attacks by GURLANINS, many done by deception. The GURLANINS would take the form of their captors and subdue them by surprise. Many humans and aliens were killed quickly. But there was one among the human settlers who was different. A young girl. It was found out by the GURLANINS that this girl possessed magical powers. She knew what people were thinking. She could levitate objects into the air. She had the ability to destroy things in anger. Luke instantly registered the facts. She had the Force. That's what the settlers thought as well. The GURLANINS did not know of the Force. Their magic was only in the land of QIILURA. Anything else was blasphemy. To them, the girl was an abomination. He turned to Li in echo of his use of the same word earlier. MAHRA surmised, not all of the GURLANINS felt that way, did they? No. There were but a few who were sympathetic to the girl, saw her as special. JAINA followed the thought. They formed into humans to comfort her. Kroga nodded. And to protect her. This was after the other GURLANINS took away her parents and killed them. Oh my stars, uttered JAINA. Kroga continued. The GURLANINS who were helping her tried to hide her from the other GURLANINS who set out to destroy her. The GURLANINS who became human to help her shunned their way of life once they saw the wild GURLANINS' true colors. They were cast out of their clan, became one with the humans as they protected the child. They were, in the ancient GURLANIN language, MAHRA, traitors. What happened to the girl? Asked Luke. Kroga breathed outward. Unfortunately, the two GURLANINS were not enough to protect the girl. She was captured by the others. She was tortured almost to death. By the lava pit on Necro, said MAHRA. Yes, but they didn't perform the rituals with lowering a prisoner in the lava pit. She was burned slowly but alive. Barely. They presented her body to the settlers so to prove that their gods were the only ones who had power. Just like the myth, noted JAINA. Yes, but with one difference, continued Kroga. The settlers were not given a chance to bury the girl. She was still alive when the GURLANINS took her back to Necro. And to this day, nobody knows what they did to her. The crowd was deadly silent now as they absorbed the new version of a myth they had heard hundreds of times. Kroga continued with a more hoarse voice. After that, the human GURLANINS formed an alliance with the human and non-human settlers. The former GURLANINS rejected their own heritage and stayed human. As a group they would call themselves MAHRA, and the girl would forever live in their hearts. She was, in the GURLANIN language, Agharta, the word for eternal. A MAHRA member cried out, "So you deceived us. All along we thought we were following a goddess of peace. Instead, she is just another girl killed by the ancient GURLANINS." There were murmurs of agreement amongst the other members before Kroga defended his position. She was not just another girl. She was brave and strong when her parents were taken and murdered. And when she herself was taken, she defied the GURLANINS by staying alive for as long as she could. She wasn't innocent. In that act of peace, she became immortal. She became our goddess. We honored her memory by creating this organization. It is a tribute to her bravery. Another female human member cried out, "But it's still a deception. We should not be following such a travesty." The members chimed in all at once at their angry agreement with their fellow member. Soon the cries were heard as one and seemed uncontrollable. While the crowd continued to voice their resentment toward Kroga and Krunli, JAINA stepped up and screamed to be heard. "Hey, everyone, listen to me." The crowd heard her and stopped shouting in curiosity of her sudden control of them. "Haven't you thought of why you follow Agarda in the first place? You live your lives in peace the same way that innocent girl wanted. I saw how happy all of you were the other night at the gathering on the beach. The same strength in her is the same in all the girls she made herself known to over the years. Maybe that's why the spirit goes to young girls. She tries to connect to them, communicate even. Syria Rain survived living on an island alone despite the odds. She made friends with the spirit whose only crime was being lonely. Except Syria couldn't distinguish fact from reality where the spirit was concerned, and it took her sanity. It allowed itself to be seen by me because it sensed the same power that it had in life. The force. The last time she spoke to me, I felt that she needed me to do something. I think it's in pain. Now, what MAHRA member would refuse someone who was in pain? Do you think that girl who suffered at the hands of the GURLANINS would refuse? She died a horrible death for all of you to live. I think you owe her that respect, regardless of how she came to be your goddess." JAINA felt herself tense up at the end of her words. Had she spoken so outwardly in the past? She must have by the looks of admiration on her aunt and uncle's faces. After a moment of silent thought throughout the members, Eden Taylor finally spoke. "JAINA Solo is right. Whether or not this spirit is our goddess, or just a spirit in turmoil, she still deserves the title of Agarda. Eternal. We shall treat it with the same respect as we had before." He paused before he said, "There is only one question." He turned to face Kroga and Krunli. "How is it that our leaders of MAHRA know the ancient GURLANIN language? We've researched it on the HoloNet for years, and no data has been produced. It is a lost tongue. So, I ask again, how do you know it so well?" The Jedi in the hall could feel the tension coming from Kroga. Krunli was almost a blank slate of emotion. The spirit leader's only hint of feeling was the slow shake of his head to Kroga. In response, Kroga nodded his head. Kroga began slowly. "We know it, because it is our native language." The crowd that was near deafening a few minutes ago was now dead silent. The confusion hovered like a cloud in the mess hall. Ristina's father finally said, "But that means you and he are GURLANINS." Kroga finished Eden's sentence. The same female woman member who cried out before noted, "But you both look so human." Kroga explained, "We have sustained human form for quite some time." "How long?" demanded Trogan. Kroga just smiled and said, "Longer than you can imagine." It was Luke who deduced, "You two were the GURLANINS who tried to protect the girl." Kroga looked mildly surprised but then replied, "Well done, Jedi." Another MAHRA male cried out, "But that would make you over 1,000 years old." GURLANINS have an excessively long lifetime, Kroga explained. "Not much different than Wookiees or the Ansity," noted MAHRA. Eden Taylor expressed his concern with the new information. So, we've been deceived not by humans, but creatures. Before the crowd could shout out their agreement with Eden, Luke cut in at once. They may be creatures on the inside, but with their banishment of their own race, all to try and save an innocent girl, they have grown to become more human on the outside. That made the crowd fall silent as Kroger added, I assure you that the truth of our heritage was not hidden out of ulterior motives. Both Krun Lee and I believe the same as you believe. We seek the same peace and tranquility that Agarda stands for. A female member almost spat out, You are not real. Agarda is not real. Kroger stepped toward and chose a soothing voice to tell the woman no. Agarda is very real. She always is, regardless of how she came to be. She's real inside of each of you. In here, he motioned to the center of his chest. Luke could feel the members' realization of this fact. After the members took in Kroger's words and started to understand, the ground started to rumble and shake for a few seconds. The looks on the members' faces expressed their weariness as they seemed to wonder what else could happen to them that day. What was that? Asked Lando. An earthquake, suggested Eden. Jaina nodded. There is a fault line that runs straight through Necro Island. MAHRA replied, That's still several kilos away for us to feel it here. What else could it be? Trogan asked. The eerie voice of the spirit returned. The elders know my station. The land is fertile. It will not endure until one is set free. There's your answer, said Lando Riley to Trogan. Maybe I can speak to her, offered Jaina. Trogan tried to be honest without sounding ridiculous. You do know you're talking to a ghost. Jaina shrugged. Wouldn't be the first time. She stood out before her aunt and uncle and called out to the spirit. What is it you want from us? From me? The child with power knows no bounds. The foil of the dominant. Spot the fresh flowers on the ridge. Yellow is the code. I must be redone before the skies claim me. Less than the soil. Before the end. The end? Like in my dream. MAHRA snapped, Dream. What dream? Tell you later. Dream is reality magnified. No sense of false hope. The glow will consume before the location. What is she talking about? Trogan asked. Haven't you heard ghosts speak before? Lando questioned casually. Jaina ignored them both and repeated some of the spirit's words. I must be redone that could mean refreshed or returned somewhere. Less than the soil, less than. Subtract the soil. Under the, she abruptly stopped speaking and snapped her head at Kroger. Where was the girl buried? Kroger looked surprised at the question. I'm afraid that has always been unknown. We never knew what the GURLANINS did to her. Crumley finally came out of his silence from Kroger's confession and stated, if they used the lava bed for torture, like the others, there may not have been anything left to bury. No, said Jaina, that would be too good for her. She used magic that, to them, she wasn't supposed to have. Only their gods could perform magic. They had to punish her severely. Pain not just in life, but in death. For eternity. Crumley sighed impatiently. I tell you we do not know. The horrors of what they did should be unspoken. The voice returned. The mark of the land hides my true nature. Jaina kept repeating in a whisper. Mark of the land. Think, Jaina. Less than the soil. Mark of the land. MAHRA asked her niece Jaina, what does it mean? Jaina snapped. I don't know yet. She turned away from her aunt and closed her eyes, still repeating phrases. She finally opened her eyes and caught sight of the fiery symbol on the wall. She gasped, Yellow is the code. Fresh flowers. Mark of the land hides her nature. She slowly turned back to her aunt and uncle and finally said, I know where she is. Chapter 13. Postmortem. I know where she is, said Jaina about the location of the spirit girl's corpse. Her revelation eased her immediate family and friends, but the MAHRA members were still skeptical about Jaina's claim. Trust was at least achieved with Jaina's familiarity with the mysterious spirit. The mystery continued when the fiery symbol of QIILURA on the far wall suddenly disappeared. All 4 generators instantly turned back on shed in the mess hall with bright light once again. The Jedi present could not just feel the elation of the crowd with the seemingly end to the strangeness. They could see them breathe out their relief. Yet, it wasn't quite over. Since MAHRA could now see the walls that had once been engulfed in flames, she gazed at each side with concern. "Look at the walls," she exclaimed. "There's no smoke after the fire." Lando looked closely at one of the walls. "There's no scorch marks. I can't smell anything either." Trogan remarked after examining a wall himself. "It's like the flames never happened." Luke suggested, "It was an illusion forced upon us." MAHRA uttered, "Mighty big scale of an illusion to make over 100 beings see it." Luke shrugged. "That's why I don't think we're dealing with something natural. More like supernatural," said Lando. "This whole thing is getting weird." "Getting weird," cried Trogan. MAHRA addressed her niece. "It's almost like she understands that you know where she's buried. Aren't I the lucky one?" There came a series of beeps and a click as the exit door slid open. The MAHRA members started frantically towards the exit. The crowd shortly formed a bottleneck at the door. Family members lifted their small children out of the way for their safety. Crunley could see this problem growing soon, and he edged his way into the crowd to the open exit. "One at a time, please. We will all leave here eventually. Just stay calm." A MAHRA male snapped at Crunley, "We're not listening to you anymore." The remark stunned Crunley so much that all he could do was watch the members leave the mess hall silently. One small hint of hope came in the form of Riston Taylor telling him, "It will be all right. Jaina will find her." "I hope so," uttered Crunley. After Riston disappeared around the exit, Crunley still held his head down. Soon, the last of the members left and the MAHRA leaders and the Jedi remained. Luke came over to the spirit leader, who exhaled and said, "I've lost them." Luke calmly stated, "Nothing is lost that cannot be found. There may be a chance to end all of this." He turned to his niece. "Jaina, where are we going to find her?" She turned to Trogan and said, "Get the water skiff ready. We're going to Necro Island." Since the skiff only allowed 5 passengers and the pilot, Lando volunteered to go back to the Falcon with Han and Chewie. He added that he had had enough strange adventures for one day. Kroga also elected to stay behind, citing that he would be needed to oversee the members. He also told Crunley another personal reason. "This is your journey. You began this settlement so many centuries ago. You should be the one to end it. I was and always have been but a mere follower. I shall stay and tend to our members. I'm sure the events of this morning have left them shaken." "A good idea," said Crunley. He put his hand on Kroga's shoulder. "You are more than a mere follower, my friend. You are a loyal representative of this religion. I may have provided the initial groundwork, but you supplied the conviction. Perhaps someday you may have a chance to lead them." Before Kroga could question Crunley's cryptic message, Crunley released his hand and proceeded to the skiff at once. Jaina, MAHRA, and Luke were already in the skiff with Trogan at the controls. After Crunley entered, they began their trip back to Necro Island. The trek was as long as expected with such a slow-moving vessel. They eventually reached the same shore where they landed before. It was at the height of the noon sun. Luke climbed out and surveyed the land. He noted the hint of a survival hut at the edge of the trees. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the bright white sun. MAHRA saw where her husband was looking and said, "That's where Syria Rain made her home here. She stayed inland away from the main predators. Smart." Jaina explained, "She mostly stayed around here. She was led away to the side of the lava bed by a disguised GURLANIN," supplied Trogan. Jaina replied, "I'm not so sure now. Not after what I saw this morning." Trogan scoffed, "Don't tell me Syria was visited by a ghost." "Why not?" Jaina shot back. "Is it any less conceivable than flames burning on walls without smoke or damage? And when you think about it, it couldn't have been a GURLANIN." She addressed Crunley. "Wouldn't the wild GURLANINs here show Syria something threatening from her memory? Like the one did that attacked MAHRA as a Vormsker. Seems to me that a young girl wouldn't be very intimidating." "Perhaps. The wild GURLANINs here were without a direct source of food for centuries. That's the reason why you don't see nor hear any creatures here. It was one of the reasons I sent those girls here when they claimed to see Agarda." His head looked down at the dark sand. "I am ashamed to say that I used their wild nature against the girls." MAHRA finished his unspoken thought. and no one at the compound suspected. They thought the girls went missing. Crumley nodded. They eventually came to the conclusion that the girls perished at the hands of the GURLANINS. They just didn't know where. A perfect cover, said JAINA sourly. I am not proud of my actions. I wanted to protect the image of myself as the spirit leader. At any cost, added MAHRA. Trogan spoke before Crumley could acknowledge. Shall we press on? The less time on this island, the better I feel. Sure, said JAINA. This way. She indicated the pathway that she and MAHRA cleared previously. They started following her. Crumley asked, Where exactly are we going? JAINA exclaimed from the front of the line, You should know. They trudged along the path that JAINA and MAHRA created on their last trip to Necro Island. Luke noted the lack of wildlife and pretty much any other life along the way, just as Crumley said. He asked Crumley why hadn't the wild GURLANINS leave the island. You have to realize that these were ancient GURLANINS. Kroga and I were relatively very young at that time. Some were over 2,000 years old. Very primitive. They neither had the desire nor the means to leave. They finally reached the clearing of black smooth lava rock. Luke looked on with childhood amazement. MAHRA figured he hadn't seen many volcanic areas, such as this one on Tatooine. With all of Luke's Jedi teachings and wisdom, there were still hints of the boy inside before he left his home planet. MAHRA chalked that up as another reason why she loved him so much. JAINA pointed out to her uncle the half-skeletons hanging from the tree limbs. This is where the settlers were tortured. Crumley admitted, a sad day in our history. Luke looked at his niece. But this isn't where the girl was tortured. No, she replied. I'm not certain exactly, but I have a feeling they did something much worse to her. Come on down here. She beckoned for them to follow her down the hill past the lava bed. As they carefully eased down the hill, JAINA motioned to what was on the ground. She recited the spirit girl's words. Spot the fresh flowers. On the ground amidst the green grass were several small blossoms dotting the hillside. Their petals had a bright yellowish tint. MAHRA noted, yellow is the code. They look like Lyra's blossoms. Probably similar, Luke said. Trogan said, the first clue. Guess you were right, kid. JAINA stopped at the bottom of the hill where the land leveled out. She looked up and repeated the other phrase from the spirit girl. Mark of the land hides my nature. The others joined her from behind and saw before them the large post stuck in the ground with the symbol atop it. The symbol of QIILURA, the same one they all saw in fiery form inside the mess hall. Crumley said, that would definitely be the mark of the land. Luke questioned, what would be her nature? JAINA responded, more like where is her nature? Less than the soil. MAHRA nodded. Under the ground. Trogan chuckled humorlessly. Sorry, kid, we didn't exactly bring shovels. We don't need them. She turned to face Trogan. We have the Force. Honey, MAHRA began, what makes you think she's still buried under there? Luke added, the body would have disintegrated over 1,000 years. JAINA countered, why would she show us this symbol? The flowers. The hints at being underground. No, I believe she led me here for a reason. I feel it, Uncle Luke. But JAINA, finding a body intact under there would be impossible. I thought we were supposed to take that definition out of our minds. I thought if we felt something strong in the Force, we followed it. No matter what the consequences were, the Force chooses for a reason. Isn't that what you said for all those years at your academy, Uncle Luke? Instead of showing his shame for doubting his niece, Luke simply smiled and uttered to his wife, seems you taught her well. We taught her well. He nodded. All right, where do we start? JAINA looked around the area for a moment. The ground looked hard and black. There were no flowers or green grass here. It may have been difficult to dig through the volcanic rock without a digger droid anyway. Much like it would have been centuries ago. How would the ancient GURLANINS have buried her? JAINA looked back up the hill to where the lava bed was. The terrain would have been different back then. The bed may have been closer and more shallow. The GURLANINS then didn't care to bury their victims. At least, not intentionally. She turned to look back at the post where it dug into the ground. Maybe she was buried naturally. What do you mean? Asked Crumley. The post, she eventually said. We have to pull up the post. It might be hard because the volcanic rock has been compressed for millennia. Luke exclaimed, then the three of us shall work together in the force. He glanced back at Trogan and Crunley. You may want to stand back a bit. He edged closer to the post and his wife followed him to stand at his side. JAINA did the same. All three then concentrated deep in the force and directed it at the post. The wooden post started to shake at first. A rumbling from underneath began. The ground around the post started to split. The post was then lifted out of the ground slowly, making the ground break around it. The post rose out of the earth with gradual resistance. Volcanic rock spilled out into a circular pile around the rising post. It kept rising seemingly without end. The area around it was crumbling into a pit surrounding the post now. Upwards the post went into the air. For several minutes this continued, making them all wonder how deep this piece of wood went into the ground. Finally, there was a point where it became harder to pull the post out with the force. A huge burst of black rock spewed out and JAINA spotted something on the post. There. Look. JAINA stopped concentrating on the force to point at a large lump of something attached to the pole. She came to the edge of the small pit that the raised post formed. Luke and MAHRA continued to use the force to angle the pole down on its side. They rested it parallel to the ground. The strange lump was now more accessible to examine. Luke and MAHRA seized their control of the wood and the force, and came up alongside JAINA. Crunley and Trogan came up behind them. What is it? Asked Trogan. With her keen eyesight, MAHRA focused on the lump's form. The top was a small rounded piece that extended to two small limbs curled up at its center. Two longer limbs came out of the main section and were folded against the thick wood. What was particularly eerie was the surface that covered the lump. It looked to be the consistency of tough leather, like an ancient jacket protecting it from top to bottom. MAHRA knew that it wasn't a jacket. It had been, at one ancient time ago, human skin. MAHRA stated what was now obvious to the others. That was a body. Crunley scoffed. That's impossible. A corpse could not retain its form after 1,000 years. JAINA replied, unless it was preserved in compacted volcanic rock. Luke agreed. It was mummified. Trogan shook his head. I don't understand. Why didn't it dissolve in the lava? JAINA glanced at the hill again. To the lava bed hardened over time. It was several meters away where lava could flow down and stopped when the land became level. Right where the post stood. She explained this area wasn't the direct source of the lava. There would have still been extreme heat, but the concentration of lava was less down here. Enough to let the GURLANINS do what they wanted to her. Crunley seemed almost afraid to ask, what did they do? After Luke realized what JAINA was saying, he replied grimly, you said they showed the members what they did to her when she was barely alive. Her body had been exposed to the extreme heat. She would still be alive. After their display, they tied her to this post and left her there. MAHRA gasped, oh, sweet Tarkin's ghost. JAINA finished, she died slowly from the heat. Crunley stared solemnly at the mummified corpse of the small girl that he made into a MAHRA goddess. A small sliver of glistening moisture fell from his eye. This was her sacrifice. Luke came over to the spirit leader and touched his arm. How ironic that a GURLANIN shed a tear over a horrific act performed by his own kind. We may be non-human, JEDI, but it does not mean we are immune to emotions. Effectively avoiding Crunley's emotional response, Trogan asked, so, how did the body reach that deep inside the ground? MAHRA shrugged. 1,000 years ago this level of land would have been considerably lower. All of the layers of volcanic rock built up over time. Luke completed her thought, sending her body down with it, buried under the rock and compacted to preserve it. JAINA kneeled down to be at eye level to the corpse. Her voice almost cracked when she asked, how did she endure that torture? I didn't, said a new voice from behind them. All of them did a quick about-face to see the figure of a young girl. Blonde hair flowed down over her shoulders. She was covered in a white gown. It wasn't as blinding as JAINA remembered it. The girl's form was semi-transparent, but it glowed, much like a force ghost. Her voice was no longer an echo. It rang of her true voice. She stood before them almost in anticipation of their reaction to her. Jaina had to speak first. Just so we're clear, we can all see her, right? The others nodded in turn. The spirit girl spoke again. I remember the pain. I will always remember it for eternity. There was a distinct Coruscandi accent to her voice. In addition, Jaina realized that she was speaking in sentences rather than in riddles. Was this all because her corpse had been freed? We saved you, cried Jaina. Your body was trapped. Yes, you have released my body from the ground. Although, I have yet to be freed. Until it dissolves into oblivion, I am bound to this world. Everyone has their problems, said a stunned Trogan. Before they could comprehend her words, she moved like a cloud over to Cronley. He looked upon her as the tragic heroine that she was. She spoke to him. I remember you. You and another tried to protect me. You were strong to go against your own kind. You even became our same species to comfort us. And you created my myth and made me your goddess. I am honored that you transformed my story into your faith. She paused a moment before continuing. But you also formed a prophecy that allows only yourself to share my glory. I know, he answered weakly. I am so sorry. We tried to save you. We were not strong enough. The GURLANINS were too great in numbers. There was no way the two of you could have stopped all of them without dying yourselves. Despite your efforts and good intentions, they did what they wanted to do with me. Luke approached the spirit girl and calmly asked, What happened to you? The girl began. My family was from Coruscant. I gather you figured that out from my voice. They were so loving. They found out early in my childhood that I had strange abilities. I could move objects with my mind. I could anticipate events before they happened. And I remember that within myself I could sense my parents' feelings. You had force potential, surmised Luke. Yes, my parents realized this, but they did not want me taken away by the Jedi. They didn't want that life for me. We don't do that anymore, bemused Jaina. The girl gave a laugh. I understand. She looked at Luke. I also sense that you are familiar with my parents' intentions. Your insight serves you well. The girl continued. My parents caught word of a settlement here on QIILURA, and we came here. They changed their lives all for me. But the GURLANINS soon found out about my power. They could sense me with their own abilities. They considered it a sacrilege against their own gods. They misunderstood. We had no knowledge of the Jedi or their force then. It was so foreign to us. A few of us wanted to know more about it and understand what it was. Most of our clan did not. The girl stated, and they did what most species do when they come across things they don't understand. They destroy it. It started with killing human and alien alike. They hoped to scare them off. They were killed instantly in the lava bed up there. When they found out about what I could do, they saw me as a threat. I was only 10 standard years of age. First they took my parents. They tortured them before they were murdered. They thought that would weaken me. I remember how to be strong as my parents taught me. Cronley said proudly, a tribute to their upbringing of you? Perhaps. When the GURLANINS learned that my resolve was strong, they captured me. My body was subjected to the heat of the lava, but it did not touch the lava as the others had. I was hovered over it. It wasn't enough to kill me. My skin cracked and boiled, but I was still alive. Barely. I still remember the pain even after 1,000 years. MAHRA breathed out in a half-whisper, Oh, you poor child. The girl went on. I was inches above death when they took me away from the pit. They showed my half-burned body to the settlers as a warning. When they were finished with their display, I was brought back here. Instead of exposing me to the lava bed directly, they brought me down here and tied me to this post. It was hoisted up and into the ground with me on it. At that time, the lava bed up the hill did not flow down here, but there were fissures. The heat was still there. A few hours exposure and I still would have survived. But they left me there. I died slowly, and yet they still left my dead body hang on the post. They never took me down to bury me. They knew that was a human tradition, and there I stayed for 1,000 years. My body was eventually buried under centuries of molten rock. Deeper and deeper it went under. The pressure above was too great. I was preserved seemingly for eternity. Jaina spoke in a weak tone, That's why your essence, soul, whatever you call it, that's why you could show yourself to those girls over the years. You were trapped here. Yes, my attempts were in vain. Only small children could understand. Adults did not believe. No matter what species. Even some of the girls themselves did not understand. When they tried to explain that they saw me, people did not believe them. Some went mad. Others took their own lives. MAHRA figured. You befriended Syria Rain. Yes. She was also in turmoil. Her parents had just perished. I presented myself as a friend to her. We played together on the sand. She never wondered why she couldn't touch me. She needed a friend. She reminded me of myself as a child long ago. Trogan questioned hesitantly, but you still look like a child. My physical appearance is as it was when I was last alive. My mental state has grown for 1,000 years. MAHRA asked her, why did you show her the lava bed? I tried to explain myself to her. I told her the truth and showed her that I was no longer on her plane of existence. I gave her images of my death. It was too much for her. She went mad, and she left. I thought then that all my hope was gone. I projected that feeling across the area. That was the sense of helplessness I felt when I first got here, cried JAINA. Yes, for the longest time, I called for help and failed. Until now, you understood like no other, JAINA. It took someone with the same force ability to do so, said Luke. Ironic that up until now no Jedi had ever set foot in the MAHRA compound, said MAHRA. The spirit girl said, I tried to get your attention. At that time my body had still been trapped. My powers were limited. Powers? Asked Trogan. I could enter dreams and allow myself to be seen in the living world. I possessed control over things of power. JAINA repeated, things of power. Power sources. You were responsible for our blackout that first night, which you thought of as a natural act. MAHRA snapped, shutting down a lightsaber wasn't natural. Luke asked, how did that happen? Simple, the girl replied. I shut down his power source. Luke said frankly, knowledge of lightsaber structure is very limited. How did you learn of it? It was the first time the girl had given a sinister smile. I had a great teacher. One whom you had called master a long time ago. Luke thought on her words and said, only half believing, Obi-Wan. She nodded. He also taught me how to appear through the Force. Incredible, MAHRA whispered. Trogan neared the girl and stated, you also shut down the generators in the mess hall this morning. Crunley added, and created fire that spread on the walls. The girl gave a knowing smile. I needed an act that you would consider to be less than natural. It was needed to gain your attention. Mission accomplished, cried Trogan. JAINA said, you gave me the hint to find you here. As I knew you would figure it out. So now what? Asked MAHRA. What is there to do now? The girl spoke sadly. As I said, my former body has been freed. But my spirit stays because of its existence. Not for long. As you can see, my remains are starting to crumble into dust. They all looked at the mummified corpse on the post. It was, in fact, starting to disintegrate. JAINA was the first to cry out, look, it's falling apart. Why is that? Asked Trogan. Luke answered, it's been exposed to the air. After centuries of being compacted deep without oxygen, it's now being dissolved from sudden exposure to it. The girl stated sadly, it is almost time for my final journey. JAINA came up to the girl and said, I am so sorry for what happened to you and for what is happening to you now. Don't be. It is because of you why I can speak clearly to you now. You have my gratitude for releasing me. I should have known it would take someone who possessed the same powers as I once did to understand the horrors I faced. I've lived through some horrors of my own already. Nothing like yours, though. Humble as always, the girl said. Thank you, JAINA Solo. JAINA shrugged. Hey, it's what Jedi do. As if on cue, the ground beneath them started to rumble. What was that? Asked Trogan. The same thing we felt in the mess hall, said MAHRA. The girl spoke again. You must leave this island quickly. It will soon be no more. Crunley looked at her incredulously. Why are you doing this? Why are you destroying us? It is not I who is responsible. It is the price for my freedom, and the only destruction will be this island and not the mainland. The ground shook now, and JAINA had to balance herself. Just like my dream. She looked down at the ground, and it already was starting to crack. The post, it was deep in the ground under volcanic rock for centuries. It somehow prevented the fault line from caving in, now with the post gone. She didn't have to finish her sentence. The rock where the post had been was now being broken up from below. There was a thick release of steam that erupted from the ground. The intense heat was immediately felt by all. After the steam slowed to a calm mist, a glint of bright glowing orange emerged from under the rock where the post once stood. MAHRA cried, "You don't have to tell us we've overstayed our welcome." Luke exclaimed, "We have to get out of here." Trogan and JAINA complied, but before JAINA started up the hill she stopped. She turned to the spirit girl to nod her farewell. The girl bowed her head and returned to honor the young Jedi. JAINA then turned and ran up the hill. MAHRA and Trogan ran up with her. Luke began up the hill but noticed Crunley stood motionless before the emerging chaos. Luke called out to him, "Crunley, we have to go." Crunley did not budge but said, "You do. I must stay and become a martyr of your own mistakes. It is my atonement." The spirit girl floated toward him. Her transparency was more evident with her remains being dissolved slowly by the lava. Luke swore she was becoming brighter. She addressed the spirit leader. "I realized that my attempts to reach out for help were foiled by your actions. You punished them for seeing me. I thought that only I could help you. Why did you not come to me? I would have understood. Would you? Though you have been in human form for such a long time, your species will never possess what humans are capable of." What? Something that is a part of human emotion. A power that is greater than even the Force itself. Younger children seem to grasp it better than adults. But I have been human for a long time. So long have I been that I cannot go back. When GURLANINS stay in one form for too long, it prevents their muscles from reforming. Not even to their original form. Why cannot I understand? What is this part of a human that I lack? She smiled cryptically again and said, "If you have to ask, then it does no good to simply tell you. It has to be experienced." The lava oozed out over the pit and onto the post. The girl's corpse was now engulfed in the superheated rock. The girl's image began to shine even brighter and become more transparent. She started to fade away. My journey is finally at an end. I have time to tell you that despite your actions, I am still honored that you made me your goddess. I absolve you, Crunley. And now farewell. As she was fading away, Crunley cried, "Wait. I have to know. What is your real name?" "You already know it. I am forever now. You're eternal, as you named me." Her words faded away as did her image. There was a brightness surrounding where her image once stood. She no longer had form within the pure light. When the light faded, she was gone. Crunley softly uttered, "Farewell, Agarda." Luke looked at where her corpse was. There was nothing there but a pool of glowing lava. It oozed slowly toward them, and the ground shook even more violently. He grabbed Crunley's arm. "Come on, we're going." This time, Crunley went with Luke up the hill. The black hardened lava at the top was now cracked in places that glowed bright orange. They ran quickly over the lava bed and then through the woods. The ground beneath them was cracking and separating in places at a high rate. There were crevices that were formed in various areas around them. Luke and Crunley ran as fast as they could. Luke spotted one large crevice ahead of them. He concentrated in the force to help him to jump over the gap. When he landed, he neglected to realize that the gap was widening. Crunley jumped as well, but his footing only barely caught the opposite side, and he slipped. He held out his hand and caught the edge at the last minute. Luke peered over the edge and cried out, "Give me your other hand." "I cannot. It's too late. Save yourself." "Afraid I can't do that. Just try and lift your other arm to me. I can pull you up." Crunley did try and raise his other arm. As soon as he did, the edge where Crunley was holding gave way. Crunley lost his holding and he started to fall into the wide hole with glowing hot lava waiting for him. He was prepared to meet his fate. It did not happen. To Crunley's extreme surprise, he was suddenly hovering in midair. He then started to rise up and out of the hole. As he rose, he saw Luke with his hand held out and eyes half closed. He landed safely on the solid ground next to Luke. Crumley gasped in disbelief. You saved me?" "Yes, let's get going. We don't have much time." He turned, but Crumley grabbed his arm. "Why did you do this? After all I have done against your family?" Luke gave a shrug and casually replied, "Hey, it's what Jedi do. Let's go." They both continued to run through the trees and eventually came to the small beach. Jaina, MAHRA, and Trogan were already in the water skiff. They saw Luke and Crumley emerge from the trees, and Jaina yelled for them to hurry. They reached the skiff already starting to drift away from the land and climbed in respectively. Trogan sped off at top speed. All of them watched the spectacle of Necro Island sinking into the water through a bed of molten lava that had been dormant for a millennia. The trees caught fire and burned quickly as they fell into the lake. There soon was no longer an island. Only an underground lava bed took its place. The glow of the lava still was evident underwater as it seemed to move toward them. "Can't this thing go any faster?" Jaina cried. "It's going as fast as it can," yelled Trogan. MAHRA watched the lava under the water. "It won't be fast enough. It's spreading." "It will stop," said Crumley calmly. "How do you know that?" asked Trogan. "Because she said so, and I have faith in her," replied Crumley. Sure enough, beneath the water the molten lava's glow diminished and cooled. It soon stopped flowing to harden over time. The skiff went forward towards the shore of the MAHRA compound. All were silent in an eerie memorial for Necro Island and Agarda. As they approached the compound, they noticed all of the MAHRA members converged near the shore. Obviously, they had all witnessed the demise of Necro Island even from this distance. Kroga stood nearby watching as Trogan eased the skiff on the shore. Crumley could already sense hostility towards him coming from the crowd. He let the Jedi and Trogan go ahead of him and hesitated. Luke saw this and came up to him. "What's wrong?" The spirit leader said at once, "You must take them. Take them somewhere away from here. They do not deserve my leadership." "Yes, they do. You've made your mistakes. Now you have to live with them. That is all they want to know." "But I betrayed them." "Maybe. But if you let them go now, you will never experience what Agarda told you about. I think they'll surprise you." Crumley nodded and walked past Luke. The members all stared at him without a word. He let out a long breath and addressed them. "Members of MAHRA, as you have just witnessed, Necro Island is nothing more than a piece of molten rock underwater now. It was a sign that our troubles have ended. Another chapter begins. Before we can move on, I must admit a few things to you all. I have done a great disservice to you. The myth of Agarda did actually happen. Kroga and myself were witnesses all those centuries ago. We were GURLANINS then. We were confused at the violence that our own species displayed. Therefore, by helping this poor young girl, we were cast out. We became human to comfort them. Our efforts proved to fail upon her death. But her soul survived yet was trapped. She reached out to those who could help her. She could do so only to young girls. Because of our faith in Agarda, the girls thought they were seeing their goddess. This was both incorrect but yet so right. There was the spirit of the young girl who was tortured to death and her parents murdered by GURLANINS. I was selfish when only young girls over the years claimed to have seen her. I went so far as to banish them to Necro Island where wild ancient GURLANINS still lived. Some girls survived. Some did so without their sanity intact." He found the face of Syria Rain looking on in the crowd. He gave her a smile and a nod of reassurance. Then he frowned. Some girls did not survive, whether it was by GURLANIN hands or their own. I punished those girls for saying they saw our goddess, Agarda. He paused before stating, I was a fool for keeping the idea of Agarda to myself. Ironically, it took a young Jedi to allow me to see that. I will be forever haunted by the fact that we had never allowed a Jedi set foot on this compound. It was a Jedi who freed the girl's spirit and set her on her final journey to the afterlife. She is now our true light, our eternal, our Agarda. I now no longer want to keep her to myself. I want to share her bravery and sacrifice with every one of you. If you cannot see myself as a leader who can do that, I will understand. But, hear this, I am truly sorry for my actions, and I will bear my mistakes. You deserve a better leader. Therefore, I will stand down as your spirit leader. The crowd was deadly silent for the longest of time. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "No." It was Eden Taylor. He brought himself to the front of the crowd before stating, "We already have our spirit leader." Flawed as he might be, and perhaps less human than we first knew, he is still our spirit leader. Now his title has literal meaning. He helped the spirit of the girl who lived as a human but endured as our goddess. He has apologized for his actions. Shall we make him pay for them forever? The members grumbled their answer. It was positive. Eden went on. We voted for joining the New Republic. Now we must vote on who leads us. Slowly the crowd murmured, and then became louder. They all soon chanted with joyous glee, "Krun Lee! Krun Lee! Krun Lee!" Eden came up to Krun Lee, who was both smiling but stunned. Eden reached out his hand and said, "It seems unanimous. You are our spirit leader. Guess that means you're stuck with us." Krun Lee reached out and shook Eden's hand, and Eden brought him closer to him in a hug. The crowd all cheered. They switched their chant to yell out, "Agarda! Agarda!" After Eden let go and returned to the crowd and his family, Krun Lee turned to Luke. "I know now what power she meant. I believe I just experienced it." "Good. Then I can do this officially." Krun Lee looked confused before Luke addressed the crowd. "Members of MAHRA, in light of your spirit leader's actions today, and your honorable gesture displayed just now, I see no reason not to announce this now. Welcome to the New Republic." The crowd cheered again, and they would cheer for years and generations to come. Eternally. On the Jade Saber, 18 hours later, MAHRA entered in the code sequence for their next destination. She waited patiently for the Navi computer to calculate the coordinates, and she then set the Jade Saber into hyperspace. Soon the molted star lines became the blue tunnel of the alternate existence of hyperspace. She got up from the pilot seat and headed towards JAINA's bunk to tell her of their new destination. That had been undecided ever since they left QIILURA. Her niece had been exhausted. MAHRA had never seen JAINA so tired. She didn't pretend to be surprised why. JAINA deserved a rest. It wasn't all because of their adventures at the MAHRA compound, which was now to renamed the MAHRA Sanctuary. Compound still held a militaristic tone that the MAHRA members never possessed. Luke had stayed on QIILURA to help supervise all the changes that were planned. An official spaceport, a proper irrigation and plumbing system, an oversized compactor for all of Trogan's junk collection. The New Republic would hire technicians and maintenance workers of all types to help bring the MAHRA into the modern galaxy. Yet, before all of that could happen, Krun Lee and Luke had to meet with GURLANINS leaders in the QIILURA capital of Imbrani. Luke had to convince them that the members of the MAHRA Sanctuary would be separate from QIILURA civilization, but also a part of the New Republic. It would not be considered an outpost, but an embassy of the New Republic. Leia had been scheduled to meet with the same GURLANINS delegation to discuss further talks of allowing the MAHRA to join the New Republic. MAHRA hoped the creatures were as understanding and open as Krun Lee. He may have been a GURLANIN in the disguise as a human, but he showed very human traits at the best possible moment. MAHRA reached the open door of JAINA's bunk. No, her niece's rest was not totally from just the MAHRA mission. It was from the long series of events that preceded it. For the past 2 years, the poor child had to become a grown-up too fast, just as MAHRA herself had. Yes, she deserved a break. They both did. She saw JAINA stirring in her bunk, wide awake. MAHRA. Who else? She asked in half-jest. Care for a bit of lightsaber training? No. JAINA emphatically cried. I'm staying in bed for at least a month. I'm going to borrow one of 3PO's phrases and shout out, "No more adventures." I'm sure he'll appreciate that. I felt the hyperdrive kick in. Where are we headed? Thought we could do some training on Zeltris. JAINA lifted her head up from the pillow, half smiling. MAHRA, there's nothing on Zeltris but vacation resorts. It's known to the galaxy as the party planet. Exactly. JAINA's smile was in full bloom now. What could you possibly teach me there? Only the most basic of Jedi mantra. A Jedi must act when calm, at peace with the Force. emphasis on peace. Think I'm going to like that training? Thought you would. MAHRA took a beat before stating sincerely, I want you to know how proud of you I am. Proud for going insane after seeing a ghost. Proud for saving that ghost. I don't know if I'm ready to believe in the afterlife yet. The girl did have the force. And she knew Uncle Luke's master. And there's that. It would explain how she could be seen. Regardless of anyone else's doubt, you helped her anyway. Same as you would have. I'm not sure. I don't have you and your mother's compassion. You may surprise yourself, Aunt MAHRA. Maybe. And maybe I will become the apprentice to your master in that area. Or you could teach it to someone younger even. Much, much younger. Like, say an infant with bright blue eyes. Or brilliant green ones. She smiled and raised her dark eyebrows at her aunt. Stop it. That's a discussion for another time. And with my husband. MAHRA changed the subject as she could do so well. It'll be another 10 hours until Zeltris. I'll let you sleep. You mean so we can party in the many nightclubs there? Now get this, I am not letting you drink anything but azure milk or Yuri juice, young lady. MAHRA paused and smiled. But there is gambling allowed, even for teenagers. JAINA sat up and asked, You are going to challenge a solo at gambling. You are brave. I'll take my chances. I know how the Solo family loves to hear the odds. Now, go to sleep. Again? MAHRA started to shut the door, but JAINA looked like she had something else to say. Aunt MAHRA, why did the MAHRA members accept Crunley so quickly, even after all he did to them? MAHRA thought a moment and replied, They believed in him despite his faults. Is that what belief is? Faith. MAHRA breathed out and remembered. Luke told me once that belief is knowing that something is true. Faith is knowing something is true when no one else does. Simple, I know. It answers my question. Maybe that's the problem with the Jedi of today. What? They don't have faith in the Force. Perhaps. Sometimes I think most of the galaxy see the Jedi as being too religious. My own father thought that way at one time. Then he believed. And then his faith in you and your brothers grew over the years. And it's always growing, no matter what you do. Is that the same faith that Uncle Luke has in you? MAHRA smiled and replied, Oh, yes. One and the same. Good. MAHRA gave a quick sigh. Now, is that enough soul searching for one night? There's the MAHRA Jade I know and love. JAINA sat back down in her cot. Wake me up when we get to Zeltris. I will. Sleep well, JAINA. You deserve it. Thanks. I will.